YouTube. This is just to be a full cooking channel. Someday. Perhaps. It's cooking and general gaming only. Cooking and variety gaming. All right.
And that's what's going to be scary.
Dandy versus Zephyr, the OG player-coach battle.
Against Delight.
We're playing the jungle tax.
And Viper, yes. And yeah, this is what we were talking about. The Renekton is going to be taken away, though.
And Aurora, the worst champion name to say if you're Korean, like has been globally banned.
I think they're going to give the Maokai up in this draft, I would imagine. Now, this does empower the Jace if it is going to go through. But I'd rather face Peanuts Maokai if you trust your jungler, and Lucid has been so strong this season, especially with Showmaker and the champion pools they can utilize to actually find that synergy. I'd rather face Peanuts Maokai than...
All right, so we're banning against Lucid and his early game champs, which have been very effective. Interesting that we're banning Renekton here, because Renekton is shit, as we know. All right, so Sejuani first pick. Easy real. I guess that makes sense. Both Viper and Aiming have been prioritizing that champion over Zeri, still up for Aiming.
They're going to take the Poppy away from Peanut.
So they're going to take Sejuani and...
instead of the Ezreal, I think you do need to have...
No, we're not just going to play top lane Poppy blind. That's not a thing. Okay.
And it feels like
Ivern, definitely Peanut, pathing-oriented Ivern jungler. All right, this is the patch 14-14, so Tristana has been nerfed. So instead, we're going back to the Corki. And we're blinding Gnar. Finally, guys, we've learned how to blind Gnar. Europe could learn a thing or two.
If you want to play Cassante, you're going to have a losing lane up there on the top side. It's King is one that definitely makes you raise your eye. But it is...
Wow, we're playing Aphelios. Interesting.
It's been a very polarizing aiming pick because it usually means that he's going to suck up a lot of resources. He is going to try to be that late game hyper carry, and it is going to be all about him.
Taking away the engaged supports from Delight. Okay, we're opting into a losing matchup in topside with Cassante. We're still going to pick Rel here. So really heavy engage from the Rel. I think that makes sense. This is a smart read to take away the Leona and the Alistar because they realize they need some kind of engage. Meanwhile, on D plus Kia's side, we have a lot of kiting potential.
But it is very risky, I feel, into the Ivern because it's not tanky. It's hard to get into those brushes if they have better setup and they're poking you down with the Ezreal.
Yeah, poke is very good here with Ivern, Corki, Ezreal. You can leapfrog, brush your way into objectives.
Out in force today, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do with a similar draft to what they kind of lost to Gen G on, right? Like they came out, they showed the really cool stuff with the Twisted Fate, and then
yeah, that was really fun. The AP Twisted Fate game, a couple games of Showmaker from that.
Yeah,
this split. He's the only one in the world who's playing it top level.
There's the concept of swap setup here. And then there's the play a standard meta and give aiming all the money. And here on the global side, we're more leaning towards the first type of D+ draft. This one is definitely not that one. It is
yeah, aiming is the highest resource 80 carry in the carry period in the entire league.
Jungle. Going to be able to take
George is being annoying during this lane swap, trying to avoid any kind of bullying from Aphelios and Renata Glask early on.
We're just going to send the Gnar to roam around the map and follow Doran.
The thing about Gnar in the lane swap is he's extremely weak to dive, so it's really problematic to have him in weak side.
You know, not backdoor protection, but the lane swap protection that the top lane plates have.
Doesn't Gnar need to be super ahead? No, he doesn't need to be super ahead.
Did he just flash Q to get the popcorn chickens? He did. Okay. He actually just did that to try and deny Lucid.
And I mean, I think that's reasonable.
I mean, he does deny two from Lucid, technically.
Cassante is going to be. That's some money he's going to get as well.
Yeah, there you go.
And he's not going to be flashing on any plays in the near future either. So I think that's a fair play.
If he teleports to this bottom lane, that's when I'll be a little bit worried. But instead, he's just going to walk up.
No, I don't think he's going to TP to the bot lane. Not while the duo lane is still there.
As well, who's really been having a pretty good time. Down towards the bottom side, go D+ though.
They have
they're just going to clear out the jungle.
They have a lot of push power, especially when the Crescendum comes out, and that's going to rip through the turret, but it's going to be a while before he can cycle through those guns. The Ezreal has his empowered W. They have Demolish as well. on the top side, so it's not as bad of a race, but you could see that lane swap protection really at work here. And this does allow Doran to avoid losing the Gnar matchup, but I think that's more about what this is going to be, the reason why they swapped, than losing lane to an Aphelios in the bottom side for your Ezreal.
I'm not sure about that one. I think if you're playing Rel and you want to get tier first on Ezreal, that playing into Aphelios Renata can be extremely annoying. But it's true also that the Gnar is going to be slowed down a little bit in this scenario. And maybe you can set up a dive later. But you also, like, the Gnar can't just TP top for free. Does get the TP eventually, but it's going to be down just a little bit.
Tougher to get grasp stacks into the Corki. He did go for Conqueror's Peanut, now also going to harass here.
Yeah, Rucola does come down as Peanut just wanting to try and make friends with these Raptors. It's going to take him a little bit of time, but there he goes. Just going to smite that one away. Top of the morning to you, Lucid.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Ivern, once he captures the camp, it takes time for him to then actually get the money for it and actually complete the take, but he can instantly smite a camp to secure all of it after it's been captured. So Ivern can be very annoying like this. Come over, slowly capture the camp, and then smite the whole thing away.
Do you guys think the game would become too stale? Like, see the same champs, same tactics? I mean, the mid lane is pretty stale right now, I gotta say. I was hopeful that we'd see less Tristana after the nerfs, but
yeah, and
she's definitely less prominent, but still getting picked.
Like, control the jungle quite this much.
The jungle battle right now is pretty fun.
An example of how the early game went. The fact that Doran did put Lucid behind just a little bit, sort of delaying that level 2 for that little bit of time by taking all of the little Raptors, can be quite frustrating to deal with. We'll see how Lucid's going to go trying to catch back up in this one. Does have a bottom side of his jungle to clear through, and that should at least get him within touching distance of the camps that Peanut's been able to lock down for himself. But now, Peanut is free to get around the map and start making things happen, as he's just going to grow some things in this tri-brush. Lucid in the area, and will be able to assist this bottom lane that have now agreed to an actual laning phase now that they've got a few levels in them.
Just plate the advantage to aiming and Kellen right now, but otherwise relatively even. I mean, the CS is dead even.
Oh, in comes Lucid. They're going to look for Viper here. Just arcane shifts over the top. That's a straight up leapfrog.
It's actually a beautiful arcane shift from Viper.
CS is dead even.
Oh, in comes
Look how well he
Lucid.
plays this. The timing.
Look for Viper here. Just arcane shifts over the top. That's a straight up leapfrog. You love to see it.
Very clean. You got the Gnar doing the little bouncies up on the top lane, and you got the Ezreal doing it in the bottom lane.
Hey, there we go. 2 leapfrogging champions, 1 on each side. Oh my goodness. Doran taking a lot of damage. That boomerang.
Yeah, this is why he didn't want to lane into the Gnar, but ultimately you will have to eventually do so.
Yep.
Zeka has really been, I think, the main reason why Peanut has had this much freedom to annoy Lucid, why Showmaker hasn't been able to help out, why the bottom side gank is relatively easy to just stave off. You have the arcane shift, like they can kind of keep putting that pressure on, and it's just a lot of this is down to the fact that Corki has maintained constant prio, has a pretty massive CS advantage over Showmaker. They both already teleported, and he's stacked up 10 CS advantage, has a cull purchased as well.
Jesus.
Eli taking a lot of damage here, as aiming with that bailout, boosting up the attack.
That's why they lane swap, guys, right there.
And just utilizing the Graviton very, very well. It is going to be Lucid securing that first.
Guys, basically they were winning both. Like this in these matchups, D+ is going to win both side lanes, so the lane swap like neutralizes that for just a little bit of time.
Going to Peanut here. We had to collect that for at least the experience, but
helping out. Aiming's getting the plates here again. Another plate to the Aphelios, and he's the gold king, man. He gets the money. He's getting a lot of it already early in this game.
I was hoping for another cooking stream. We'll get more cooking streams in. Don't you worry. I like doing them.
Going to potentially be a big problem later on if he wins some of those early skirmishes, even before he's quite strong.
Sometimes your support's better than you expect them to be.
Yeah.
Glad you're reviewing these games. Atlas had me hyped about how this ends. Oh, okay.
A little bit sad, but that's all right.
There's a new Count of MonteCristo adaptation. What is it?
All of those plates. Still, it is.
I did not know that. What are they doing now?
Esports. I think largely due to the fact that Peanut is a little bit ahead in the jungle, but also Zeka just laning exceptionally well on this Corki into the Azir right now. 10 CS going to be the gap, and you can see he's still putting that pressure on. has this wave actually in his
Well,
favor.
we'll get more cooking streams. I'm getting a bunch of that cooking content edited now. The beef and broccoli one I did the other day has a great edit on it. It gets the beef and broccoli recipe alone down to like 10 minutes. It's really fun. Really fun video.
Necessarily, it's not a lane where you're like, oh well, Corki should smash it anyway. Like, yes, things did get a little bit better from like the old Corki Azir matchup, but we have seen it go better for Azir in the past.
Yeah, and it's tough to gank a Corki as the Sejuani pre-6 because it's really easy for the Corki to just Valkyrie. Oh, this is a bit rough. So that's furthering the problem here. Remember, Showmaker does
I enjoyed watching a better chicken stream. Thank you. Well, we're going to get that one edited too.
That is pretty cool, keeping himself warm. It's not that chilly.
We're fixing some of the technical problems on there.
We were worried about
leveling it up.
Showmaker being too cold.
The grub advantage here could be a problem with the Gnar side laning, right, with the Azir side laning, but with the Cassante in the game, he's not going to be able to itemize for that fast Nashor's Tooth. We sometimes
What's the next
see,
dish?
Which would have been great
I don't
for
know.
Conquer as well. Kellen's going to take some damage here. Showmaker's just really going to have
Maybe
a
Thai food. I've been craving Thai food recently. I used to cook in a Thai restaurant, so.
Significantly behind. Lucid comes over here to try to relieve the pressure. But
When I was in
knows
college,
this is
during
one
the
angle
summers,
where he could
I'd
actually
cook in a
injure,
Thai restaurant.
and he's just going to back off. So tough to gank this Corki, and now Viper's starting to take control of the bottom lane. It was dead even in CS, and he was behind on plate gold, but now with the Sheen, a few of these long swords in his inventory and these Qs starting to connect, he is really starting to take control here bottom side as well. And the Cassante has weathered the storm top too, and Hanwha Life are really just generating. It's a small
Complete
goal lead,
noob
but
to Thai
starting
food.
to
Oh
add
man,
up here
Thai
across
food's
the
great.
lanes. You can see the Aphelios, who had the plate advantage, is actually now kind of losing his lead.
The thing is, Thai food requires like a lot of specialized ingredients. Seru, so.
By this Ivan composition, Lucid going to try and
Like they use a lot of like thin soy sauce, black soy sauce,
my words, as that was a
Thai
that was
basil,
so sick from Doran.
you know,
Just going to be able to flash ulti
white
his way out.
pepper,
Plus, that's some big cooldowns that needed to be invested.
Thai
That's a
chilies.
really cool way
So you got to go kind of hard on
that
getting
was
the
very slick.
ingredients.
You know, it's definitely not what you're going to expect if you are Lucid in this case. Kind of hard to outplay when he flashes.
Butter chicken and dal recipes were really good. Even being from that area, I mess up those dishes sometimes. Well, thank you.
But then he all outs, and then it's beautiful. Yeah, I love it. Keeps people on their toes because
You didn't mind my not, you know,
weird and wonderful ways.
tempering the whole cumin seeds or the green cardamom pods. I was definitely doing cheating Indian food.
Why we haven't seen either team really prioritize it very much. D+ went for the grubs. They ended up getting 2-1 there. But now when we see the jungler topside, yes, Doran lost his flash, had to use his ultimate, but it means you get a guaranteed Drake stack here. Will be Infernal second, so also a high value dragon. We don't know what the soul is going to be just yet, but you know, Doran's flash.
I mean, Infernal is a lot less value than it used to have. Like straight up Infernals, just one Infernal Dragon's not very useful.
Hoping for
It's what, 3%?
It could still be
80
a Hex
AP.
deck, which would be fantastic.
I think
and the sadness would be Ocean.
Worst case, I think for D+.
I mean, Ocean is very good potentially for D+ against the poke comp that HLE is running.
This Cassante, you know, on the other side, very tanky with all these shields as well, which are already empowered by the solo Chemtech Dragon itself. Is Kellen's hiding over here?
That's true about the shields.
Kellen is behind enemy lines right now. He's going to be able to pick up the handshake, and Delight just crashes down. Showmaker not going to be investing anything into trying to pick up the Rel, but it is going to guarantee some grubs.
This is, you know, again, significant with Gnar and Azir in sides. Can actually be a big problem later on in the game, but
not to mention Aphelios, who, if he does get red-white, especially white, you can really cut through the turrets. Zeka taking a lot of damage here from Kingin. Just standing his ground, though. Takes a fossil to the back of the head. Still pretty sure that's a fossil. With this.
What does Ivern provide for team fights? In this kind of composition, he provides brushes. So first off, he provides Daisy for additional front lining. But most importantly, with Corki Ezreal, he's going to provide brushes, which provide additional damage and cover for Corki and Ezreal poke.
Prison, not quite going to land, almost hit aiming.
Can we have Raccoon games today? No, you can have Raccoon games tomorrow. I am going to have to do LEC and LCS, obviously. But when it comes to those series, I'm going to have to do them Monday, Tuesday, my time. Which is Sunday night, Monday night, your time, because basically I need to finish LCK games today because I have a show tomorrow morning, my time, with Wolf.
That's going to be dangerous for Daisy, but probably not for the rest of Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah,
as she will be taking out 50 gold to Kellen.
Yeah.
Aiming, the Gold King is very upset.
Interesting. BT first on Aphelios, so he's going to play probably this like you would play an MF in the current meta, which is like it'll just unlock Renata Glass to go roaming around the map, and like the Aphelios can just bully out in a 1v1.
Ready, which would be insane this early. Okay, 1250. He does have that picked up despite actually being the one who lost out on the plates with the lane swap. Ends up picking up some gold there, and you know, or anything like that. There's no punish there, but they don't actually find the fight they were looking for. Hanwha Life suss it out.
You, Thorn, and Rich are doing loads of work in esports. We try now outside of esports too.
On the map, I mean, no kills in this game, but Hanwha is just playing the map.
I like the Jin mid. Oh yeah, I heard Insanity played that. I'll review those games.
And this is also
it just won't be
one of
today.
these stories that's going to get better for D+ as the game goes on, right? We know that these
I liked Shopify a lot last split.
Pretty beautiful.
I want more crazy shit from Insanity. That's what makes that team fun to watch.
Get these 5v5s working the way they want. Like, this is a very traditional front-to-back composition, double carry, good front line, an actual enchanter support in the Ivern, and then the engage from the Rel. This is like everything that you'd want for team fighting in the late game. D+, no slouches either, but it's just not quite the same as having, you know, the Ivern with the team. As
not sure I agree with that.
To be discovered by said Ivern.
I mean, they've got very strong late game scaling on D+ and very strong front to back team fighting. As long as they're playing around Mega Gnar. Hanwha just doesn't have. They have good peel and they have good kiting, but they just don't have very good engage options, right? Like you're basically hoping Rel can get a good engage, but if Rel doesn't have flash, that's not going to be an issue. That's going to be an issue. Like you're playing around brush and vision control mostly if you're Hanwha's comp, and you're playing to kite.
Despite the significant lead here for Hanwha Life, this game will really be. I'm going to hold my breath on this for a second. The first fight win is really going to determine who.
Yes, I have less time today because I need to watch LCK live. Yes, because of the show tomorrow, so I have to stop the stream in 3.5 hours.
With the comp. I mean, even before we get to in this composition for the Ivern just yet. Yes, it's a significant lead. Yes, this top turret did go down. It's actually first turret, but first team fight, that's where D+ can strike back. And Hanwha may even just before these 2 item spikes are hit for their double 80 carry, avoid that fight. They already have a 1 Drake lead.
15 minutes, 0 kills. Monty's dream, hey.
Nah, we don't need to actually force this because our Ivern composition, if we're not there first, we can't set it up. Red-White's here for aiming. He's perfectly set for this. And they're just
what games are tonight? Tonight's games are T1 DRX and Nongshim KT. Some real stinkerinos.
I love the way that they're playing out this early game. Not only do they lane swap just to make sure that the Ivern gets off the ground in the right way, but then they also sacrifice where they need to be sacrificing. They understand
Jesus Christ.
that they're the composition that doesn't have the pressure on them to
yeah,
get things
yeah, probably be a quick
stages.
night, you know.
And good for D+ to be able
Still
to
better than G2 BDS. Were those games bad?
Ocean is going to be the soul that comes in. Even more brushes. We've got an Ivern and an Ocean Rift. My goodness, it is. There's just plants everywhere. We're gonna need that guy from YouTube that cleans up people's houses for free. You know the one. I for some reason went on a vortex.
What was so bad about G2 BDS? I'll be watching it, but what was so bad about it?
The outer turret on the bottom side. Yeah, he just mows lawns. It's just a lot of lawn mowing, and we're going to need a fair bit of that here on this rift if Peanut has anything to say about it.
Yeah, you know when they Kingen.
He is walking the wrong direction. As Daisy's going to come up, there's an all-out to interrupt the hop. And
he's
this
dead.
could just be first blood right here, and there it is. It's Doran that locks it out. And his flash, by the way, was back up and available. This guy's used it already a couple
BDS
of
managed to
times
lose
this
an
game
8K lead,
in
6
unorthodox
grubs, and
ways.
3
Didn't
drakes.
even need it to secure
That's
first
funny.
blood.
Yeah, and Kingen used his flash and is
G2 is very dangerous from behind, though. Surely G2 must have played something well there.
Here as D+, that's valuable stats for aiming for Showmaker.
What a flash by Kingen. Truly one of the flashes of all time.
Daisy's going to come up. There's an all-out to interrupt
What
the
insane
hop.
flash by Kingen.
And this could just
Insane.
be first blood right here, and there it is. It's Doran that locks it out. And his flash, by the way, was back up and available. This guy's used it already a couple of times this game in unorthodox ways. Didn't even need it to secure first blood.
Yeah, and Kingen used his flash and is still going to die. And just, yes, you got the dragon here as D+. That's valuable stats for aiming for Showmaker, but it just doesn't.
Yeah, those LEC games happen in the middle of the night my time, so I have still morning in Korea, so I haven't seen them yet.
For a dragon that Hanwha just didn't even really care about. And yes, it helped secure the turret for Showmaker, who is But a big injection of gold, you know, has been behind in lane, but we'll have that Nashor's Tooth fairly soon. They're going to try to TP in and defend this turret, but feels like a pipe dream.
Well, it is at least going to be Shelly getting a charge. It's now down to basically no health, as the cannon also going to be eaten by the
Showmaker's just going to get caught.
I've seen this walking up with impunity, understanding that he has the range advantage, and they just don't really have too many options.
It's the same play before, except it's Delight instead of Peanut this time.
I've seen this movie before. It in fact just happened. Magnus Storm going to come on through. That is going to be the Emperor's Divide, but Zeka's going to turn
nice
up and
TB from Zeka.
That he's being checkmated.
How do a Lifer just run in circles around D+ this game? It's insane. Lucid looking for this, but guess what? He's got cleanse.
Not a bad
He's got
play.
cleanse, so
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
completely useless.
That's exactly what you were saying, though, just moments before. Viper just doesn't care about your Sejuani engage. You've got a Renata Glass. You're not going to catch this Ezreal. Best Ezreal in the LCK, by the way. That's there's no minions there, Viper. It'll take a little bit more than that one.
Yeah.
But Zeka punishes Showmaker because it was such an easy set play for D+. Like, it's so obvious what they're going to do. They're just going to send Showmaker top. Doran isn't TPing. You can see that because he's got the wave stacked over there, and he's like, oh, I'm safe. But Doran is walking up. And this is what happens to King, and again, moments before. This one a little bit less agreed.
Good timing, at least, on the Mega Gnar fading away. Terrible flash.
How he did it. Not sure about that one, but
the all-out interruption was absolutely fantastic there from Doran.
This one is the one that's really rough because you know
Dom was so bored he went offline to watch Deadpool his girlfriend. Dom just a generational LEC hater. I love it.
Get his Nashor's Tooth. He doesn't have it just yet, but it's his first death of the game. 2 kills here for Hanwha. Not even in the team fights yet. You know, we haven't even seen the oppressive pushes yet.
I'm glad Dom took some time off to go to a movie with his girlfriend. That sounds very nice.
Pretty crazy. Peanut goes down to about 50%. As D+ still trying to find some angles here. Daisy getting amongst it. Good handshake there onto Delight, who's taking a lot of damage. Aiming has some really good guns for this moment. Peanut going to get taken down low. Showmaker with the flash. Doesn't actually press the ulti button just yet, as he doesn't even have it available, but Peanut's still so incredibly low. There is an all-out from Doran, though, as King is just going to crush his way out of there, and no one is dead.
Such a good setup for D+ because they had the Emperor's Divide.
Down to about 50%. As D+ still trying to find some angles here. Daisy getting amongst it. Good handshake there onto Delight, who's taking a lot of damage. Aiming has some really good guns for this moment. Peanut going to get taken down low. Showmaker with the flash. Doesn't actually press the ulti button just yet.
Showmaker does. Oh my god, what is. Showmaker thought he had flash, guys. Or thought he had ult. Showmaker thought he had ult here. He thought he had ult. And he was like, oh man.
Doesn't actually press the ulti button just yet, as he doesn't even have it available. But Peanut.
Oh my god, poor Showmaker. His ult was just coming off cooldown.
His way out of there, and no one
it's up now. Oh.
Such a good setup for D+ because they had the Emperor's Divide set up that they could use defensively. Viper.
There is the Emperor's Divide. He finally uses it into the handshake.
Now he has it.
He's going to be delivered some money.
All right, well, that's a huge win here for D+. That was such a good setup for D+ because they had Red White, they had Emperor's Divide, they had a really nice front line there. King and
that's all right, turned out okay in the end.
Oh dear. Well, Zeka is going to look for the mini Gnar once again. He's charging up towards the Mega, but he's on about 200 health. And there he goes, not even able to get the Mega Gnar. And solo kill here for Zeka, pulling ahead even further in that metric.
Yeah, Dragon wasn't even up when they had that big scuffle over Vision moments before. And yes, they got the kill onto Viper, but D+ aren't able to turn into a Dragon. It feels like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Look at the brushes, the Ivern brushes you mentioned, the Ocean Soul brushes. This is where you start to see the oppression of this composition, but Lucid's in good position here. Narbar's getting set up by King in, and going in this deep as Delight really...
I mean, it's really weird that their HLE's even here. They should just be covering for Corki to push bot side, but they don't respect the TP possibility from Showmaker at all. I mean, they're lucky to get out.
Expires for aiming, but the damage is done. And then Viper, unfortunately, gets a little bit greedy here. Just goes straight back to mid.
Dude, I love how Viper ease into this, and then just gets shuffled handshake.
When do you E in? What are you going for?
Troll.
Doing a rare miss here from Viper. Using that in Showmaker, it instantly punishes. Ezreal is so critical in this meta. The flash here from Zeka is great also to make sure Kingen can't get his Narbar. It's so critical.
Does K-Corp need to sell their LEC spot? No, they've been getting better.
Well, Doran is, speaking of punishing,
does Rogue need to sell their LEC spot to Team Falcons? Maybe.
Ezreal was a little bit far away in the mid lane. So
K-Corp at least is trying. You know, they're actually trying to develop a fan base. They're trying to improve their roster.
The Bloodthirster both now completed. Bloodthirster, for when they get into some of these red-white fights, aiming is going to be really, really dangerous. But probably wants to get to about 3 items before he's going to be really scary.
The LDR is going to be the critical one to cut through that Cassante health bar. They already have Showmaker on Nashor's 2s plus Leandri's, so Doran is not going to be very tanky. Well, he will be, but he will not last very long against those items, obviously. And yeah,
this is a tank-killing 80 carry, absolutely.
Yeah, the setup here for D+ a little bit rocky.
Yeah, blue buff is just going to be pulled back there by Daisy. Kingen with teleport available. Doesn't quite have a Mega Narbar just yet, but he's going to be getting towards it relatively soon. Aiming just parking himself here in mid. This is what we see our Ezreals do all the time. That is just take control of the K-Ram.
Yeah, I'm just going to shove through so easy. Little back could be.
Yeah. Towards the top side, their avenue towards this Baron is entirely lit up. Bottom side of the map, though,
what a great game to wake up to. I know, I'm having fun with this one so far. A little bit slow, but I was really looking forward to this matchup.
But right now, it is just making sure that, like we say, they don't give D+ that opportunity to head towards Baron. And in fact...
What a great game. Azeroth 02, where are you living?
They're just gonna
How are you waking up right now?
Lucid is currently backing, and Delight is spotted on a ward. I imagine.
What time is it? Like, where in the world would you be waking up right now? Australia, maybe? There you go, Australia. It's probably Australia. Indonesia. There we go. All right, there we go.
It's just highway robbery here for Harmalife Esports, and they're thinking that maybe they'll look for a fight as well as Viper. That Mystic Shot somehow weaving through and connecting onto aiming, and very looking lost.
Yeah, very short arcane shift to get him into that exact trajectory he was looking for there to hit aiming. Very clean. Aiming will be able to take out the Sundis turret in return, but D+ did not have any close wards. They knew that it was likely happening. They didn't have full vision, and they didn't have great ways to teleport both of their solo laners who were very far away. So very awkwardly do teleport them in.
Pretty good control game here by Hanwha Life when it comes to objectives. And oh, nice engage. Very nice flash Q into Showmaker.
Has to go golden. Hostile takeover is good defensively, but the big one is massive. Bailout. Oh no, Showmaker, can he actually get a kill? Here's the question. He throws down the ulti. Doran's flashing over the wall and aiming. Nowhere for him to go. Smashed back with a third Q.
Really good engage there by Delight. Delight has been such a great engage support, honestly. It's the end of the game. Surprised it was so dominant from Hanwha.
Around D+ in this first one.
They really did. It was just an out mind game in the draft, and then it was an outplay on the Rift. Really beautifully done here for Harmalife Esports. We are going to go to a short break. When we get here is the question that I have. Because of course they want to.
Okay, we're sticking with the Lucid bans of Lee Sin and Vi. They're gonna. Oh wow, they gave Kingen Rumble.
Its name is Cassante.
It's Rise.
It's not Cassante.
It's Rise. Let's go top lane Rise, Doran. Have you learned the power of Keen?
Yeah. Away from aiming is a decent one. Peanut, of course, feels a lot more solid.
Zeri and Sejuani. So we're taking that away from aiming. So aiming's gonna have to. He didn't really seem to care about playing the Aphelios last game. Taking away the Poppy jungle.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Showmaker LeBlanc. All right, LeBlanc, not too much played in the LCK, but definitely a Showmaker special.
Yone, okay, this is getting weird. Playing the Yone into the LeBlanc is a little bit uncomfortable often for the Yone, especially with the electrocute power on this patch. It's really easy to trade away.
We're just going to pick Cassante. Our grand plan was to give away Rumble and pick Cassante. Just pick Rise, you coward.
The Yone kind of always has to go back.
I don't know.
Guess we're just going to protect the Zeri in this composition.
1v1 in that particular matchup.
But I mean, they can still take Nautilus here.
Last time around,
you can ban both the Azir and the Yone here, and it feels really strong. I think they and Lulu also another consideration.
Yeah, the Lulu is an extremely good ban here because of the burst from LeBlanc
some crazy stuff
and the synergy with Zeri, so you can counteract a lot of that. If LeBlanc comes in, you can poly.
This an actual tank.
Yeah, he's not building MR.
Yeah. So
oh, Kaisa. All right, so we get the Kaisa counter pick into the Zeri, and ooh.
Poppy is also an option.
Wow, really? Interesting.
That is just Wukong for the jungle, and we're going to have a Poppy support.
I mean, I like the Wukong into this area and the Corki as a punish to like really get in the backline. I mean, this is a very cool composition from D+. This is like a backline assassination composition, right? Because you have Equalizer coming over the top. You can get rid of the front line with Poppy. Kaisa ults into the backline. Wukong ults in the backline. LeBlanc flanks to get into the backline. Poppy support here. So it's going to be pretty hard, especially because what are they going to pick from support at this point in time?
Also, weirdly good matchup.
The thing about the Poppy that's good here that I think is probably understated is that, remember last time they banned Alistar and Leona in the second rotation. And Delight has been very good on these champions. The Poppy is going to discourage you from playing engaged supports, which means that it fucks with Delight because he's been playing mostly engaged supports. The Janna actually is low-key very good here. No!
So never mind. Delight going to bring that one out. They do have a bit of engage with the
What the fuck is the Braum for? Play Janna, you cowards.
When it comes to being able to start fights.
The Rumble here in the top side of the map is going to have a really strong matchup into the Cassante.
The Janna actually flash from Delight there is really good into the backline dive. I am actually quite surprised they don't want to take the Janna. The Janna feels super good here.
Viper is going. It's actually quite dangerous. So even if they
I don't know, guys. I like the Janna.
He's been picked a lot historically when Wukong was very strong.
Yeah.
Back in the Sylvie era. But we'll see how this strap plays out for D+, because it feels...
Promise for level 1 prio, I mean, sure. But I just really like the fact that Janna could have been played here, and it eliminates a lot of the problems you have. I'm excited to see Lucid's Wukong, though. Lucid wasn't playing pro in a Wukong meta previously. And Wukong has been picked, like, especially over in the LPL at times. It is like a fringe meta pickup.
Sticking around in this Tribrush. But we'll see whether this does confirm some sort of lane swap situation, and that is going to be happening.
Yes.
Zeri and the Braum up here, alongside Doran, who's now just going to be...
All right, it's not even Hail of Blades Poppy. Interesting. It's Aftershock Poppy.
Around to see who was hanging out here. And I think... I
don't know if I've seen an Aftershock Poppy support in pro play.
He doesn't necessarily 100% know, but never mind, he does.
Yeah, I think they're starting to really suss this out, and with no Braum pressure in the jungle either, does seem pretty likely that's going to be the case. Kingen sticks around. They're going to push bottom side. Demolish, not on the Poppy here, but on the Braum. Demolish, not on the Poppy here, but on the Braum. So that's going to help them, you know, win out against, or at least try to even out against the lane swap protection.
Yeah, Kingen just going to be annoying some of the jungle camps as he moves towards mid lane, and Lucid moves on over to discover that there is no Sejuani on this blue buff. And so we'll at least now get confirmation that Peanut is in this area. So we've got a bit of a 2v2 in mid lane with Zeka.
I'm still in Korea, yes.
Being the ones to defend as this shove does come in. This time around,
I'll be in Korea for another year, maybe.
Has control of the lane.
Yes, and Lucid is already putting the pressure on. He's taking
pretty chill being here right now, guys.
He's trying to get some advantages here and may be able to take some of Peanut's jungle away, deny him from crossing. As Braum is losing a lot at the moment.
Yeah,
well, that's okay because he also won a lot. He just lost a lot in a row, so I think he's still very strong. I wouldn't read too much into that.
Yeah, I think Braum angles something that some teams.
Are you building a house in the States or just staying in Korea to chill?
I don't know whether this
I
is the best one.
sold my house in LA finally, and I'm just staying in Korea because it's super cheap for me to live here, and trying to get my kid fluent in Korean and just enjoying it, you know.
Outside of having a very strong level 1.
And then I'll buy a house in Denver eventually.
Like you were talking about previously.
Yeah, I think it's
but I'm not really in a rush to get back. Like things are pretty chill here.
We'll be able to grab this plate as well. And yes, plates are going down bottom side here, but D+ are kind of.
No, I'm not super interested in going back and purchasing a house in this and with the mortgage interest rate the way it is right now. So, you know what I mean, guys? Like, what's the point? I mean, I can refinance later, sure, but it's like,
they drop the ward down too late. He shows up, and
my wife wants us to move to the Bay Area. That's a lull from me. I mean, the Bay Area is beautiful. I've lived in Northern California, but like, what the fuck, man? Like, why?
Poppy gets...
How much of a profit did you sell your LA house for? I'll give you a percentage. I bought my house in 2019, and it increased in value by 25% over from 2019 until now. So it was very good. It was a very good investment.
And, Lucid was able...
How much is it to rent in Korea? So there's two systems of rental in Korea. One of them is called Wolse, which is like traditional rent where you just pay rent every month. One of them is called Junse, where you put down a large deposit, and then that deposit is returned to you. So like, it depends on where you're living. It could be like, $100,000, could be $500,000, could be $1 million. And with that deposit, you get it all back, but you don't pay rent, and the landlord uses that money for investment. And so your rent is basically the return on that lump sum deposit. So the answer is $0 because I'm on the lump sum deposit.
Able to take some
so that's why I'm just chilling, man, because like everything is so cheap here, and like I'm not really paying rent at the moment.
Yeah, Peanut just going to walk past Showmaker.
Like obviously you don't get to use that money for your own investment.
The enemy Raptor camp, not actually back.
But like right now, I have a 1,200 square foot 4-bedroom like new apartment in Incheon, which is outside of Seoul. So I live in the suburbs, man. But and I pay $0 in rent, so like I'm not really in a hurry to go anywhere.
And I think that
he's really dominating these early games.
We've seen some of Peanut's mechanical mishaps. Some of his missing his Sejuani ults and stuff like that. But when it comes to early pathing, I mean, the only person who's really close to him is Canyon, right? And
yeah,
Canyon, you could argue, is
how common is that second option? It's actually the more common option. It's the lump deposit is more common than actual rent in Korea. Just bought real estate in pretty prime Brooklyn. Where in Brooklyn, Wonder Walrus? I used to live in Brooklyn. I lived on South 4th Street in South Williamsburg, right by the Marcy JMZ.
With his early pathing, use of pressure on the map, and this Rumble will still win the lane after we swap back, and that's still going to be...
Utilities are cheap. Everything's cheap. Food's cheap. Did I grow up in New York? No, I went to college in New York.
Yeah, the way that Hammer being...
And then I lived in New York City after college. Prospect Heights, yeah. I imagine you spent it pretty petty.
And let's see what can actually happen here as Kellen looking for a bit of an angle. Viper taking a bit of damage, and Lucid was skulking around, but isn't actually able to find an avenue in.
So 2 games in a row, Doran gets the lane swap, avoids the early levels, will try to stabilize, and they get...
All right, so D+ does get some advantages,
aiming, right? In this lane swap,
out of these lane swap scenarios, just a little bit, but they actually kind of balance out when it comes to plates in this one. Oh, nice!
He's going to push Delight into the wall here, as Steadfast Presence means that no stand behind Braum is going to be possible.
Still getting the Dragon as well, Atlas, all while this is happening, and this is just Viper setting up domination.
Are you old enough to have gone to CBGB? No, I never went to CBGB. But I did go to Hogs and Heifers before it closed.
Not when Viper can actually just 1v2
that was a good time.
About this underlevel Poppy, and that's just straight up a Dragon.
Yeah. Doran now up here towards the top side is still losing out like you were talking about, but I imagine that especially after game number 1 where things went a whole lot better than expected, for Humble Life Esports, he's going to be filled with confidence. Lucy's going to come on over and answer with some grubs. We'll see whether there is going to be any response. But with the fact that mid lane is still under control by D+, it is going to be a possibility here as Delight going to get pushed into the turret, but Kellen is Poppy. So
Hogs and Heifers in New York was it was basically the real Coyote Ugly, guys. It was a lot of fun.
Delight, but Lucid in return will get these grubs.
Yep.
And this is significant, obviously, for what it can mean later on when you get control or the LeBlanc is hard to deal with in the side. Remember, Rumble's Q is nerfed on this patch. So
yeah, I was about to say,
Lucid almost 6. That's going to be pretty huge. So the Wukong's kind of, nothing's happened in this game, and the Wukong's coming online. So this is really good for Wukong that he's not like abused in the early game. Now he's just going to be giga powerful for the rest of the game, basically.
That's
Like
why he
the
doesn't
problems
have
with
as much
Wukong is
ability
really
as he
like
would have
his clear
otherwise.
speed,
But
his
Decisive
dependence
will be
on
something we'll be
6, his
talking
kind
about
of
in 20
shitty
minutes'
ganks
time,
pre
you know, when we
6
get to the late game, when we
because
get
he
to
doesn't
the
really have any
rotating and have to
built-in crowd
rotate over
control.
and can outspeed him.
But you know the laning phase has been pretty nicely survived by D+ here without a lot of jungle assistance.
Stacked up there as Equalizer just to clear out the wave.
And he doesn't have teleport, so this is pretty frustrating. Not going to be a huge wave to crash in or anything like that. He's actually even going to stay.
Yeah, the cannon doesn't actually get taken down.
And you love to see these roams from Delight because Viper is still fine down here. He's got the all-in angle.
Yeah, he is actually going to look for it. Does press the ultimate button as there's a killer instinct from aiming.
Nice, nice. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, he's dead. Not. Oh, super nice play by D+ here.
Crash in or anything like that. He's actually even going to stay.
Yeah, the cannon doesn't actually get taken down.
So they're picking out Braum on the top side because he gets seen on the pink board. And, like, I don't know why Viper is going in here. That is super questionable.
Yeah, he's actually going to look for it. Does press the ultimate button.
And now, look at the call on this play, though, from DK's bot lane. So they see him go, and they know Braum is top side because they see him on a pink ward. Poppy's here. Poppy's trying to clear this ward, but then the call is, like, we go all in immediately. So Kellen immediately abandons attacking the pink ward. They both, like, commit flash to this play. Viper dies. Viper, mistake, though, going forward.
Will fall. It's a 1-for-1, but first blood over to aiming.
And I think Viper was not really expecting he's going
to lose the wave, too.
There, but wanted to actually chunk aiming's health down and then be able to back off to the turret because he knows his support is, of course, away. It wasn't down there just yet, but ends up trading the kill back with a really nice extendo beam there.
My family's pretty young, so I expected ROA, but in the Brooklyn real estate, but emptying savings straight into burning close to 5 digits in housing costs monthly. Yeah, dude, my mortgage in LA was like $6K, and I had a 3.25% interest rate. If I had like literally, guys, at the current mortgage interest rates,
and so that means some respite.
I would not have been able to afford my house in LA.
Yeah,
to go over as well.
Somewhat extra money. They also deny a bunch of right? Like,
but I can buy a house that was cheaper than my house in LA.
And I don't think D+ really minds if
and 3 times the size for less money. So that's why I'm leaving.
Cleanse, like you were saying, but it doesn't actually matter in the grand scheme of things. Aiming is the one there to pick up the experience.
Exactly.
Oh.
Not too happy that he died.
Bummer that he died. It's all right, though. Still a good play.
In that situation. He had to flash in and use his charge, so there's really nothing he can do. He can't flash away. Like, he's just maybe if he sidesteps the extendo beam, which is quite tough to do in that situation.
The response was very cute, though, from Kellen, so there's at least that.
Obviously, my monthly payment, like, wasn't just, it was, you know, it was escrow on my property taxes as well, and house insurance, so all of that was rolled into the price I was paying, but still quite expensive. Fuck LA, man. It's not like I had a crazy house, guys. I had a 3-bedroom, 1,800 square foot house.
I do think
and it wasn't in like fucking, you know, West Hollywood or Beverly Hills or anything. I was living in like a normal ass neighborhood.
I don't know if there will be any reason for Kellen to be worried about that, or you know,
he's got Hex Flash.
He has Hex Flash, so he still has some engage opportunity himself. But it is frustrating, nonetheless, especially if you consider the rest of the game state. Like, Viper is still getting money. He got the money from the kill. He was the one who got that. When the light wasn't there, he gets a kill. He gets more plate gold. And this Kaisa lead is very slight.
Does Viper finally have a team? Not sure I'm an HLE believer. I mean, Peanut's really good domestically, guys. I mean, think about how good Peanut has been over the last few years on Gen G domestically. I mean, he's a very intelligent jungler. He sets up his team for success. Doran, isn't great, but he is pretty clutch. Not right now. I say that right as Peanut and Doran just like giga int this dive. Of course. Beautiful. Look at the equalizer, though, guys. Beautiful equalizer, because Kingen actually anticipates the all-out of him on the tower, so he hits him on both sides. Like, look at this. He anticipates the all-out on the tower, so look at the angle that he puts the equalizer down on. So it actually here gets Doran.
Find the glacial prison. Kingen just looking to try and get himself out of here. Does have the
on both sides. This is such a good equalizer. That's like an insanely smart equalizer. It's very impressive Kingen was able to do that with no flash against 2 full HP, because, I mean, the part of it is Doran isn't there at first, and Peanut starts tanking turret before Doran gets there, so he can't actually contribute as much to this fight. But really, it's just the equalizer angle that's so crazy. Wow, King played that very well. You definitely can't just compliment you can't compliment Peanut and Doran without them egregiously inting. Those are the rules.
Because Lucid knows Peanut was topside, he's dead, and they can zone Viper out of experience. So in one fell swoop, Kingen turns this game on its head. The equalizer placement there, just fantastic.
Yeah, I agree with Wolf. Equalizer was so good, anticipating the all-out.
If they get that kill, it's so huge for them. But if the Rumble gets 2 kills and Viper is zoned out of
That's
CS,
my world's
and
MVP. Shout out
it's a
Kingen.
disaster, and this is D+ going from strength to strength in this one. They had a slight lead, but it's pretty massive now.
Yeah. And I just love it. Like, they adjust, they move towards one of the compositions that actually works for them as, okay, aiming, looking for an angle here. Extender beam doesn't really do too much. The door is going to say no, though. And Delight just going to be able to walk out of there. He was on fire, but isn't going to die just yet.
And this is not even like, the frustrating part about this, too, for Doran has got to be that in game 1, you know, you staved off the pressure.
The coordination wasn't very good, though. They weren't there on the dive at the same time. Peanut started tanking super early. Wait, how did Doran actually get aggro? Because Peanut pulls aggro here, and then he leaves turret radius, which gives Doran, he should not have done that.
Perfect, right? But if you're Doran in this game, as he is going to be able to get it with the harpoon, if you're doing this game, you're like, we actually staved off the pressure, but then we got too greedy.
Great turnaround from Kingen, though. Really good read.
We got outplayed, and now this Cassante is
bot lane do be going crazy, though, for aiming.
But, you know, we scale up. We've got the Zera, we've got the front
Yeah,
line,
Peanut actively drops aggro. That's what I'm saying. He takes the first tower shot and then pulls off. He should have definitely held tower aggro there. I agree with that.
Connects a couple of chains. And Peanut able to get himself.
But also, I mean, the coordination wasn't there either. Like, Doran was not there at the same time when the Glacial Prison hit. There are a lot of issues, but still very good play by Kingen. And the ult was crazy good.
He's now going to be able to move himself in there. So 6 grubs to go over to D+ as well.
Yeah. Viper, you know, here in this game, he picked up a Shiv. He will be able to continue to farm, but it is, okay, Delight also in a bit of an unfortunate situation. He is going to be able to farm pretty freely here because LeBlanc will go to.
Do you see the story about Double Lift told about how he got into an argument about locking his house? I don't know what you're trying to say. No, I don't know. I haven't seen that.
And then you just can't farm freely because.
Do you think the old Griffin roster would be better than this year's Gen G roster? I know, dude. It's like, it's such an interesting thing to talk about. Probably not because of Doran's sword top lane, but it would be a very good team still.
There's no Trinity Force yet for Zeka. He's still stacking up that tier. No Cull this time around in this game. Showmaker, in this moment, is so much more powerful.
Absolutely. And you can see it, well, when he hits his...
Yeah, if he hits the chain, then yeah, just have to hold up 1 second while we wait for that to be back.
Pretty easy to itemize.
Do you think Kog'Maw needs a rework? He seems really outclassed. I mean, in the world of high mobility, I think it's hard to play Kog'Maw. I think, you know, Kog'Maw is still a fringe pick. I mean, if you think about it, probably half the champions in the game need a rework. So I don't know if I would limit that to Kog'Maw.
So looking for, you know, an inspired build.
Like, there are probably legit 70 to 80 champions that need a rework.
We'll see what he does, but yeah, I think the poke is going to be more relevant if it's an even game state for that third item. When you're this far ahead.
Did you see Chovy played Draven mid? I mean, I saw he's been doing that in solo queue. He's playing Draven Sivir mid.
Cassante that isn't able to itemize very much armor. Yep. He's playing into Rumble, so we'll see what he opts into.
Skarner play rate is lower than before his rework right now. I was
oh my goodness, yeah. Showmaker as well.
When I was back in NA before they dropped Vanguard, or before they put Vanguard out, I was playing a little bit in NA solo queue, and I had something like a 70+% win rate on fucking Skarner. He was like big broken at the time, so they nerfed him a lot though. Oh, super good play by Kellen.
You're going home.
I love the concept of how D+ set this up to this. Leave the LeBlanc in the lane, knowing Viper's like, okay, it's time for me to farm mid. I've got my Shiv. And he's like, no, I'm going to push you out of the lane. Aiming still.
Do you think they need to stop giving champs mobility? No, you have to keep giving champs mobility at this point because the entire game is mobility creep. So, like, you can't stop giving champs mobility because otherwise they're not going to be viable.
He's going to get this turret bottom side. Viper trying to trade something back here, but he is so vulnerable, and he's keeping this turret alive. But
his kit is so bad without his numbers being wacko high. He has Clunk City. Yeah, he is very clunky to play. I think like the kit itself was too ambitious for the engine they have, because like before they buffed him a lot when he was just released, like using his Q felt fucking horrible. Like they need to smooth out the way you use his Q.
There's the flash. The heroic charge, and Aiming is going to be able to put this Corki down. Delight puts up the door. Aiming says, all right, not going to fight you. But
like his ult feels weird to use. Like all of his kit just like feels bad.
Is that, oh, never mind. Viper is just in so much trouble.
Oh man, I love watching Poppy play.
Lane.
As he charges audaciously. Oh, plucking him out of midair. Beautiful. Oh, he stops the Braum engage too. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Dude, he stops Braum from hopping to him. I'm mad that the Singaporean chili crab dip I made for a party, almost no one ate it. I'd eat it. That sounds good. Singaporean chili crab is banger, man.
Just to try and get another charge. He will be able to get it. Warrior Trickster to try and get him out of there, but the Winter's Bite will connect. The Christmas trees come up. There's a Cyclone.
Okay, he's still got another one.
Stunned up. Some chains are going to connect here as now.
Oh my god, Kellen just flat. Kellen is such a boss this game. Flashes in, stops the engage, then charges Sejuani. Well, Kellen is fucking playing out of his mind on this Poppy. Oh my god, Kellen, dude, he's popping off. Kleos moment? Sure. Kleos to Kellen. Oh, glory to Kellen.
Gonna be able to pick up another kill. There's a Cyclone as Lucid going to get stunned up. Some chains are going to connect here. Get it, Warrior Trickster to try and get him out of there, but the Winter's Bite will connect. The Christmas trees come up. There's a Cyclone as Lucid,
I mean, they do blow everything trying to kill this Wukong, though.
going to get stunned up. Some chains are going
you
to
know,
connect here.
Kellen, though, flash, W on Cassante, then just charge Sejuani in the wall. Beautiful. Aiming also just kiting super nicely. Then he's got ults. Goodbye. Dude, I loved watching Mickey X's fucking Halo Blades Poppy. That was so fun to watch them SI. I'm just a Poppy enthusiast, guys.
Aiming is just so fed he can kill the Corki in the side lane here with, of course, help of his support. But he's only a level down on Zeka, right? And look at this setup. I mean, Corki is not online just yet. The Kaisa is so huge in this game. They end up getting this pick. And then Showmaker's like, I've got a Herald here. And now that turn of safety I was talking about, it's gone. And Viper is gone with it. Now Showmaker flashes and doesn't get the kill here, so we know he's building a
yeah. That feels bad for Showmaker. It was a zoning flash till you get the second Herald charge, guys. Don't worry.
Setup here for D+. And then Hanwha Life really want to punish this Wukong, but it turns out he has Cyclone, and he is going to be able to self-heal pretty well, and this sets up just enough time for Aiming to rotate over here. This Kaisa is so flash
as well from Kellen.
Yeah, Hex Flash from Kellen is huge there.
Making sure that all the information is denied from Hanwha Life Esports, and I have to say, like, Kellen has just been studying Mickey X and like the stuff that he was doing on the international stage prior. And this is looking like a bit of a masterclass here from the man with a,
you say 70 to 80 champions need to rework. I say you rework the 20 to 30 champions with crazy mobility. Look, man, unfortunately, we're not going to turn back the clock and go back to when the game had lower mobility and like longer team fights, which I really enjoyed. It's all about high mobility burst now to appease the Zoomers. They've Zoomerfied League of Legends, and us boomers are angry in our lawn chairs, yelling at the kids.
I'm going to kill the champions, I'm going to kill the turret, I'm going to take all the money.
Remember, if he gets another one, he is the Gold King for 2024, by the way. As Viper, he's probably not, as he's going to have to get out of here as best he can. Kellen's coming on over. Oh, the buckler to the back of the noggin, but he is going to be King for 2024.
That's where you miss. That's where you miss. Here's a fact, guys. Here's a fact. You ready for facts? Poppy facts with Monty. If he had completed Dead Man's Plate, that might actually kill Viper. If he had Dead Man's Plate, that might kill Viper. Hilarious. I miss Divine Sunderer. I miss Divine Sunderer Poppy with Dead Man's Plate, because you could just cue the ground and then chuck a buckler at somebody and it does like a gazillion damage.
noggin, but he is going to be okay for the moment. Kingen wants to find, he's just, okay, almost survives as the keeper's verdict comes in. The rest of D+ making their way over. Killer Instinct gets
Dude, Wukong's so good when he comes online like this.
That's a great knock-up, so never mind. It is just a 1-for-1 in the end.
What a fantastic game here from D+. They're pushing their advantage so incredibly well with the dive composition that they
I wish
have.
that Poppy had already
And
finished
blame
Deadman's
Kingen for
plate.
that
Maybe
one
that's a kill.
because you're able to follow up so well as D+. Even if he dies there, which he did, the follow-up is going to be there. As look at the damage in this game. Like, okay, Gold King be damned. Showmaker says, I'm the damage king.
Yeah, he is the damage king.
Horizon focus already. As we go back to this, I mean, you can see it on display. Showmaker double.
Staying alive is so difficult in this scenario.
There, Viper very, very low. Kellen
Yep.
not quite able to
Kellen gets that kill if he has Deadman's plate. Oh, damn it!
Set up for this, but unfortunately he's caught by Peanut. There isn't any follow-up just yet. Showmaker already used
King and
it,
Ints.
so can't actually come over here very quickly, but he still shows up.
Yep. We're going to have a look at this fight.
The thing is, you can't side lane versus this little. Oh, he got the cannon minion on the second chain. Woo!
Can't actually come over here very quickly, but he still shows up.
Yep. We're going to have a look at this fight.
I guess it's the first chain.
Okay,
Oh,
actually
buddy.
Not able to be killed, but Showmaker gets back to the distortion and will survive.
Feels bad, man.
At least, you know, just
Do you
barely.
wish you could
Only
still
40
cast
health
LCK?
remaining, as aiming is just going to
It's a weird question. Like, in isolation, if I could just cast LCK and not have to deal with Riot's bullshit, and co-streaming didn't exist that was taking all the viewership away, and I could actually make money doing it, and there was career growth, sure. The reality of the situation, though, is that LCK casting is a giga dead-end job, where you have no negotiating power for your rate, and you are the background noise to co-streamers. So no is the answer. Like,
what we were saying in the setup, like it's the team that's the most easy to analyze. You just look at the draft. You're like, is this the D+ win draw? And
are you on Riot's turbo shit list anyway? Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I'm blacklisted.
Yeah, Showmaker gets the electrocute proc here, and Viper actually dashes
Which
out of his
is
chain,
fine,
loses
because
as
I don't want to
well.
work for them anyway, so works out.
The end, that final Q going to come through. And this is, yeah, he just
just the
get
old
hit
face
by a
check.
Void Seeker. He just walked in. Yeah, unfortunate.
I think he did get hit by a Void Seeker, but it didn't have anything to do with how
it wasn't a snipe. Yeah, it wasn't like he got caught by it. He,
I just wanted to give myself a bit of a technically right for that one, but
Baron,
not what I was thinking happened.
Guys are gonna melt this Baron.
Showmaker's holding the door. He may get punished.
Yeah, Glacier Prison going to come down. Keeper's verdict is that Peanut is not allowed in here, but Showmaker might be taken down. He's trying to distort his way out of there.
Sorry, it doesn't matter if
He's
Showmaker
able to
does.
help take him down, but the Baron is the trade. And I think that if you were going to check the, you know, the receipts at the end, that's probably working out for D+.
Yeah, well, Showmaker's died now, so surely...
Co-streaming is great for shady companies that want to pretend their stream viewership is moving in the right direction. Exactly. Yes, that is what it's for.
Like, Showmaker, don't let me down.
You know, it's like, it's very simple, guys. It's very simple. Here's a question for you. If co-streaming was so great and Riot believed it, why did they restrict co-streaming for years? Years. Especially on LEC, they just like wouldn't allow it for many years.
He is going to get punished here, but...
So no one at Riot has ever explained why co-streaming was bad and now it's good.
I don't want to say he almost gets out there, but he certainly buys plenty of time. As over here,
all right, some bounty gold going on over to Humble Life Esports, as that means that the Baron power play is going to be negative, but that might be changing pretty soon as Showmaker's teleported in.
Aiming's fucking popping off. I mean, this dive composition is just ripping Humble apart. They're playing it really well.
Now with a 5v4 scenario, should be able to amplify their Baron power play relatively well.
Yeah, he, that's also a negative, let's say. Negative Baron power play going back to the positive. And Doran dying there, we'll say it's a negative for Humble Life. We're still looking at the receipts, you know, we're still doing some accounting on this game as...
Man, like, Showmaker's...
I stopped watching League after Season 8 and only got back into it because I started watching Dom's content on YouTube and started watching his co-stream, so it's weird. I probably wouldn't be watching it all if not for a co-streamer. But the question comes from, what is your value as a viewer? Scuffles Rat. Like, yes, it's a raw number, but here's a serious question for you, Scuffles Rat. Have you ever bought a product because it was advertised on Riot's esports channel? Like, one of their sponsors, have you bought a product from a league of, like an LCS or LEC or LPL sponsor partially because It was advertised. And the second question is, have you bought any kind of team merchandise since that period? Scuffles Ret. Because like you coming back, I think is actually just irrelevant to the business. So if you're saying I came back to watching esports, like the number is good, but the question is, what is the real value of you coming back? Because they're selling your number to sponsors, but if you're not actually buying, then it's fucking nothing. You know what I mean? They're not monetizing you with programmatic advertising, so like Twitch ads on the mainstream. All that's going to Dom, which is great for Dom. But and if like maybe you bought from Dom's sponsors or LFN sponsors from the show, you know, the stuff that I sell. But the question is, have you bought from a official Riot sponsor? Because I assume you're not playing the game. So are you buying skins? Are you buying RP? I got McDonald's because of LFN. Look, we know our audience converts. I have the numbers, guys. They're fucking crazy. So that's my point, is like, what real value are co-streamers generating? I don't know the answer to that. I suspect it's very low.
We're going to go into this team fight. Delight is going to get taken down pretty quickly here. Showmaker just needs another couple of spells, but never mind. Delight will survive. And, oh, no. Void Seeker is actually going to be the thing that kills him this time. Justice for Atlas wanting to know how people die this game, because there's just so much Atlas.
Yeah, only to the sponsors of the co-streamers, exactly.
Breaking my brain wall.
Because I know you guys buy LFN sponsors. You guys are great at doing that, and thank you very much. But we also are very selective about the sponsors that we take. Like, we try and get stuff that you guys will actually like. And also the other thing is we just have much lower costs. So
you still have all eyes on Showmakers.
Yeah, he's just the main character.
Yeah,
That's just what it is.
It's just so wild. It's such a good point you make about the main character energy. Is you just make it so.
Monty, is your audience one that is likely to spend on Riot products at this point? Yes. Yes. My audience is very wealthy. My audience, LFN's audience, come on, you guys know who you are. You're all fucking programmers watching our shit on a second monitor at work while you make like 200K a year. That's a lot of you guys. You have disposable income. If anything, you guys should be the one paying, like buying RP. I wish. Look, some of you guys aren't, but a lot of you guys are.
Viper just, he can't farm anywhere. That's been a big focal point of this
190K my close, I see.
game. Is Viper's like, I'm farming mid, and Showmaker's like, no, you're not. He's like, I'm farming bottom, and Aiming says, no, you're not. And he's like, I'm trying to get gold. I'm really, I mean, he has more minions.
Point is, a lot of you guys have disposable income because you're older and you generally have white collar jobs.
He's not getting any kills. He's sitting on 2 items right now. Aiming is on 3.5. He has a ton of money, and the burst potential is just so real that Doran, he just doesn't have a prayer. Even though he's Cassante, he's sitting on 2 items, he's got Merc Treads, he just doesn't live very long.
Well, Equalizer is going to deny this push, so Life Esports not going to be able to find this inner turret. As
if I had to guess, I would say LFN's audience is probably a lot wealthier compared to the average LCS esports fan.
Baron power play being so low, there's just not a lot of stuff to kill. They kind of killed it already.
Yeah, suffering from success a little bit here, as Aiming is going to find a Void Seeker. Peanut says top of the morning to you, and then he's going to die. Aiming going to get his 9th.
He's really aiming for the 1,500 kills.
And probably smarter. Yeah, definitely smarter and also much more handsome.
I don't actually know where we're at.
Yeah, he might get that many in this game. If it keeps going the way that it is.
You truly are the Ubermensch of esports viewers.
Success a little bit here, as Aiming is going to find a Void Seeker. Peanut says top of the morning to you, and then he's going to die. Aiming going to get his 9th.
Dude, Aiming's having a pop-off game. It's great.
For the 1,500 kills, you know? I don't actually know where we're at.
Yeah, he might get that many in this game. If it keeps going the way that it is.
Yeah,
200K a year as a programmer, is that median? Oh, dude, my guy, if you are in your 30s or 40s and you're working at a FANG company, you're probably pulling like half a mil. 200K is probably conservative.
It is kind of crazy too. I mean, they didn't get that much gold out of the Baron in terms of structures because they killed so many earlier on with this LeBlanc that with all the turrets gone has free reign to do whatever she wants. And it was a 20-minute Baron. Like, they did it on spawn, essentially. It was like 2010. And so, you know, it's not going to be game-ending. It's not going to be like they walk down and kill the Nexus because we're not at that stage of the game. But the game is, by all means, over. It is done. It is done, if you had any doubts.
And they just have so many answers to everything as well, because from ahead, Poppy is so powerful, right? Like, the enemy team tries to get any sort of vision. Keeper's Verdict can really ruin that if you have control of areas. And then, like, that's not even mentioning face-checking LeBlanc when she's ahead of you is pretty much the death.
Fang dominance is shifting, true, but also, like, they still set the market for top, you know, programmers.
To help lock this one down. Rumble is broken, and Lucid's pretty good. He's now on this Wukong. It's the flavor
Me crying with cucked European salary.
Such a butterfly.
Whatever, guys. You know what I mean.
From those 2 kills that King got early as well, where I mean that's where things really start to be disastrous. But I mean, even outside of that, Showmaker's laning.
But your cucked European salary gives you great social benefits. You know what I mean? Like universal healthcare and clean cities and public transportation.
It really reminds me of that DRX series earlier, where Yehu like goes for that dive under the turret, and from that point on, there's no way into the game at all. It's just one isolated moment. I think you're exactly right. Like, Kingin gets that double kill. Have we seen Humble Life Esports make any positive move on the map since then? I don't think so, really.
I mean, it's just been Viper finally being allowed to farm a little bit as all the turrets are gone, so the minions are closer to him, right? He took the CS advantage. He has farmed, again, significantly more.
You don't have to pay $3K a month for daycare. Holy shit, dude. New York daycare, out of control. I can't imagine. Having lived in New York City, dude, I can't imagine having kids in New York City. That sounds like the true nightmare to me. When I was working at this law firm in New York, you know, basically like one of my bosses was the partner at this boutique law firm I was working at, and she's like an insane litigator, like white collar criminal defendant, like top tier, brilliant. But I mean, she probably pulls $1 to $2 million a year, and that was 12 years ago. And her husband was also a top tier lawyer. And so they were living in New York City, obviously. And they had this crazy, like, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom apartment in Manhattan. But it was their child. They had 3 kids, but their childcare costs must have been astronomical. They literally had just like a fleet of nannies. It was crazy. So they had 3 kids, and they had like 3 different full-time nannies. You know, some for the daytime, some for the evening time, some to like take their kids to their activities. Like, they were probably dropping like $200-300K a year on childcare. Fucking bananas. That's another reason I'm in Korea, guys, because childcare for my 6-month-old is way cheaper. Punjabi Munda! Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub.
From behind, Honorable Life, I mean, this far behind. It's not even just a deficit, it's just a 10,000 gold hole. There's just not much.
At that point, why even have kids if you can't spend time with them? Great question.
That's how League of Legends works. Look at the item diff here.
They're in a void, a gold void, as Doran is not feeling as tanky as he was in the last game, especially against.
But yeah, just watching the fucking like childcare logistics of these super rich people being in New York was wild.
Stop him from just walking down the mid lane and taking down an inhibitor turret. All right, he's just going to chase down Peanut here as well. Nicathian Rain, pretty scary. And the more this plasma stacks up, the more dangerous it gets. As Harpoon, even that.
Ooh, is that a YouTube membership I hear? Trainer West, thank you. Does Monty read the YouTube chat? Yes, just less frequently. Do you think there's an argument the top 4 teams in 2016 were all Korean? Yes. Basically, like pre-late 20-teens, most of the top teams in the world were Korean. Yeah, I do read it. It's just I have a prompter on my camera. I have that Elgato prompter thing, and like that has Twitch chat integrated into it, so it's a lot easier because basically on my main monitor in front of me is the league stream, and then right up here is the Twitch chat on my prompter. So it does take me more time.
A bit scary. As Showmaker diving forward. Oh, Kellen just takes that prison to the noggin, but he's still able to keep them on this equalizer for quite some time. Cyclone comes in, and now Kingen is just flashing for
Aiming just ults into the back line and then gets immediately ulted by Doran, but he has, oh my god, he's got Zonias. What a baller. Dude, the dive is so crazy with this composition. DK playing it so well. Dude, love this move. So he ults in a Cathian Rain, and then he gets ulted by Doran, and then he just fucking, he just fucking goes gold. And the skirmishing and cleanup is crazy for D+'s composition. Really nicely done.
Is flashing away, and Showmaker is searching for Viper, wanting to kill him just one more time in this game. Is definitely a very slippery champion, so that's going to be a tough one. As he
Wonder Walrus.
tag in there with that
So daycare is subsidized. So my 6-month-old just got into daycare here in Korea, and it's in the same apartment complex as me. Really good daycare. One like daycare person to every 3 babies in the 0 to 2 range, and cost is $400 a month. That's another reason why I'm staying in Korea for a bit, guys, because like until I get out of the daycare range, it's just so outrageous to pay for it in the States. And like, by the way, that's expensive for Korea because my wife and I aren't Korean citizens, so we don't get the like free rate.
If they would like to, but they want to get more kills for aiming.
I'm paying the most expensive rate.
On this Kai'Sa, as now they're going to back away because respawns have come in. Okay, let's see what we can actually find here as Lucid's on about 10 health. Burning. There's a Cyclone to try and stop it. His Killer Instinct into the backline, and aiming just kills everyone. It's the triple, and I guess it was a bait.
Susie's not Korean, Susie's American.
I don't know.
13 kills for the Kai'Sa. The Gold King will take out the Nexus, and we're going to a 3rd one.
You best believe he's taking this kill as well, and there it is, 14 in the end of the day, or at the end of this game, and he is not wasting any time.
Really fun game to watch from D+, though. Love the dive comp that they were running.
Here, Lucid's Maokai has gotten how good both of these AD carries are at scaling picks. And
all right, so game 3, we got the Zeri first pick. So Zeri priority on the rise, especially as Ezreal's banned. No Ivern, no Rumble here. They're banning LeBlanc against Showmaker, so Sejuani going to be picked up first.
The question is, what do you get?
Oh, man, I do hate some Renekton.
Exactly what they're
yep, just go ahead, play Jace. Why not? Doran's a huge Jace player. This makes a lot of sense. You get your tank in the jungle. Okay, play Gnar. Whatever. Either's fine. Play GP, you coward. Nope, just going to play Gnar for safety. They want to make sure they have a big front line for Zeri resets. You know, the Jace is great, but with the Ivern ban, probably lowers in priority because you don't have the Jace with the brushes. So might as well just provide some extra front line, especially since you know that D+ has been banning out engage supports. You want to make sure you have plenty of engage because maybe now it opens up options, right? If you have Gnar and Maokai, you can suddenly maybe take the Lulu with the Zeri, which is going to be extremely good. Lulu was banned last time, and they can't ban Ali, Lulu, and Leona at this point, so you're going to get one of them, which feels pretty good.
Now, I think from a
visiting Korea for the first time as an adult next week, any hidden gems you would recommend?
But this is
I mean, Seoul is huge. That's the problem. Like, I would just do the standard stuff, man. Gyeongbokgung, the palace is super cool. Like, going to Namsan is super cool.
As I think some of the bands you're looking at here in the mid lane.
If you are wanting some non-Korean food, you can go to Southside Parlor, which is a bar and restaurant owned by some Texan guys in Gyeongnidan, which is by Namsan Tower, and has won like cocktail awards. It was rated one of the like best 50 bars in Asia. Really good cocktail bar, has like banger fried chicken tacos. Great place.
That's fun, that's interesting, you know, that also synergizes with the Sejuani, like a Kassadin or a Silas, you know, one of these things that just does AP damage.
Yeah,
and
Andrew knows. Hibjib knows. I mean, you're probably not going to come to Korea and like want tacos, but Southside is really good. Very good cocktail bar.
Yeah, going to be taken away.
I think that's a very smart ban, as this will likely be support here, as we just don't know what Zeka's going to play, and it makes the Jace a little bit less pickable here for Zeka. You don't know what the matchup is going to be just yet. Could be punished by Showmaker. Still a tough call, though, to give support counterpick to Delight.
Yeah.
No great angle here.
So this is Southside. It was rated the 37th best bar in the continent of Asia. Was one of South Korea's earliest craft cocktail bars. Yep. It's been around for like, I don't know, almost 10 years now, probably. It is great. Yeah, tacos are banger here. The wings are also banger there.
For D+, this is the red side.
Oh.
They're just going to take the Jace away.
That's really fun, because now the Kai'Sa is very capable of building a whole bunch of magic damage, and so therefore you're not too worried about the damage profile of D+'s composition. Very, very cool here. But Tristana and the Maokai together.
Yeah, Halifax is nice. I lived in Bar Harbor for a summer, and they've got a boat that runs between Bar Harbor and Maine and Halifax. Beautiful during the summertime. Probably garbage to be there during the winter. I wouldn't know, but
To be played mid, that's true.
all right. So we are gonna play Jace potentially in the mid lane.
Played it into Peanut in the past.
Yeah.
So we're opting into Zeka with the Tristana. So we're gonna have an AD matchup in mid. There's the Leona we talked about as an option. It could have been banned out, but instead they went for Alistair Corki. I actually just don't agree with banning the Alistair because Alistair is going to be weak at level 1, and you might force Hanwha to lane swap again.
Rel feels like the only real angle here. If he wants to play the Renata, it's just so risky in this comp. Yeah, it's good into Tristana. Poppy.
Just play with Poppy again. Yes, yes, you cowards. But Poppy actually incredibly good here, guys. Poppy just incredibly good here. The Zeri, Maokai, Gnar, these are literally every champ can be stopped by Poppy W. So the value of Poppy is crazy high. You can actually fight early into it. Like if Zeri's positioned near the wall to try and escape with W, sometimes you can like Hex Flash from a bush and catch her before she can complete her her wall ride animation. So I think this is a really good pick, right? I think it's a really good pick. The problem is like Twisted Advance is blocked by Poppy. No, it's not. Sorry. You're right. Twisted Advance is not blocked by Poppy W. You are correct. Because he is untargetable. Wonderwash, you were at Southside? Fuck yeah, you know. How did you end up there? All right, so Renekton, Jace. So mid lane Jace. AP damage a little bit low, so it'll be a mixed damage Kai'Sa build.
Here. Very good into Leona. And, you know, I thought it was going to be a one-off, but it actually really does suit the composition and is going to be great at objective control later on, too. You have so much zoning with both the Jace and the Kai'Sa poke, and then you have this Keeper's Verdict to then try to get the numbers advantage. They have to play around Narbar, so that can get very tricky.
But also you have to play around Narbar and Steadfast Presence now, because the hop/crush into these fights can just be denied by the Poppy. So these big Nars that Doran has found in the past are going to be so much more difficult to find.
Volatile matchup in the top and mid lanes, though, and this is Peanut's Maokai. And Peanut...
do you have to do a lot of currency conversion living in Korea? Yes. But the won to the dollar is fucking crazy right now. It's so good. So, like, making money in US dollars and living in Korea is, like, completely banger. So, for example, when I lived here the first time, the won to dollar conversion was like $1 is 1,000 won, and right now $1 is almost 1,400 won. So it's like a 40% difference. It is nuts. It makes it even cheaper to live here. When do you cook again? I don't know. We haven't scheduled a time yet. Not this coming week because it's like summer vacation for my kids. So I don't have time. But like my wife has to deal with the kids while I'm like doing work. And I have to deal with the kids as well. But probably week after. Given your experience in learning Korean, what's the best way you recommend someone learn a new language? Immersion. But I mean, even if you spend 10 minutes a day with the apps or like talk to me in Korean. Babbel. Yes, you're right. Babbel, obviously.
Has proven time and
Elephant
time
sponsored
again
Babbel.
Yes, Lucid is a very mechanically skilled
Babbel
player.
doesn't offer
He
Korean
has
though,
great
but it does
passing, he
offer
has
a lot of
great game
languages.
sense, and when he was on D+'s Challengers team, when they had Prio every game and they were crushing, he used that agency well. But Peanut's still a veteran. He's still the stronger jungler player, especially obviously.
Stun him out. I reckon moving into game 3, we'll have to see how it is going to turn out as Lucid just going to face check Peanut here. And Peanut will wander away.
Thing is, it's going to be another one of those games where Renekton's mid to late game value is super low because like Zeri could get over a wall, like they all have escapability, and Leona and Maokai can stun lock the Renekton. So providing Renekton flank value or team fight value is really, really difficult. Like I think you probably need to take Stridebreaker this game.
Is preventing the Gnar into Renekton, but you know we have seen Renektons be able to get some advantage in the lane. It's just the range advantage that's frustrating.
Yep.
And it is going to be the swap. Down goes Kingen.
All right, so that's it's going to be the adjustment here, and of course you can punish a mini Gnar quite effectively.
Yeah, the dives on a
with these
mini
lane
Gnar are
swaps.
really good.
First shock blast goes wide. A little bit unfortunate. We mentioned this yesterday when BDD picked up the Jace mid. Actually had a great game on that one as well, despite the result.
So right now what D+ is doing is they're making sure they're not doing a weak side start.
Well, him and Chovy,
Hanwha is playing. Doran's playing super cautiously because he's like, what is afoot here? I see nobody on this map. They must be lane swapped, and they are.
Suss this out. He's playing super far back. Isn't going to get pushed into any walls. Isn't going to have to start hop. It's going to be completely fine here. We'll lose some CS, of course, as that's what happens in lane swaps. Is you're just not allowed to farm minions.
Yep.
Look at these
So jungle fall on weak side for D+. Like they're going to get the better end of this for sure.
On this pivotal Gnar.
And Kellen only just playing the Poppy in the last game, as you saw there. 1-0 already put together. As D+ with some tempo advantage coming out of this lane swap. As we're having a look at
game win streak.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're setting up for a dive here. This is a really interesting start. So they D+ starts weak side, gets Lucid level 3, and then enters into enemy jungle. So they're trying to triple quadrant Peanut to make his life really miserable because they have a tempo advantage from, you know, knowing the lane swap was coming. So Kellen just going to come in and invade here because they've already zoned the Gnar out. The Gnar is in the mid lane. They're going to try and dive Showmaker. They will fail, but they do get his flash. But the thing is, now he's not going to catch the wall or catch the wave at all in the top side. So Doran going to be on the struggle bus a little bit.
In this area, Lucid now going to be set up.
But it does create pressure where they're able to steal Raptors away and just kill Doran. Kellen popping off on this Poppy, man. He's poppying off. Doran is a dumbass, though. Let's be clear, Doran is a dumbass. He's literally autoing the Peanut, watches him walk into a brush, and he's like, should I walk next to this wall? Yes, I should. And he can't escape.
Oh, the heroic charge is so good. That is first blood going over to Kellen. And now it is a 2 versus 2. Jace is going to be here a little bit late, though, and Zeka gets the roam over. Now Lucid trying to turn it to light. Flashes away, and it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end.
Kill going over to the Tristana here versus going over to the Poppy. Definitely a trade up, even with the first blood.
Fucking shameful play by Doran, honestly.
Winning out on this one in a big way. We saw the teleport.
He does actually get the TP into the top side. So the advantage, though, is via the Clown Fiesta, Doran is able to TP into the big wave. Look at this. Wait, maybe this is a Galaxy Brain play. Guys, maybe this is a Galaxy Brain play. Because death timers are so short, maybe this is genius. So let's think about this. They actually go to get Raptors. So Peanut goes to get Raptors because they're able to pressure mid. They blow Showmaker's flash. He actually resets super quickly in this huge wave. He already does actually have an XP advantage because he hit level 2 first. So he should be up on XP on Renekton. Renekton's already TP'd into the bot side. But it actually makes it so he can reset into this wave.
1-for-1 trade in the end.
Is this a good idea? Knowing that they might be able to get a kill afterwards as well onto Sejuani because they had mid prio.
This one in a big way. We saw the teleport from King and bot side during all of that. Wasn't able to help out or be involved. Didn't want Zeri to get those extra plates. He still gets 2. And HLE, definitely the big winners of this one. They will lose this top side scuttle. But I think that is definitely going to feel like a consolation prize more than anything else here for the side of D+.
The other thing that's really good about this for Hanwha Life is that Viper is still in the bot side farming, whereas there's nobody in top side. So they're just getting more value out of all 3 lanes at the moment.
Kingen will get the stun. Snap decision there from Kellen to guarantee they can blow up that Gnar instantly, because otherwise...
Like, aiming is a level down now. Slow push out for the Gnar on the top side. Yeah, Viper gets 2 plates.
I think,
maybe this was actually just a Galaxy brain play.
Really meant that the health bars were a lot higher than they could have otherwise been in some of these moments. So we'll see whether he does get his eye in as we move further into this game. But still, pretty even game state, all things considered. About 400 gold going to be the resulting advantage for Hanwha Life Esports.
Aiming missed a ton of farm. Obviously, he's going to find himself 10 CS behind. Also, didn't get any plates topside, whereas Viper gets 2.
Yeah, the real winner here is Viper.
Join this fight, right? So Lucid and Kellen either just have to retreat back and probably get caught and die, or they can at least trade a kill onto the Gnar. So that was really well played. Aiming comes down here, and
because you trade like 1 for 1.
Winnable, but Showmaker is just not here.
Yeah, Showmaker can't get there because he's being pressured in and he already had his flash blown.
So ends up being a huge win for HLE, but especially for Viper, weirdly enough, who wasn't involved, ending up grabbing those 2 plates.
Yeah, the Zeri is a lot more on track this time around. We'll see whether Viper is going to have a good game in this one, because he wasn't really allowed to play last time around. Now that a lot of these waves have been picked up, though, D+ are feeling like they are kind of back into it. Showmaker going to push Zeker out. And you've just got a pretty even trade between the Tristana and the Jace.
I think the thing is, Doran should use... The thing that makes me think it wasn't like the Giga Brain play was that Doran used Flash, and where if he was like planning to die to absorb cooldowns, and like they were planning on turning that off of the all-in from D+, like he wouldn't have used Flash, but it's whatever.
This is just going to be a trade. The difference between the Jace and the Corki, or rather Jace, okay, I'm just so scared he's going to actually play. I'll wait on this one as Lucid scares him away. Jace versus Tristana, the health nerf isn't there for the Tristana. It's the changes to her Q, right? Whereas we saw yesterday BDD against Faker's Corki. Corki losing that health really means that you have a lot more all-in potential. You have real kill pressure. He's still a little bit less here in the mid lane in this matchup.
Overturned Reliance. I didn't hear the actual thank you for continuing your sub.
Definitely make it easier for Zeka to play this
I don't think I saw that notification. Sorry about that.
Back here for Showmaker is just a tier in refillable.
Yeah. So not a whole lot of extra power being picked up as Delight roaming a little bit late. They want to actually challenge for these grubs. They are already starting to go down. Kingen with the lane control that he did have hit 6 before Doran was able to get there, because of course he did have his stint in the death chamber earlier on, and will finally hit level 6 now. Peanut coming on over and should be able to steal this. Yeah, it does so with the smite up and available. Delight, Plasma going to get procced, so a fair bit of damage onto the Leona, but she's very tanky. Doran moving down towards the river here as Showmaker starting his back just to make sure that he's here to try and protect Lucid if possible. And he is going to be able to secure it there. We'll be able to take down the Rift Scuttle. So, couple of grubs going on over. We've got a little
wow, guys, we are 18 followers or 17 followers away from 74,000 followers. So you should follow the stream, because as we all know, 74,000 is the most important milestone on Twitch.
We've got a little bit of a fight here towards the bottom side as well. Shield of Daybreak comes in as Viper looking to try and chase after the Poppy. He does so. Can Amy be able to take down the Rift Scuttle? So, couple of grubs going on over.
Aiming hit 6. When you see aiming hit 6, I'm a little bit skeptical of this all-in. He also does stop the Leona E, so now Leona doesn't have E and is actually vulnerable. Oh, aiming here. That's a terrible flash from Viper. Terrible flash from Viper. He knows that, like, Delight has no... Obviously, level 4 has no ult, but he has no E, and he only has Q, and aiming has cleanse up. So not it. Oh, yep. Proc the passive. Beautiful job by D+.
esports fans should be worried.
It's not the first time that we've seen Viper look for the all-in and it backfire here because of Kellen on this Poppy. And, I mean, aiming, there's no barrier for Viper in this situation. The cleanse is
Confidence that Jace pick in the mid. More popular in LPL than it has been in LCK.
And the Kaisa and aiming has the ability to just hold in. Like, you can close that gap. You're not.
I think we'll probably be seeing more of it. Yeah, Viper was probably like the MVP of the league for the last couple weeks, but this is a little rough. It's been a rough best of 3 for him.
He just kites it out really well. Has the flash if he needed to flash for one more auto, but doesn't even need it. So doesn't have to expend that one. Viper's flash now down, and 2 kills go to aiming. Kind of a disaster here for HLE. A big trade back here of gold to D+, putting us back into an advantageous position for them.
Yeah. Relatively even game state, but like you say, I feel like the tempo has switched. Steadfast Presence still proving to be very valuable into this Leona. Just doesn't seem to make these Zenith Blades work. And I just don't think that the good news is going to start for their battle with the Steadfast Presence, right? Like, Nara's going to struggle a whole lot with it as well. We're going to check out this bottom lane play from the perspective of the...
So Q is used right there from Leona. E is stopped. And sure, you get the kill there, but this is like super free, actually.
Focusing on aiming. Delight is just zoned here. Cleanse is fantastic, but I mean, Delight can't do anything here. And then
Aiming had this all mapped out in his head.
Do I have to flash for this? Nope. Just barely enough.
Flash the whole time as well. It's kind of crazy.
It's actually crazy, and that really turns around the bad skirmish that happened topside.
Oh, there's another Steadfast Presence. Not actually there from Kellen. He's going to run away. Does have Lucid in the area. He was starting off this Dragon. And Extendo Beam almost clipping Kellen there as well as he makes his way out. So the Zenith Blade actually...
If everyone's set up there, then you can't make this play happen, but you not only know that they're on Dragon, but then can further deny it as Kellen loses all of his health bar there. So well played.
Yeah, Lucid actually pretty aware of what Peanut's doing here. The ward is good, but isn't actually going to be able to challenge the Maokai. He's just throwing saplings around the jungle. Showmaker going to give Tristana his
left top way. If the kill hadn't gone over, the plated steel caps wouldn't necessarily be ready here for the Dirk that comes out for Showmaker. So we talked about, you got and it is, of course, Tristana who can just hop away with a rocket jump if the Tristana or and we'll see what he can do with size. Lucid.
Yeah, Lucid is going to dive on forward. Does have the ulti. He's going to miss it. The Gnaw does come out as Lucid's going to have to flash, and Doran just wondering.
For Zeka, and we'll see what he can do with size. Lucid.
Yeah, Lucid is going to dive on forward.
Oh, the ult misses. Ah!
And we'll see what he can do with size. Lucid. Yeah.
So Lucid.
Yeah, Lucid is going to dive on forward.
Ah, dude.
The ulti. He's going to miss it. The Gnaw does come out as Lucid's going to have.
If he actually chains the ult into the W from Renekton here, because King in flashes, but he gets Giga greedy, why doesn't he trigger the fucking permafrost?
Start here for Zeka, and we'll see what he can do with size.
Like, the thing is this Gnar should just be stun locked because it's empowered W from Renekton into permafrost into R from Sejuani. So, like, how does Doran get a chance to flash? Like, he should be stun locked in mini forever. You know what I mean? But and the Renekton stacks the permafrost with his W. Watch. So the 3 hits from the W stack up 3 hits of permafrost. Then he autos, and so like press E and then press R. But the E has a travel time, it has a particle, so it comes in late, and they don't stun lock him, so he has a chance to flash, which allows him to get under the turret, which then allows him to bounce on top. Man, that R is bad.
We'll see what he can do with size.
Yeah, Lucid is going to dive on forward.
The R is terrible, by the way. He could have actually stun locked this guy, but instead he misses his R, which allows the bounce to happen, which allows him to hit Mega and ult backwards, and then forces the flash out. That is really badly played by D+. Holy shit.
That was just not exactly what Lucid was looking for there. These Glacial Prisons have been really hard to hit this week.
Yeah, it's kind of just been like every season of the LCK, there's a lot of missed ones. You can see Lucid on the player cam there looking kind of sheepish, feeling frustrated because of
I mean, he could have also, this is like the greed, I think he was trying to save his ults. This is the greediest way you can do this play, because obviously the permafrost stacks aren't going away. The cleanest way to do this play is to R right here, and then E afterwards.
Yeah, Lucid is going to dive on forward, does have the ulti. He's going to miss it. The Gnar does come out as Lucid's going to have to flash, and Doran just wandering his way through. Ah, that was just not exactly what Lucid was looking for.
Doran plays it well, but the fact that he got that flash window allowed him to get Mega Gnar and then live.
Every season of the LCK, there's a lot of missed ones. You can see Lucid on the player cam there looking kind of sheepish, feeling frustrated because if that hits 100%, it's a kill. But you know, Doran, he weathers the storm. He has the flash. He's got his Gnar bar set, and he does survive here. Peanut also coming up, so if they had tried to stick around and try to set up another stacked wave, then would have been disastrous with all that turret damage coming through. I'll watch it again here. Doran's Gnar bar is so close to completion, so they want to chain see him here before he gets up. But the flash comes out, and then this.
If he hits that ult too. I mean, honestly, if he just hits the ult, everything's fine.
And then he has Mega Gnar, and they cannot reach him.
Yeah, and Showmaker is now in trouble as well. Buster Shot's going to come on through, and yeah, the Nature's Grasp, not even necessary. It's just a parade of cats for fun.
It's Kingan's fault, not Empowered W. It wasn't? Yes, it is. That's such a lie.
Watch it again here.
Look, he's got rage. It's Empowered W. Liar. Oh, if he hits the R there, there's no permafrost. Yeah, that's true. The R will... Okay, so the R will burn the permafrost stacks, but he still gets the kill because the R stun duration is long enough.
Try to set up another stacked wave, then would have been disastrous with all that turret damage coming through.
Regardless, guys, regardless, if he R's here after W, come on, he still gets the kill. But really, he should hit the R. He should hit that is really the answer.
This just completely whiffs. I mean, it's just right below his hitbox there, and then he has Mega Gnar, and they cannot reach him.
Yeah, and Showmaker is now in trouble as well. Buster Shot's going to come on through, and yeah, the Nature's Grasp, not even necessary. It's just a parade of cats for fun here from Home Life Esports. And look, fans just...
Grill cam.
It's another day in the office here. It's Peanuts, Maokai. Don't even need to worry about it. This is just what's expected, I guess. As, all right, there's a heroic charge. Great cleanse from Viper. Make sure that he is untouched. Zeka is going to invest the teleport into this one, though.
Yeah, but he already got the kill onto Showmaker. Showmaker has TP, so it will be a little bit awkward here, but it's not going to cost too much for Zeka for this play. Got the cleanse for Viper. Still a great proactive play there from Kellen, trying to find something.
Yep, Doran a little bit frustrated that the wave was actually pulled. Still D+ gonna finally get some free time to take down this dragon.
Very late first dragon here at 12:30. The second one will be hidden to us for now, but Showmaker here just gets caught, fortunately baited into this trade with Zeka. Delight comes up, great flash from Delight. Showmaker attempts to flash, but fortunately is still going to go down here. Really well played. Peanut has the ult here just in case. Right time, right place there. And this Tristana is going to be a big issue. Already has the Bork online now. Is going to be a side lane threat with 4 grubs. You know, could be more worse, but still a huge issue that D+ is going to have to respond to. Is you've got also a Gnar into a Renekton who will be a side lane problem later on too. And it's all coming up HLE in this one so far. Yes, 2 kills on the Kaisa, and we'll see what impact he can make later.
Is this the nerf Trist? Yeah, we're on 14-14.
Fight here for D+ with some of the poke they have to get back into this game, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah, and there's some D+ fans, I could imagine, feeling a little bit anxious, right? Because the eggs are starting to all fall and accumulate into the Gold King, the aiming basket. And I think that one thing that you can guarantee is that he's going to get a bunch of gold. It's just whether or not the 50 gold from the Nexus will actually go to D+. Because sometimes they can find themselves in these awkward scenarios where they haven't found very much map control. They send aiming off to just farm, and then they lose the game. We've seen this many times. In fact, we kind of saw it in game number 1. And this draft, I think, does give them a lot more leniency. However, this Tristana is still doing some Tristana things. You can see Explosive Charge going to help try and take down this outer turret on the bottom side. Plates just falling. And Zeka is going to be a side lane monster.
And Delight's just shadowing.
Ansbach of Iberia. Thank you. Congrats on the sack down, Monty. I didn't do anything. Have you watched the action on YouTube Infamous CLG boot camp? What? No.
But it isn't going to be able to lock anyone down. Still,
do you watch Olympics in Paris? Not yet.
Still fine.
It's still a huge win for Hanwha Life, but really
congrats on the sack down. Yeah, I did literally nothing. Congrats to me, a guy who did nothing.
Totally still fine.
It's still a huge win for Hanwha Life, but Kellen is really making a case as a counter pick to Leona.
Yep, well, there's a Glacial Prison. This one's going to hit, but Delight, he has Eclipsed. It is going to wear off, though, so he's going to die. Aiming collects his third killing spree for the
Is it true Perks is getting paid 1 million by Vitality? I mean, it seems plausible. I have no idea.
Like there's not a whole lot there on
Made
the
a hit
bottom
piece on the CLG
Grab
Korean
Leona
boot
here.
camp.
It's a third kill for Aiming. That's pretty massive.
All right, then.
As you say, there's nothing critical they can get. They're not able to go straight to Herald. Doran has full control of the top side. And Viper is just free farming. This is what he wasn't able to do on this area in game 2 because of the Kai'Sa issue, the LeBlanc issue, and Zeka is...
Oh, look at this. When did this action video come out?
There's no threat. There's no way to
Oh
shut
my
him
God.
down right now. So D+
How long is this thing? 13 minutes. Oh, we'll watch it on stream and I'll debunk all their lies.
Remember in game 1 he tried to do this but failed.
Yeah, Kellen and Delight just hanging out with one another, doing some annoying things, but not a whole lot of damage is up. And
Does top form HLE have a chance to beat Gen G? I mean, sure, they certainly have a chance, but I mean, I still think they're fundamentally like a worse team. Especially because there's not really like it's, you know, as strong as Hanwha Life has been in this meta and in their current form, like Gen G's also good in this meta, so it feels like you need more than that to, I mean, maybe you can pull off an upset, but
he should be able to, after denying a significant amount of farm, just killing these minions, take this turret down. So despite not getting the full turret in mid lane, they are able to trade top and bottom turrets here. But it went over first.
Like, I don't understand why these action, I think I know some of these action guys, like they could just talk to me, you know?
Out of that play, Keeper's Verdict to try and keep Delight interested in this play as Viper does have to flash.
Because I do an interview about it. I don't care. Like, it went badly, but it was like 10 years ago. Whatever.
Able to lock down the Leona now. Zeka is rocket jumping in. Lucid just going to stand his grab of the
beautiful ult by Peanut.
Going to connect almost the last hit with the Glacial Prison. And it is the Winter's Wrath that's able to lock down the Leona now. In this play as Viper does have to flash. Gets himself out of the way of that one. The Shock Blast is going to connect almost the last hit with the Glacial Prison. And it is the Winter's Wrath that's able to lock down the Leona now.
The collapse here is really good from Hanwha.
Lucid just going to stand his grab, and the AoE damage is just gigantic. Kellen
Whoa. Peanut actually dies here. Interesting. I guess he only has Leandri. He's not very tanky yet.
Lucid just going to stand his grab, and the AoE damage is just gigantic.
Tries to go. I thought he was going to get out with the phase rush, but Showmaker actually pulls off a really nice...
Picks up the kill, actually, as King...
It's a nice ult there by Zeka to get King away, but fortunately he goes back in. What a wild fight, 2 for 2. Shock Blast really good by Showmaker, though.
I mean, the fight there is on a nice edge.
Indeed, a ruthless predator, and will be able to take down the Tristana, and somehow the kill goes to Aiming.
The
Aiming is so huge. Holy shit, Showmaker just flashing on top of this Zeri. I mean, they know Zeri has no flash, so... Ooh, beautiful play by Showmaker and Aiming. Damn.
Sets it up, and he's going to knock him down. Doran here, a little bit late to the party, turning up like...
Yeah, I mean, look, this was such on a knife's edge, the way that everything went down. When you've got the commitment there to take out the turret, which looks like, okay, it's going to get punished. Then the overcommitment into the Maokai ultimate with a lack of vision. Almost looks like, okay, well, this is going to be a disaster for D+. They also lose the turret, but then they are able to, in the extended play, turn this one around again. So starts off with, we got to get this turret, and then, uh-oh, we're in a bad spot. Peanut is just going to rotate over, though. And as Showmaker decides he wants to go in after this pick onto Delight, that's when disaster strikes. Zeka's coming down here as well after taking that top side turret, and then this Maokai ultimate helps heal. But unfortunately, there's also a TP, and Kellen actually buys a lot of space here. Lucid gonna end up going extremely low and then go down. But
Nar doesn't TP into a useful spot in this fight, though. The thing is, Doran actually TP's in, but he's not useful whatsoever, and he's just clearing vision.
Oh, this is Showmaker's point of view. I was like, is this Viper's point of view? He's asking for the ult.
Yep, he's just like, make sure that you can ult in, and we'll kill him.
And
good play onto a Viper with no flash.
Very broken up fight, but a lot of
Deus Volt 4307. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub, or not your tier 1 sub. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and like that looked like a winning play for D+, but if you look at the gold at the top of your screen, they were able to take down the outer turret in the mid lane. They were able to take out the top lane outer turret prior to that play as well.
Why do you think they fumbled at EWC, or do you think EWC was a Mickey Mouse turn? I mean, it was a Mickey Mouse tourney. It was an optional tournament, guys, that had no value on the bigger circuit. it was a new patch. They were very cocky going in. And also, you know, the seeding was stupid, right? Like top esports ends up making the final. Like why was it seeded so the Asian teams all played Asian teams and the Western teams all played Western teams? It was a Mickey Mouse tournament, guys. You can tell from that. I think if Gen G plays a Western team and struggles but wins and gets acclimated to the meta and isn't as cocky, they win that tournament.
Does push him towards the wall, but not into it, and Kellen. They weren't able to take down the turret. Doran is really, really dead, but they get the Crocodile as pushing on an inner turret, and you can tell exactly why D+ are trying to defend this. Lucid going to be coming in. The Nature's Grass comes down. Doran is really, really dead, but they get the Crocodile as well. Two top laners, both lying on the ground. Is now
Aiming has no ult, though. He used ult in order to get the kill into Doran, so they can't actually pursue this.
And Kellen looking for an angle. Delight moving forward might be a mistake. There is a heroic charge. Does push him towards the wall, but not into it. And Kellen's going to be punished. That's going to be the kill, and it's in fact Delight that grabs it. Some supportal combat victory.
It's a 2-for-1 here for Hanwha Life.
Also, sorry, cooking stream. Have you done a cooking stream for ramen from scratch? Dude, it takes like 24 hours to make ramen, good ramen broth. You have to boil that shit forever. And like, making ramen noodles without the machinery is super annoying. You know, I mean, I can make it, but it would be an incredibly long process.
Way too deep for this, however. And it is kind of a disaster, but then chasing further down.
I also just don't have the noodle making capacity. I don't even know how to make, like, I don't even know what machinery you need to make ramen noodles at home. Is there like an attachment? Is there an attachment for like a stand mixer?
So bit of an over chase there,
and also like engaging onto
Hold on, I'm looking.
Is not something that we recommend ever, especially like. In a 2v2, you don't engage.
Yeah, I don't have a stand mixer. It would be. Oh, okay, I see.
In this scenario,
if she's by herself,
hell down on top of you.
Yeah, if she's by herself, sure. You know, you kill her eventually. But if she's not, that's a problem.
So you can use a spaghetti cutting attachment. Guys, I would need pasta making equipment that I just don't have in Korea.
And they're gonna go over and take this top turret, Ian Showmaker. So. Well, he gets more gold.
30-hour ramen cooking stream. Look, it wouldn't be very exciting. It's just a lot of like simmering broth. Like ramen's great, guys, but it is like a slow simmered broth to make the really good shit.
And get more kills to hit 1500. You know, maybe.
That's crazy. That's a conspiracy. I'm going to take off the tinfoil hat and go back to the commentary as inner turret is going to fall down, and D+ still find themselves on the back foot.
You know, guys, as I gamify my cooking streams more, one of the things that I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start to divide, like, take the recipes, and I'm going to do the, like, basically I'm going to divide them into, like, the completionist version of it. So I will show you how to do recipes with, like, the slightly hacked versions where it's, like, just the main... It's like the main quest playthrough, and then there'll be a completionist version where you fucking make ramen noodles from scratch. So you can choose the difficulty level. Do you want to do all the side quests of the cooking game, or do you just want to do the main storyline and be done with it?
Especially with Leandre, who's picked up by Peanut, adding a fair bit there as well with the burn.
I also just need to tell everyone that I just realized that it was Viper's on the 15 and not aiming, because he was the one who got the game. Yeah, I said it backwards the whole time, and now I feel really embarrassed. But he's
can't wait to raise a cow and then kill it yourself. Dude, I'm crazy. I might do that.
Is also getting close.
What happened to this playing Star Wars game idea? Oh, it's still there. These things can happen simultaneously, guys. In Monty's ideal world, all the content so here is what I would love to do. And you guys will hate this because you're watching me do a League of Legends analysis stream. I would like to stop doing League of Legends analysis, change my stream into the fucking Star Wars video game marathon / cooking only.
And have that to lean on.
Yeah,
it's totally fine.
It's a lot. It's a lot. We're setting up for Baron here as Hanwha Life. They have the vision cleared out.
For cooking, you've done masala and carnitas. No. I did beef and broccoli and tomato egg one time. I did carnitas and salsa another time. And then the third time I've done, I did the masoor dal and butter chicken. The Star Wars what? the play every game, every Star Wars video game stream.
Behind, I think he's actually ahead.
Would you ever do baking? I'm not a great baker, but sure.
So unfortunately, we don't even have that to lean on.
Yeah,
it's totally fine.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
This game is really fun to watch, though. It's been very nicely back and forth. It's like aiming, hyper carrying. I mean, Showmaker, who had a tough time in lane, is making some good plays right now. Viper's on the struggle street a little bit. Shadows the Empire N64, yes. It was a very good game.
Now, they're not going to start it just yet, but the threat of this keeps so much attention.
I'd watch a lot of you traveling the world with commentary on food. Dude, I have been trying to figure out how to do like crazy travel streams for a while, like expedition travel streams. The problem is that Starlink wasn't advanced enough, but now there's like a Starlink mini. There's a Starlink, there's a tiny Starlink. It's like laptop sized. So I think we're getting close to the point where I could literally like take a yak expedition into the Himalayas and like stream it. We're almost there, guys. With enough solar panels, anything is possible.
And Showmaker, look at all the vision that they have around this Baron pit. Like Showmaker is fighting blind. They are going to.
That's the dream, though. The dream is the really fucking wild travel streams.
Unlikely.
But I want to get like into the middle of fucking nowhere with like a bunch of pack animals and solar cells, solar panels.
And then slowly chip away so that they can ult somebody and kill them with all the money that aiming has. And the fact that he has this
jungles might be difficult because you need Sky to see Starlink.
This is a huge spike for him for neutral objective fight setup.
Yeah, see how this plays out. The upgrade for the Void Seeker is going to be a big one here as he does find another one there. Shock Blast connects onto Viper. Oh man. That was almost no damage at all. But
Monty on the Mongolian Plains episode 1. I would go to Mongolia and just go on horseback. Mongolia is the perfect one because there are no trees.
Now Viper, he does have a Vamp Scepter. Is building towards.
I just get a fucking mule train.
I don't mind the idea. As Showmaker really has started to get his iron, and it's about time as well because if you can land like a few crucial shock blasts, that could just be Baron.
The nice thing about Mongolia is I could also just have I could do a horseback trip, but I could have a support vehicle, like a support 4x4 vehicle, 4-wheel drive vehicle with equipment.
Has the ability to mitigate the follow-up engage, so you really have to be wary of this Maokai ultimate.
Instead of Ron, what about pho or beef noodle soup? Yeah, I could do that. Yep, I could definitely do that.
To mitigate the follow-up engage, so you really have to be wary of this Maokai ultimate.
If I had traditional African food, sure.
That's the most important. Now, I love this. Aiming has so much money. They can actually soul this dragon so quickly while they continue to contest Baron.
Oh, Lucid gonna get caught out of position here. 3 members, but that's a clean flash. That gets him out. Still does mean that Flash has to be burned. Life Esports going to accept that one. Only investing the Ignite and the Solar Flare.
No Maokai ultimate now, though, and that is definitely a potential issue here as D+ just group up real quick, and Kingen does have the TP. This could be the moment
where Uncle
D+
Roger
start to not the Baron, but start to actually control these brushes and look for poke and look for the re-engage here as Hanwha Life struggle to get in. And the Kai'Sa is so big that, you know, if she does get some additional time, if Hanwha Life, you're bluffing, they can actually do the Baron, but it's not going to be an easy start.
Have you drank fresh blood from animals? Once in Kenya with the Maasai.
Here, but the turn, very tricky to execute. They are going to start this up.
Yeah, it's going to go down very, very quickly as well. Aiming has so much DPS with this build as well, as Zeka is going to get tagged. They do back away. Not wanting to trust any sort of 50-50 or anything like that as Doran, he'd moved in as well.
I don't think they have enough control to start it. They have enough to you know, fight in the choke and poke, but to actually start
is this game on aiming? Yes. I mean, he has a strong front line, but the Renekton is going to be...
that poke to land. If they had landed some poke and then they had that choke point set up, then I think absolutely they could start that. They were
this game is, I think, going to be difficult because Kingen's going to get increasingly useless as time goes on. A comedy cooking channel? All right, I'll check it out.
Decision making, it's not happening for this season. It's really not been the case, but in this,
I mean, Viper has been the best ADC in the world the past couple of weeks. He's having a rough series though. This isn't his best series for sure.
Zeka maybe in danger.
Yeah, the Glacial Prison does go wide, but Zeka is jumping the wrong direction.
Doesn't matter. Aiming can just 1v1 him. Passive proc. He's 3 items now.
One because they're moving, aiming to the bottom lane.
Now I can build Zonias, right?
Money very far away from the Baron. But they are able to get their prize. Zeka finally completes his Lord Dom's regard, but he is still with the great down the Baron.
Zeka is on clear, dies, and that's the end of the Tristana there. He's back alive now, be heading topside. There's He's become very tanky.
Do you mind giving your thoughts on why T1 is kind of mad at the moment? I will when I watch the T1 series next game.
Advantage that Hanwha have there.
And there's also the fact that like aiming has so much safety on this Kaiser as well. Like so many times where we're criticizing aiming.
I like the fact that they get some poke in with Jace, and then the aiming can just clean them up with Kai'Sa.
So many things.
Does the Jace do damage in this game? I mean, he has been doing damage.
In a really awful position, right? You can go invisible, you can use a killer instinct, get a big old shield and dash, you've got flash, you've got cleanse. There's lots of things. As Humble Life Esports are just going to say to hell with it and start off this Baron. It is under full information here of D+. They're going to have
this is super dangerous. The poke is so crazy coming in from DK. Yeah, they have to back off.
Man, that was very, very close.
I do think this is a very good strategy to the Baron.
Then there's going to be the dive bombing Space Bane, and she is just going to land on your
Do we get main story and completionist mode, or are we getting speed runs too? Yeah, look, I'm going to gamify all of the cooking content, so yeah, we'll break it up and do different kinds of content. You know, this is why I want to do more cooking streams. Like, for example, you know, we could do ramen week, and we could have one day that's like speed run ramen with a bunch of different like you know, spicing up you know, basic instant ramen dishes. We could do, you know, main quest ramen, which is like instant pot, you know, use some dried noodles. And then we could do the completionist ramen, which is like the crazy, you know, slow simmer, 24-hour broth, homemade noodles. Right?
Kill on the first CC.
That's the kind of content I want to do that I think would be really fun.
Slap him and stun him, and then they blow him up.
I think that content would fucking pop off on YouTube and social media as well.
It is very much a
nobody's doing that kind of content either, as far as I know.
In order to win a team.
Why not the college ramen? I use Shin ramen with Wagyu fried egg, chili. That's what I'm saying. We do the speed run ramen.
The poke, and the poke can't land if you don't have vision, and they keep losing vision of this Baron repeatedly. This Gnar is so valuable in the side.
Wow, Viper is actually much closer than I was expecting. Not in the damage numbers necessarily, and definitely not in the kills, but keeping up in farm exactly, and only 1,000 gold behind. 3.5 items now completed for Viper. Wanting to get towards.
Yeah, and the thing about speedrun ramen is you could do like 5 different speedrun ramens and then do a taste test. And you could do that in one day. It'd be super easy. Like a 2-3 hour stream.
And there's no way D+ can go, aha, I'm just going to go do Baron, because there's complete vision control over it. And the Baron, I feel, is much more valuable than this sole point here for D+. So Han will really have full control right now.
Yep, aiming can move on over there. Of course, Killer Instinct gives him so much repositional power, but still, they are just going to start this one up. And aiming will have to back off the Dragon. Let's see whether D+ can dissuade them from completing this, as there is vision up and available. Lucid going to go in, look for a 50-50, and there it is.
Oh, the Poppy ult, huge.
The jungler out of there. Kellen tries to relieve them. This, as there is vision.
Dude, I fucking love Poppy. Poppy just provides even such value at the support position as well. Like, the fact that he gets rid of Peanut right there is enormous.
Look for a 50-50, and there it is. The keeper's verdict gets the jungler out of there. Kellen tries to relieve them of any sort of re-engage, but Kingen now finds himself in a very unfortunate position. He is still just slicing and dicing.
Kingen is useless.
Cool, but he is still going to be put down. That is going to be Zeka locking that one up. And D+
ooh, spicy. They get the Baron and they're going to get Soul Point.
That is going to be secured as well. So the Baron and put down, relieve them from completing this, as there is vision up and available. Lucid going to go.
The unfortunate thing here too is Maokai is self-CC'd because of his ult cast time, so it's really actually very easy to hit this Poppy ult.
Look for a 50-50, and there it is. They'll have to back off the Dragon.
But honestly, like, what the fuck is Delight doing?
Let's see whether D+ can dissuade them.
Delight should not be allowing this Poppy just to walk into the pit. Like, he's waiting for Doran, but this is a very bad call from Hanwha. Like, Delight and Doran are just not there. They're like clearing the mid wave.
Of any sort of re-engage, but Kingen now finds himself in a very unfortunate position. He is still just slicing and dicing, acting all cool, but he is still going to be put down. That is going to be Zeka locking that one up. And D+ are going to also claim themselves a Ocean Drake. That is going to be secured as well. So the Baron and everything else, and man, the Poppy, it only has to do like a couple of things, and it looks like a game-breaking pick.
No, it's
Yeah,
so
the
huge
Poppy,
here.
this is why Poppy's so
They
good at
lose
the pro
one, they
level,
have
guys.
such an easy exit,
The
and
value
that's
is so
exactly
crazy
why I was
sometimes.
saying, you know, they just run towards this, they set Peanut up in the spot to actually deny this, and he gets the smite and it's over. Not going to be the case because he's out. There's no smite in this fight. There's no secure here for Hanwha. They try their best to secure this one, but they will be unsuccessful. Huge play there from Lucid to get into the pit, gets out as well without having to flash, and then Kingin is going to be the sacrificial land here, as well as Kellen, who won the play for them. Lucid secures the smite, and D+ will be able to get some map control here, much needed to allow their poke composition to really come online. They've also denied now that second Ocean Drake, which is a lot of healing. Secure this, he puts the smite and it's over.
Kentrist old Poppy? I mean, sure.
There's no smite in this
There's a lot of problems with this play. Like, Hanwha just thought they were going to be able to sneak this and finish it while clearing out the mid wave, but I mean, Kellen and Doran just aren't, or Kellen and Kingen just aren't there.
Puts up the Maokai ultimate. The pit gets out as well without having to flash, and then Kingen is going to be the sacrificial land here, as well as Kellen, who won the play for them. Lucid secures the smite, and D+ will be able to get some map control here, much needed.
I really feel like Ocean is going to be very good into all of the saplings that Peanut's throwing all over the place.
True.
Because they're starting to do a fair bit of damage with this Leandri's, and can be quite frustrating.
Like, I think Delight and Dorian just needed to be there as part of that play. Like, it was really sloppy. The Poppy shouldn't just be able to walk up like that.
You can see as well, the saplings are indeed annoying, as Peanut is very, very close. We haven't really seen
strong 5v5
Yeah, you can't replace Peanut on this roster. He's their shot calling. And he's also very good domestically. It's only when he gets international that he starts having some issues.
Self-imposed engage here from aiming as Doran spotted in the jungle.
They avoid that fight there mid. It looked like it was a potential problem, but they're not able to follow up on the engage, and now this turret is exposed.
Yeah, Showmaker does have teleport available. Doran just going to chase after King and keep his verdict going to be invested just to make sure that the crocodile doesn't fall down. He slices. Is it going to be enough to get him out of the way of the Nature's Grasp? The answer is yes, because Kellen soaks it for him. Steadfast Presence is brilliant to deny Delight the engage. That's a Glacial Prison. It didn't really do too much there. Shock Blast actually going to land on both of the carries. Extendo Beam almost connecting. And the engages, re-engages, everyone trying to do everything that they can to start some sort of fight. And both teams just say no.
Doran getting closer to an R, but very far forward.
Yeah, Doran actually going to get engaged on here just a little bit. Kellen going to be the one punished. Some sort of fight. And both teams just say no.
Doran getting closer to an R, but very far forward.
Yeah, Doran actually going to get engaged on here just a little bit. Kellen going to be the one punished for it, though. And Viper, he collects that kill, and now is it the Zeri moment? Have we waited 30?
An R, but very far forward.
Yeah. Engages, re-engages, everyone trying to do everything that they can.
Trying to watch this a little slower, guys. Sorry.
And both teams just say no.
Doran getting closer to an R.
Okay, so Flash Q goes in for Doran, but he is able to flash out. And Kellen overextends. I think Kellen hits the wrong target with his E.
Teams just say no.
Doran getting closer to an R, but very far forward.
Yeah, Doran actually going to get
engaged. He charges Doran, but he doesn't actually hit him into a wall. He actually helps. It's because Doran flashed. It's because Doran flashed.
Just a little bit. Kellen going to be the one punished for it, though. And Viper, he collects that kill, and now is it the Zeri moment? Have we waited 32 minutes for it? We have indeed.
Even with this cleanse value for both these Aaron, where Viper can't auto anything, or it doesn't have a shield set, then it doesn't matter as much when
Kellen went way too deep because he followed the flash with his E.
Heal off of anything, but when you're in these types of scenarios where the fight is being started off by Hanwha, he just doesn't care about your shock blast. He really doesn't care. And now Tristana has one too, and she's going to care even less. Viper's also been doing such a
Lucid
great
can
job
make
of
flash
using
that
his
too.
extendo
Really
beam
bad.
to take off.
Kill, so minutes.
Here, they need to hit some poke. That's what needs to happen. Otherwise, Hanwha Life just come in and say, well, we have the better 5v5. You didn't get enough poke done. Look at the shields here for Zeka and Viper. They don't care about the poke.
Yeah. See whether D+ can actually get themselves into a position to make this one work. The flanking Renekton, going to be a dangerous one, as Extendo Beam trying to soften them up. And aiming actually just taking so much damage. I think that was a sapling and an Extendo Beam from Viper, who I think has just put...
Trist buys double life steal, not care about the poke. Oh, yeah, good point. Have you watched the Action Esports video of a former team? I don't know if I'm going to have time to do it today, guys. I'll do it on stream tomorrow, though. Because I got to get through this T1 versus KT game, and I only have like an hour and a half before LCK starts, so it's looking grim that I'll actually be able to do that.
Still, Life Esports on this dragon, and the health bars are getting low.
Viper, what happens to Viper here? Delight goes in. Viper tries to ult and clean up. Oh, dude, the fucking Poppy ult value leaves Viper alone. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness, these Poppy ults have been absolutely gigantic. Still, Life Esports on
that is such a good Poppy ult, dude. Kellen really keeping him in this game, but they can't get Ocean Soul.
Peanut's able to lock this one down despite the fact that they lost their main character. They're still able to do it.
Yeah, Delight with a real Eclipse. He has a locket, and then he actually walks away. He's like, I got more Mogs, and I'm back to full health, so it doesn't matter. They end up losing Viper, but they're able to lock down the Dragon, so definitely worth here. Now, Baron is live. Viper isn't up for 10, and that's enough time here now for D+ to go over here. So, yeah, you got the Dragon. You don't have map control here.
Yeah, and that should mean that D+ can just stand here and take it. Keeper's Verdict isn't up and available, though, so there is a 50-50 opportunity. Peanut getting towards the pin, but it is going to be the Baron going down. Can they win?
The poke damage is pretty huge, though, and now they have Meganar coming up. Big Meganar ult. Very nice.
The first one to explode.
Oh, aiming. Oh. Wow, great turn. I mean, I thought they were dead once the Meganar hit. Aiming just too huge. Again, really good use of arm guard. You know, ever since they removed stopwatch, you don't see that often anymore, but still super strong.
A big mistake, but not necessarily one that ended up being too disastrous in terms of Dragon. But what it sets up here for D+ is, yeah, not able to himself. Showmaker lives for so long, but aiming just basically 3 taps. Zeka goes to the Zonias, and he's like, watch me do it again. Takes for that with the mention there from Delight.
Oh, his Zonias, he already full completed it, so he's going to have it up really fast again. 6 item.
And now D+.
Kaisa, he even has the upgraded boots, the sword boots.
And the more map control they have, the better this poke can feel.
They removed stopwatch when?
Kind of negligible into the AD carries with
like 6 months ago.
That we've been discussing a lot with the Bloodthirster, but you hit a few of those, and can be impactful.
The active is on arm guard now.
Tankier, but can be an angle with the Kaisa having death cap. And the Zephyr as well, like he is full build.
Yeah, he is an absolute monster. Aiming, he's probably one of the only players that we've had that's got to a build like this so far this season. We just don't see. Here's the lead. That's keeping up the farm very, very well. Aiming, transitioning to killing champions in this one.
Yeah, he's doing a ton of damage in the
4,000 gold Baron power play, although we're getting to the point in the game where the gold is just really meaningless.
But I was really
especially when we're this close, like 2K.
That's going to be slow pushing in, though. They're going to be able to clear out the jungle here. And we are getting well and truly deep into the late game.
What if he wants to change his items later, Atlas? You might need some extra money for that.
Watching yesterday's Mega Banger, it's been fun to watch. Who's playing LCK tonight?
Because full build
not a good day, guys. T1 versus DRX, Nongshim versus KT.
Void Seeker. Sail wide.
Double lifesteal on Viper. Yeah, they're trying to prevent the backline burst.
Peanut carried towards Kellen and Showmaker here as Nature's Grasp not getting a whole lot of value. There's a Glacial Prison connecting. Peanut kind of out of the fight for the moment. Void Seeker not going to connect.
Kellen reset his ult.
Life Esports finding themselves some time with this
He's got what, like 10 seconds left on that after laying a channel. So there. Ooh, that's huge actually. That's huge. Getting the Ocean Soul. Oh no, they did. Sorry, Hanwha got it. I'm dumb. The denial of the Ocean, because getting the Ocean Soul is pretty huge for D+. Notice how useless this Renekton though is, guys.
Is this fight going to work out though? Is Delight already down so incredibly low? Void Seeker, they're all of them so incredibly dangerous. Shock Blast now connecting. Doran on the side as
Renekton's such a fucking turd this game. He literally can't apply any pressure the entire match.
At all, as Lucid still just corralling as best he can. Hanwha, they're just going to get out though.
Yeah, looks like they do get out, but trying to engage here could be a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, wanting to be able to get themselves a red buff here as well as Viper has just thrown down the ulti. Kellen finds himself on the wrong side of the fight. The slows are massive from these saplings. Extendo Beam's going to get so many flashes.
Oh, can he get him? He got the slow. He has red buff. Flash? Wow. Not sure if Viper should have flashed for that.
Plus aren't set up exactly the way they need to be. If they're not in full control, if they're not dictating the pace,
Pina gets dragged back by the Sejuani Q.
Is just not winnable for their composition. It starts off really well for D+ with the poke landing, but they can't actually get through this vision quickly enough, and the damage is so high on Viper at 40 minutes in this game that it's taken out instantly. And then, yes, Delight insanely low here, but look at landing, but they can't actually get through this vision quickly enough.
Delight is pretty squishy here because he's not able to actually proc Aftershock before the wall slam comes in and his W procs.
But look at what happens next. Life kite back, Delight heals up a little bit. They use some of their CC to bail it out, and then Viper is the one who actually goes in for the engage. As
did he have 6 items before that kill? He has 6 items. Yeah, he had 6 items coming into this team fight. Oh no, Viper. I don't know.
Not a lot of CC for Viper here. STP.
Centerbeam was nuts.
And then he's just like, who's the poke comp? Is it your comp or is it me?
And now they're on the Baron. It's getting taken down very, very low.
STP.
Yeah, we have to be very careful of Kellen, who now has his ulti interrupted. There is the Baron going over to... Now they're on the Baron.
Finally, they're able to just mark Kellen here.
STP.
Yeah, we have to be very careful of Kellen, who now has his ulti
Is they're very concerned with the Poppy ult now.
Going over to Life Esports. That's going to be their first of the game, but now the flank angle from King, and can he find Viper is the question.
I wonder if Viper should still have flash. I don't think he should have flash for that kill.
They're looking for more. Zekra is still an AD carry in this fight, but he's pushed away. Delight going to be punished as well.
Now interrupted. Risky call here, and push is good. Still a little.
Wait, does he TP up top? Oh, Zeka TPs for pressure. It gives them time to, this teammates time to revive here.
Nothing they can do to peel for him.
About deep.
Get to stack up with Viper. Kind of playing it real slow here. Very respectful. And this is going to allow D+ to grow up here and try to offer back some of their own poke.
Yeah, the Shock Blast starting to land. Edge of Night here from Showmaker to keep him safe as he steps forward.
Flank from Kingin.
Yeah, on a control ward here as well. Peanut senses it as there's a Glacial Prison. Delight goes in, a little bit split on the call here for Life Esports, and Kingin now just going to walk over.
I mean, King can't do anything even with that.
Just staying group though, wanting to make sure
flank because of Tristana ult. Yeah, dude, again, the problem is really this fucking Renekton, guys. Like, I think D+ would win this game if they just didn't have this Renekton who can't actually participate in any fights in the mid and late game. Oh, dude, they got fucking macro blasted.
Yeah, I mean, like, if they get any time at all, these just explode. You can see it's already dead. It was just looked at, considered for a moment or two, as there is 2 minutes.
Oh, good Poppy ult, though. Kellen saving the game again. Oh, my God, he got Doran in mini. Doesn't matter, because Renekton's useless. Here comes Renekton. Oh, he got bounced back and CC'd forever, and now he's dead. GA still up. Oh. Oh. Viper's still alive. He's kiting. Oh my God, he does it. Renekton's such a turd. Oh my God, what a crazy end to this game, though. So he sees the charge being stacked up on him, and that's why he Zhonya's right there. Oh. Oh. It was so close, guys. It's so hard, though, because, like, the reason why he Zhonya's is because if Zeka gets one more auto, then the bomb pops. But if he doesn't auto, then the bomb actually just lasts longer than his Zhonya's. Oh. Oh, that's a heartbreaker, guys. That's such a heartbreaker, honestly. Viper sold Runans for GA. Yeah, the GA was huge, actually. Yeah, the lifesteal from Viper, the build he did was actually extremely good. Let's watch Viper. Because, I mean, he pops over the wall after another good Poppy ultimate. Gets his ult down. Has overshield. I mean, he does an insane amount of damage in this fight. Renekton's such a turd, though. Renekton's just useless. because GA goes down, but in the meantime, Zeka does enough work to take down aiming. And then really, this is like, the lifesteal actually huge here on the kite. Renekton burned his ult for his failed flank. I mean, yeah, the Renekton pick is terrible.
Value lifesteal there from Viper as he is able to survive through everything. The GA means you gotta kill him twice.
All right, guys, I'm gonna make some food for myself real quick. I'll be back with some T1 KT, and we're gonna slam through it real fast. Hopefully before it's not gonna end before LCK starts, but we'll do our best. I'll be right back. Is bro coming back? Yes. Bro is back. Bro is back. Bro is back. All right, you can look at what I made. I had to make myself some food, guys. Make sure you guys can see this. So my father-in-law dropped off some hamburgers. So that is actually I've made like a hamburg steak on top of Korean purple rice with American cheese and a fried egg. The fried egg, American cheese hamburger, and then some kimchi. Top purple rice. Chuck some sriracha on there. Good enough. I didn't make sauce because of you guys. So I want you to know that I made inferior food so I could be back here faster. Because if I was really making a Hamburg steak, a Japanese style, I would need to do like a red wine reduction pan sauce afterwards. But you know who didn't do that? This guy. So I'm eating crap food for your sake. Still good though. Could have been your first episode on how to make it. Look, Hamburg steak doesn't take a long time to make anyway.
World champions on the side of KT as well, so not to be underestimated.
Yeah, I'm really throwing on the cooking content, guys.
For Jordan to start things off, Aurora is banned, and we've got the Ashe taken away. Ezreal going to be banned away from Deft as well. A good idea. And there's the Jace, of course, you know, the base damage buff. And Zeus' performances on the champion in general, a good idea to ban that one away. But there are a lot of things that are still up and available, Wolf. I'm getting a little nervous.
Oh, no, he didn't have a fancy sauce.
Is the big one
Fancy. What do you mean by fancy hamburger, guys?
What about the flamethrower?
Oh, hold up. There's nothing fancy about this hamburger. It's a hamburger with a slice of American cheese on top of rice with an egg on top and some sriracha and kimchi. There's nothing fancy about this hamburger.
Yodel guy.
He is probably going to be banned in this third and final spot. Sejuani is actually banned by KT.
Guys, I made it in the time I was gone from this stream. Granted, the hamburger patties were already made because my wife's father brought them over. But I did have to grill them in a grill pan. How's that a hamburger?
That Rumble
It's a hamburger patty.
Here. And we might just see the Vi first pick for Pioshik. Could also be Maokai. I think this is looking like a Pioshik first pick angle with the Ezreal
AKA
gone,
plastic.
The
Well,
is gone.
Look. American cheese may be plastic, but it is fucking good on burgers. Okay? Sometimes you got to be a raccoon and just admit the trash is good.
The Rumble, of course.
Is it made out of plastic? Yes, it is. Is it delicious? Also true. Like, do you want another kind of cheese? Like, actually, it's not true. I do like some other kinds of cheese on burgers, but you can't fuck up American cheese on burgers. It's just delicious. Also, if I know some of you guys are in New York City, if you're in New York, do you want another kind of cheese on your egg sandwich? No.
Had some really good performances on this pick.
If I go to a bodega and they're not putting some fucking American cheese on my egg sandwich, I'm going to be upset.
Could, of course, wait
the shit melts. It just hits right and it melts deliciously.
If he wants to get the Azir, maybe now's the time.
I've got like MonteCristo in the back of my head right now, Wolf, saying like, why are they first picking Renekton? And I love that it's KT Rolster as well. Hope you're doing okay there, Monty.
Called out. Dude, it is cringe Shout out to Atlas.
First picking Renekton, and I love like MonteCristo in the back of my head right now, Wolf, saying like, why are they first picking Renekton? And I love that it's KT Rolster as well. Hope you're doing okay.
It is.
There, Monty. Okay,
I'm not doing okay. I mean, I'm fine because I want KT to lose because these guys are fraudulent sacks of shit. So yes, please, first pick Renekton.
Picks and deny it from BDD.
Little did Atlas know when I was watching this, I would be talking about American cheese and not about Renekton.
Brilliant.
And this is T1.
But first pick Renekton is some American cheese that you might get in the LCS.
Play what works for you. Play what you're good at. Play Talia. As soon as the Azir was locked in, you and I both knew that's the exact angle we'd be seeing with KT. So much single target here with the. All
right, Zayas back on his famous Kennen, and we got Talia, so we're back in major. Remember, guys, let's go back to the first time these two teams played. This split, because it was that unexpected KT victory. And we saw the Talia Azir handshake because BDD and Faker are both just more comfortable on these champions. So it's literally just a replay of the last time that they played.
KT's bread and butter here, and if we see any mistakes, any errors from T1, it's so easy to punish.
We need Lee Sin.
This is a very strong top side, though. I mean, credit. If you're going to first pick Renekton, and you're going to get the Vi Talia, because now Vi setup with Renekton and Talia is mega, right? So this is actually really good for KT, I think. Maybe one of those times where Renekton is actually good.
Owner's Lee Sin, I need it locked in right now. That's not it. That's Poppy. Well,
Poppy's very good into Vi.
Valuable, but I just felt like it was the time, Wolf. It was the time we needed Owner's Lee Sin.
Poppy can actually fuck up Vi by invading early.
He's pretty good at that pick as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's still good at that.
He has been incredible with his early game pathing with this pick. Really strong into this composition. So I do like this, as taking away the Senna I think is wise as well, considering the ability for Talia to roam can be very problematic when trying to shut down the Senna. Her ultimate is global as well, so BD can ult in and then Senna can shut somebody down. Kalista ban, though, makes it look like we are still heading to a scaling pick here in the bottom lane for Deft.
I find it interesting that the Senna was banned on T1's side. I actually felt like Senna could have kind of...
I like how T1 has to ban Ezreal now because Guma's bad at it.
Very late game focused. Still curious. Also gives Poppy some flex angles as well, in theory. Kalista also...
It'd be really bizarre, but they could even ban like Xayah here. It's one of the times when Xayah is relatively viable because she has a great setup in this comp, and the single target blow up is actually pretty easy for her to get out. She dodges the first part.
Yeah,
Xayah is actually good here for KT, I think.
As well as the Alistar will get banned.
Oh man, we are womboing. T1's gone full LPL.
Follow up, right? And that's why I was like, oh, it's kind of okay in this situation. It does not feel as okay on the KT side, but the Feathers can be a good follow-up, and if you're the one who's constantly setting up the engages...
Honestly surprised Def didn't go Kai'Sa.
And you're ahead, it doesn't matter. It still works. You know, you're going to close that
I mean, this is a Giga Wombo comp from T1. This is not usually how they play League of Legends, guys. They play around pick when they're at their best, so playing like AoE Wombo is a little bit weird for T1. Xayah Rakan over on KT side. I mean, this comp can kite very well. This comp has really... Like, this is a pick composition, basically.
This time I think it's less egregious only because...
I think Kai'Sa is better for Deft here, but whatever.
Looking like... Oh, it is a full house here at Lol Park for the Telecom War. And already a small heart attack. Often Carrier is going to... early on.
Well, rip his flash.
Looks like he's calmly walking away. I would have had a small heart attack.
At least he reacts very quickly there. Will lose his flash, so definitely a net negative, as that will really weaken.
Nope. Hex flash activation before 1 minute. That is Carrier absolutely
He already used it. He used it to go over the wall. Look at him. Got the value.
See? And then crashes back over again. Look at that ward. Gorgeous.
Hex flash.
Is there a timeline where T1 don't make it to Worlds? Probably not.
With regular flash, but with Hex flash, it's like, oh, totally worth.
I know, and it feels like you're allowed to do it, you know? Feels like a party foul. I do it every game. You know, I flash out a fountain.
I don't think KD or Kwangdong are going to be good enough to get T1 out of Worlds, but they might go in 4th slot.
Gumushi lying in wait here. We'll have Carrier coming down to join him pretty early. Might be just a little tussle at level 1.
Also, like, T1 has been a good team, at least in the clutch, right? Like, I don't think we believe that they would be the 4th Korean seed.
The attack feels nice, but
they're probably 3rd at worst.
Hiding in the brush.
Oh, shout out to Swarm, by the way. That misfortune.
Fear to Worlds, please no.
Yeah, very cool stuff. I am very much looking forward to going and playing more of it this evening. And I'm very proud of myself for making it to work on time today.
Good job.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. It is often a struggle for me. I am not the most punctual man.
You know, people say half of life is showing up. Then like a fourth of life is like showing up on time.
I'd give it a 6. I want to give it a 6. That helps me. It's all right. You can see, double up value. They're onto Beryl, as Deft and Beryl are going to have to concede the level 2.
Hex flash value.
Carrier just making sure he makes use of the button. You love to see it.
Sorry, I'm trying to wolf down this
top side of the map. We do see the cannon starting to get some
rice
small
hamburger
advantages there.
concoction I
Owner's
made.
pathing towards this top lane, but Perfect is playing very respectfully here.
Yeah, and Ono looks like he's going to go in for a bit of an invade. We'll see whether he can actually secure a blue buff, because that could really put Pyosik behind.
Yeah,
just get some vision down.
Fear-X, dude, Fear-X is not good. They're gonna fall off after this meta. Korean Loco Moco, basically.
We'll see Pyosik's timing and get the Gromp and then come for a steal. It'd be nice, but Pyosik knows. He knows he's on it.
Yeah, and Owner is just going to walk away. Ward goes over. Perfect moving on in.
Though without
now.
the sauce.
Understands the value of protecting.
I just put Sriracha on top.
Knows that Ward went
Still
into
good though.
Rush there either. As we're going to just do the same thing.
I haven't eaten today, guys, because I went to the gym this morning and I had a protein shake, but I haven't actually eaten like a meal. And it's 2 p.m. I don't typically eat breakfast, though. I eat like 2 big meals a day, lunch and dinner. All right, let's take a look at this.
Went into that brush there either. As we're going to just do the same thing.
All right, so Owner on the invade here. This is what I was talking about, though, with the Poppy invades on Vi. It's very strong. Pyosik actually takes both hits of the Q. W, so he can't Q out. Very easy first blood. Nice flash. Zeus probably dead, though, because BDD's roaming. No, he got lightning where he got his E up. Oh, no!
Smashed into the ground. The flash out from Owner.
Owner got the Gromp, did he?
We're going to just do the same thing. It's a bit of a do-si-do.
But the winner of this is Zeus, who's pulling the Renekton, pushing.
And they both have smite.
Here we go.
Yeah, Pyosik fighting against Owner here, who does manage.
Oh yeah,
to
Owner did
steal
get the
this one
Gromp.
away. There's a lightning rush over. The stun comes out immediately though from Perfect, and Pyosik gonna get smashed into the ground.
Zeus already used flash, so he lightning rushes out. How did he get turret aggro?
Seismic shove is going to miss, and oh my.
I mean, he did to himself. He literally could have just walked away, guys.
Seismic shove is going to miss, and
he literally tries to trade and then draws turret aggro and then dies. Isaiah was definitely going to live through that. Ah, the French.
The French. But is it going to be too impactful? But yeah, that was really well played by T1. Owner comes over and starts threatening Pyosik, slows down his clear, denies farm from Perfect because Perfect has to constantly come over and babysit the Vi. And this is why Owner is so well known for his early game Poppy. His pathing is so frustrating, knows where he's got pressure points on the map. That cannon lane.
I mean, it's really good.
Now, both top laners
to pressure. They almost just got away with the free kill there on the invade.
Pyosik and Owner also did flash, of course. Owner.
Does Talia catch him? I don't think so. Talia's on the inside track. She's not in river. No, I don't think Talia catches him. She's not 6.
Oh, he was almost out of there.
Almost out of there, but it
no
is
shot.
Gonna be a 1-for-1 in the end. As we just come down here,
I mean, maybe Talia can flash for it, but at least you get Talia's flash. I mean, if Talia catches him, she has to flash, so you still win.
Played by T1. Owner comes over and starts threatening Pyosik, slows down his clear, denies farm from Perfect because Perfect has to constantly come over and babysit.
It's still worth it for T1 though.
And this is why Owner is so well known for his early game Poppy. His pathing is so frustrating, knows where he's got pressure points on the map. That cannon lane was the pressure point. Now, both top laners flash this after the play.
I love you too, Moylan. I also hope everything's good. Things are good with me.
The Hex Flash, Pyosik will get his blue buff.
Picked up though in level 3. And Zeus still only level 4. Owner's going to move around though, and there's the Vault Breaker to get Pyosik out.
Nice.
I mean,
no dive on the wave there, so.
There's a strong possibility the follow-up there without Cannon having the flash. Perfect having a very long stun with his empowered W. Just wants to come over here. Needs to get his
7 followers until 74,000, guys. If you're here, give my stream a follow. As we all know, 74,000 is the most important follower count to get on Twitch.
Not going to be able to find that shove.
1 million? Overrated. 74,000? The best.
Here in the mid lane. It is going to be a CS advantage for BDD at the moment. And he was also able to roam up, sort of the power of being able to surf on the walls.
9 years. Wow, Luch Outsider. Amazing.
Between Gumayusi and Deft right now. Not a lot of mana left here for Gumayusi, who does get snared by the Blade Caller. It's a good trade for KT. Early power of the Lovers duo here on the bottom side, with the fact that they do get some of those extra things, is sort of helping out here for Deft and Beryl.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of mana here for Guma isn't going to be that important, as he will be able to just back off here and catch the wave. But luckily did not have to use his barrier. And once again, the top pressure is real. I mean, Perfect is not...
Well, you covered G2 BDS, not today.
Kill, but he is losing more and more farm, is completely zoned off.
Baby Dougie's not following MonteCristo. What the fuck, man? You subscribed to me? How can you...
Slicing Maelstrom is going to be used on
Damn you.
Wave, and now Perfect just trying to get towards it, wants to get the mana as wants to get the experience. As Ona was tanking this one up, we've got dives everywhere though as Beryl goes in and minion wave, and now Perfect just trying to get towards it, wants to get the mana as wants to get the experience. As Ona was tanking this one up, we've got dives everywhere though as Beryl goes in and straight up whiffs. That's going to be the crash down from Carrier to try and buy some space. And
oh my god, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. Ah!
That's trying to get towards it, wants to get the mana as wants to get the experience. As Ona was tanking this one up, we've got dives everywhere.
Oh my god, he didn't get any CC down onto Guma.
And straight up whiffs.
Guma also has barrier.
To try and buy some space, and Gumayusi should be falling here somehow. It almost worked, but it is going to be the one.
Take a million.
Straight up whiffs. That's going to be the crash down from Carrier to try and buy some space, and Gumayusi.
Oh my god, what a train wreck!
It almost worked, but it is going to be the 1 for 2. And T1 just kind of winning everywhere.
Yeah, this is a disaster for KT Rolster. Pyosik felt so hard forced when he saw Owner topside there to make this dive happen. It's just so difficult to do. The crash down from Carriot was so well played. And if you're trying to, as the bottom lane, and we'll talk about that in a moment when we get to that, but this is of course what happens moments before this, as they're trying to zone Perfect out of this wave. Owner comes in.
He does a good job of spacing so he doesn't get stunned by Poppy. If he gets stunned by Poppy either, he dies. So Perfect actually lives. He has empowered Q. Nope.
Very little here. Decides to try to go back in. Unfortunately, not a great idea there. And then Beryl engage doesn't go the way he wants. Crash down is great from Carrier. Hits the 2-man. Beryl flashes, nearly dies, of course, Deft.
Deft actually walks into MFQ.
Double up, excuse me, and does go down. And then
I mean, I don't know. Deft could have just walked away and not gotten hit by MFQ.
It's just so hard to make that work. If Beryl hits the knockup, maybe that ends up going a lot better, but unfortunately,
they did force it.
They lose both sides of the map, now find themselves nearly 2,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and Pyosik was level 4.
KT inting.
T1 assist at on hand. See whether he can actually find something.
Pyosik 6. All right, now's the time where we make the plays around top and mid with level 6 Vi, right?
He has
time, and Featherstorm does
it, so even with Pyosik ulting him, he can just then turn on the stuns and say no.
Right now,
Q hits immediately into MF ult.
And Featherstorm does need to be used. In comes Ona though, as that's
he's dead.
Beryl almost surviving. Deft also being able to get a fair bit of damage back, as now BDD throws down the wall.
Are you gonna do any Stormgate coverage if it pops off? Probably with LFN, yeah. I mean, I'm interested in Stormgate. I'm interested in Battle Aces. I'm interested in Immortal Gates of Pyre. All of the new RTS games I'm super interested in. I haven't played Stormgate yet, but I'll probably play some when it releases in a couple days. I've been talking to them. I think they're going to give me a key for the pre-release.
On the map here. This is reminiscent of the Genji Pro game we watched, where it was just not any winning lanes, not any advantages, no map plays.
I'll probably play some later this week. I played some Battle Aces. That game was really fun, I thought.
BDD does have teleport at least to get back to this lane, but so much money to Faker, even who wasn't even involved in either of the plays, topside or bottom. This is so frustrating if you are a KT fan, but here, I mean, Guma just does so much damage. Akari is set up for this. It's the easiest combo in the book. Meanwhile,
yeah, Seismic Shove is going to be utilized here. The Renekton Talia combination, some Shuriman friends are going to be able to take down the little Pikachu guy, as T1 now looking to try and answer, but Beryl pretty slippery. Does have Blast Cone at the ready, and Faker still just taking plates and securing more money for the team. But that is actually a good little bit of ground made by KT with a bit of a gank onto Zeus, who was really starting to get out of control. He's still 30 CS ahead.
Yeah, he does have teleport as well. Right now, Perfect is proxying, but a more present issue is what's happening down here in the bottom lane. He is going to commit the teleport. This will be seen by the wave, and Perfect still has his, but they're not going to be able to contest this dragon. He will not be teleporting to the opposite side of the map here post 10 minutes. Just head back to the top lane instead.
Well, Pyosik really wants to kill Gumushi, and he is just going to press the button and go for
Yep.
it. The quickness is down.
I mean, the kill lanes are pretty significant. Like, especially because the MF, right, is such low mobility. Like, it's pretty easy to just pick her off with a Q vial like that. I mean, Pyosik actually flashed for that.
Here post 10 minutes. Just head back to the top lane instead.
Well, Pyosik really wants to kill Gumushi.
Flash R. Oh, he just flash R'd.
And go for it. The quickness is down as well. Gumushi's extraordinarily dead. That kill is going to go over to depth at the same time.
Really hard for the bot lane to live through Vi being 6, though.
40 CS behind, but he picks up a plate, picks up a kill. Bottom side here, the Pyosik gank is a success. They take Guma out of the map. He is significantly down on farm as well, and the gold is very even here between these two, as the stun does connect despite the flash, and then the seismic shove comes through. It's just so many different single target setups here for KT to utilize. BDD this time, while he will lose more plate gold, is able to make it done, or make it happen with the roam. And then Pyosik here plays the long con, sets up the ultimate. Nothing Guma can do.
Yep, no response, as we have more grubs going over to T1. Going to be Ona securing, I believe, all 6 of them. Pyosik not interested in fighting for these. I don't even remember where Ona managed to take the last ones, but I think it must have been when some of the shenanigans was going on. So that is going to be T1 with a big advantage as far as getting this push happening. Fight nicely done there from Faker. Still has to put that ulti on cool.
Faker just says no, and we'll be able to maintain CS parity here. This Feral should get out of here no problem.
Going to pre-dominance and try and keep himself alive, and it ain't going to work at all.
This Renekton seems really good, guys. I'm super glad they first picked it. Surely it will also have great value in the mid and late game, because Renekton is going to scale extremely well as a top laner into the mid and late game. He's going to be so effective in all of his flanks.
And that's kind of how it goes. Like
the Boppy Poppy.
The Boppy Poppy. And I mean, when you play through this top lane, it's really control. It's harder to ultimate as well, the Magnet Storm, so it doesn't necessarily get better from here. KT have traded.
Why don't teams stop picking Renekton? I don't know, man. I think it's so bad.
Behind, but this Renekton is just never going to be relevant, it feels. Even with the kill and the plate he picked up earlier, he's just so far behind that Pyosik can't even try to put the fire out. He's just like, sorry, man, it's doomed.
Yeah, I feel like Perfect there kind of knew that he was dead, as Faker's just going to fight Deft here a little bit. Pyosik realizing where his bread's buttered, you know, he's like, this is the lane that I'm going to be successful in, and he's going to park himself here once again. Might be another.
All right, BT done.
Sweeping out some vision.
So now Keria can roam on the map, and MF can just be left by herself, basically, and they commit Vi into the bot side. Who really cares?
The bottom lane sort of moving back in, but this just leaves Perfect up and available once again.
What the fuck is Pyosik doing? He's literally been standing at the bot side for like a minute.
I've seen this movie before. This time it's going to have a different ending.
What the fuck is he doing?
As plates just fell down.
Okay. What's your game plan, KT? Do you think a super fed Xayah is going to win this game for you? Like, what is your win con, KT Roll, sir? What is your win con? Like, Renekton is useless. He's getting dumpstered in the top side. He's 50 CS down. You're camping for Xayah. Okay. Tell me how Xayah is going to carry this game. How is Xayah going to carry this game? What is the play that Xayah is going to make that is going to win this game?
Should still be able to get the turret here before Def does. Yeah.
She literally is outranged by everything. She'll get, even with her ult up, she's just going to get blown up in the wombo. This is painful. This is painful, guys. KT blows. First pick Renekton blue side is fucking shit.
It's about who's strong, you know?
Pick Vi, do nothing with your Talia, do nothing with your Renekton.
passive of it, the heal, is
Fall
actually
behind
gonna allow
40,
people to
50
even
CS.
overwhelm harder in these team fights. Potentially, again, we're talking about what this comp can do. We haven't really seen it in a real 5v5 yet because KT is having, which is, you know, I mean, considering their comp, it's fine. It's sticking on one target, but
it is a good team fighting item, and I think that that's where Perfect has to try and find some relevance, right? He has
About Stridebreaker because he knows he's going to be useless.
stun, which is pretty good for setup for BDD.
Yes,
and that is what he's built for now. See whether he can make that one work.
They need to
just
get
a bit of a caveat. I mean,
B1
the
Renekton is facilitated, is picked to facilitate an AP jungle. I mean, this is bad, Papa. This is bad. In almost every circumstance, it's bad.
Does have 1.5 items now completed. Skirmishes on 2 is going to be pretty threatening, of course.
My problem is that even if you take a Nidalee or a Zyra, it's just terrible because unless you get mega fed, you still have all of the problems in this meta of being any kind of relevant in mid and late game. And oftentimes the fed Renekton just does nothing. So the amount of lead that you need is just such a precarious game state and like such a transparent win condition.
I've seen this on the top side of the map. It's going to happen once again as there's the flat forward from Perfect. He avoids the Emperor's Divide.
Oh, they got the Poppy. Nope. Just kidding. MF ult still up. There it is.
Out of the way. Bullet time to celebrate. And T1 are going to survive.
Yeah, unfortunately, Atlas, we've been talking a lot about 5v5.
There aren't a lot of B1 champs. No, I disagree. It's not fun.
I don't know if we're ever going to see any 5v5s. Maybe 4v5 is the best KT can hope for. As like you said, he's going to be a stun button. But T1 with a faster rotation, even with a Talia on the other side, KT commits so much. And
would a million times rather see a Sejuani, Ezreal,
in terms of damage, but it helped make sure that KT couldn't follow up further.
even Corki, whatever.
As well, it looks like.
Yeah, all 5 of them are over here. Seismic Shove goes wide. Perfect soaking as much of this as possible, but this is a foregone conclusion. Turret is going to go down, and T1 just slink away into the fog of war.
And you mentioned the Xayah in the lane, 20 CS up, been able to farm pretty well, but it doesn't necessarily matter because it's Xayah, and there isn't setup for it, and the rest of the map is on fire. And I think the MF, even slightly less economy, she's not that far behind, is still going to have a huge play, or a huge part to play in this game. And this particular team fight just makes sure that KT can't continue to chase here. As Owner's very low, Keria also low, but with that bullet time at the ready and Zayas teleporting in, continuing to fight, that would have just meant the end of the game for KT Rolster.
It was so close, man, to both of those kills onto Owner and Keria. If they are able to actually get those, if there's a little bit of extra money in KT, then maybe things look very different. But instead, T1, the early game working out, that is going to buy them that little bit of extra leeway that I think they've been missing in their last few series, right? It's not getting the classic T1 win lane situation online. And if you don't do that, then you can't take the level of risks that they often do in these games that have looked extraordinarily good in the past.
The Poppy is just, it feels like a page out of Peanuts book, right? We've seen Hanwha Life kind of be, I don't want to say exclusively, but the most successful Poppy utilizers this season. And just putting that early pressure in the top lane to great use, and then just having so much pressure that you can take those risks, that you can kind of play a little bit fast and loose and still get away with it. Does feel very T1, the T1 that ended up being our finalists so many times in a row. It looked like maybe this season might have been the outlier, but at least in this first game, bouncing back in a big way. And I do look at, you know, this rapid fire cannon for Deft as kind of a symptom of the greater issue here in this Xayah. I think it's a great item for the Xayah. Is going to give her that first big auto and onto a. It's a little too perfect. Okay, that looks much better. 1985, that's okay. 2000 with 3 zeros is too much.
I was thankfully not alive, making me feel a little bit younger. Very, very good. Not quite 1985, baby. All right, T1 setting up for a dragon. This is going to be soul point for them if they're able to lock it down. A lot of extra map control. Not the greatest of dragons, but certainly one that they can leverage. And we've got a Renekton on a flank, or a handbag on a flank. We're not entirely sure. He's not in the greatest of spots right now as BDD moving forward.
Baker got a stopwatch too on this back, so he's got so much survivability here. And
Owner able to collect this.
Interesting that he would get the arm guards so quickly.
In the end.
Yeah.
Still, whatever works.
It's not like they need additional damage.
Now with Owner just frontlining.
Yeah, and Zeus on a flank angle as well, looking to try and catch this Renekton, making his way forward.
But we usually
Spotted
see,
on that
you know,
control
Zhonya's second
There
on
we go.
Grasp Azir.
Perfect, still going to get tagged with the Shuriken, and Faker comes down. Renekton is very much going to die.
Very good champion.
It's just whether or not KT can find anything as a result of it, and the answer is going to be maybe mid lane out of turret, and I think, okay, never mind.
No, you can just,
T1
you can MF ult the wave, there's no danger.
So that means the KT get nothing.
Isaiah still had teleport too.
You have
so
Poppy
even
ult and you have
pushing up
MF ult to
into that
defend
mid
turret.
was probably a little bit scary. You don't know what angle he
And you
could
had
have.
TP, I guess, for
They
Zeus
weren't
to go
able
mid.
check everything, clear every ward. Necessarily, they didn't know. Maybe he's teleporting back in. We're about to die. We might lose the game right here, but they were at least able to try to chip away at this and get some control of the river back. Perfect has TP in 10 seconds.
Oh,
too late.
This dragon is still up and available. Faker is going to go golden, but there's the quickness. The bullet time is gigantic, though. And even Faker's sweep is going to work beautifully. Now Def, yes, he pressed the Feather Storm, but he comes down into hell once again. And T1 are going to wipe the map of KT. And Perfect, he just respawned. He's like, where did my friends go? Now Def, yes, he pressed available. Faker is going to go gold.
We're at least able to try.
I like where we're contesting for the soul point Drake here. When Perfect still has 10 seconds left on ult, they think they can collapse quickly, but Owner still has ult, so he's able to buy time by CCing them while the rest of his team gets there. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Well, good thing they got Deft ahead. Makes a big difference, you know, guys.
He just respawned. He's like, where did my friends go?
Well, you know, they'll be right behind him, running back to lane.
Throw whole game.
Kills down, 5.5.
Not like they could have won anyway. Their comp is shit.
Hit here, but look who's also being defensive. Who's bodyguarding Faker? It's Guma over the wall, and the cannon ultimate is job frontline and gets the double knock-up during the zone. He said, yes, he does end up getting hit here, but look who's also being defensive.
They used exhaust onto Faker, who literally has Gnasher's Tooth and Arm Guard, and then Zeus just gets to ult for free.
Oh. The cannon ultimate is just really for cleanup. This really, I feel like, sinks into your brain when you watch this team fight. How many other ways T1 could have won this? But they just say, Faker, you know what? We can both defend the turret and get the dragon. You've got the stopwatch. It's going to be fine. We're completely set up. There is just no way in for KT.
And it was a 4v5, and KT thought that they were going to find some sort of angle. Obviously not going to work out just there. So,
get me out of this game, please.
No one's vulnerable.
Still
get me out of this dog shit game.
Well. Through some respect where the ground and things like that.
Okay, so get bot in hit with Baron.
Really blocked.
As
KT are just a bunch of bums, man. I can't handle how bad this team is.
Go in his jungle.
Yeah, that's the only place that's safe. The Dragon, which is soul for T1, is up in a minute. Baron is up in 3. I don't know if this game gets to that point if KT decide they want to challenge this. Perhaps the best course for KT is to just hope for an Elder flip, hope you can live long enough for that. But Baron will be up long before that, and I guarantee you T1 is change.
So if they're ever in a siege scenario,
all right, so we're just gonna go ahead and get the Ocean Soul, so they definitely can't kill anybody now.
An arm guard will do the work anyway. So
Faker's 3 items.
If you're even
you have Locket, you're feeling good. Unkillable.
You're not massively ahead when we get to this stage of the game.
Zeus has Arm Guard, you have double stasis.
Super minions make their way down the bottom lane. Lord Dom
simple for KT, or rather for T1 to just go to Baron and stand near the choke point.
On that one, conscious of that, I'm just going to back away. Ona moving on in, Beryl just trying to deal with him, BDD as well. Rogue charge a little bit more difficult with rocks all the way over there. Cute little Teemo.
They do need to keep Zeus in a position to threaten, so it's actually kind of hard to start the Baron now that KT have closed this much of a gap. The damage from Guma is high, but alone isn't enough to rush the Baron. So playing very respectfully here, our T1.
Yep, perfect. Gonna get slammed into the wall here. Almost a bait, but not really. It just kind of takes free damage. As Beryl getting vision in. Being able to at least see that the Baron is going to be a problem. He wants to try and escape from the Steadfast presence, but that's getting a little bit difficult. The rest of T1 They're on the map. They're all here. They're ready to start off this Baron. And it is not going to last very long. KT, if they're going to do anything, they need to go in and try and fight this immediately. But Perfect was back home. There was no way for them to do anything about it.
So I said it was going to take a miracle to maybe steal this.
All right, so where is KT gonna roll over and die now? So they fight. Let me get this straight. KT will fight for a soul point, but they will just roll over and die at this part of the game.
Get permanent damage done here. They would like to get an.
Ona taking a lot of damages. There's a bullet time. That's gonna get the doubles. And
Oh my lord! Oh, they got the exhaust on Decisive this time. I love this Xayah pick. Was the real winner, guys. Good thing we got the Xayah ahead, and blue first pick Renekton, super great. Most excellent drafting skills by KT Lolster. All right, now we're banning Azir from Faker. KT going to be on blue side again. They take away the Ashe, the common, and they're going to take away. Oh, we're going to first pick. We're going to first pick Renekton again. We're doing it. Ah! Okay, I can just play Jace. Now, there are things you can do here, right? That if you were not T1, like playing Jace Ivern feels pretty good. Ivern. But you can't do that because you're T1 and you can't play Ivern. You can play Jace. That's a Xayah's pick.
I mean, one of them they banned in the first game, and it's now available.
Yeah, just here this time around. Pivot Extreme.
Oh, we're gonna play Sejuani Jace instead. All right, because the Ivern actually gets taken. I mean, Sejuani's a much better pick for T1 as a team.
Faker. I kind of hope that he does.
Renekton Ivern seems super weird, but whatever.
But they also just have physical damage so far. That is a little bit of a wry grin on his face.
Yone question mark, but it's so tough to play Yone Jace into Ivern brushes.
And also like Yone Jace Sejuani is so much physical damage towards the top side of the map that you'd be banking on the fact that T1 wouldn't. The T1 would be able to get their hands on a Ziggs or something like
man,
that.
playing Talia into Lucian sounds really shit.
That can punish the dashes of the Lucian.
You can't really punish the dashes of Lucian though, because Lucian dashes too quickly, I think, for the Unraveled Earth to like fully cast.
Relatively effectively.
Yeah. And now it's assumed the solution is going to be going to the mid lane. I think that is, I'd say, a 90% certainty at this point. I do not think KT.
I mean, I'm hoping like Renekton Ivern seems okay. Maybe you know you can chain W in the Ivern route. Whatever, it's probably fine.
Well, maybe.
Now that Talia is locked in, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it could be, but either way, just trying to really cover their bases here because Ziggs is so frustrating to deal with, whether mid or top, with Ivern brush setup, as we've seen many times here in the LCK Gen.G. Let us all know. Kalista is going to be taking
this Lucian seems like it would just dominate this fucking Talia.
So much agency there in the bottom lane. So I like that ban as kind of a permanent fixture.
Plus, even if you get caught on the E, it's better. You at least can dash, and it's better to eat the stun than getting hit by the W. So you could just dash off the W and stun yourself. It's okay.
Not necessarily a pick that I associate with Deft completely, but could still work. I'd like to see Deft on
the Ziggs ban, I think, is smart here, especially against Deft.
Nami there just to make sure, but perhaps whatever Guma's got planned here is going to be relatively safe into that Lucian if it were to be flexed, so he's not as worried about it. And it's just not the same strong lane it was after multiple nerfs.
Not everyone's as big brain as TV.
No, it's definitely mid Lucian. That's the only one that's been playing recently. Wow, we're gonna take Sejuani, and the response is to take Seraphine Leona. Huh.
That's very.
Oh, thank goodness. This is what I've been calling for. I don't know.
Sejuani, farming Sejuani bot lane, and the Lee Sin is... I mean, the Lee Sin is objectively good into Seraphine, right? By swapping the Sejuani into the bot side, you are enabling yourself to potentially get a good kick onto Seraphine and a good flank onto Seraphine in the late game. You also kick Renekton out if he decides to try and flank you. Very awkward, though. I mean, this Sejuani has to get huge through farming because you need the front line.
And I ate my words on that one. However, it's just always fun watching Ona play this champion.
I think that the Ziggs, you know, ban here is really smart, but I almost kind of looking at this, maybe the Ziggs would have been... it's hard to say. I look at the draft of KT and I go...
It doesn't seem like you're really going to punish the Seraphine in lane, though, so the Seraphine's going to get really
Senna is
huge,
gonna
and then
take
you
a
actually
long
have
time before she can
a
hurt
lot of
these
Seraphine
champions,
value.
and you're
The
gonna have
amount
her
of
shields,
healing and
then
shielding is
also she
fucking
can't hurt them if
crazy
she
from
can't see them.
Seraphine
If
and
they lose
Ivern
back
as
control,
well.
it's tough. The same with the Jace. He's going to really struggle to land his poke if the brush setup is there constantly. Again, this is reliant on KT having an early game advantage, having a mid-game advantage. Oh, no.
Yeah, who's supposed to do the damage on T1's composition, too? Any damage that they get is just not going to stick because of Ivern and Seraphine.
Interested to see whether KT can
You actually have to wait a long time for Senna and Taliyah to do damage because Taliyah builds Seraph's Embrace first.
All right, everyone extraordinarily loud as per usual. Is solo queue record and or maybe
Seems like a pretty free Seraphine lane.
I don't know.
It is known to be a high-skill champion.
Also, it'll be hard, I think, for Sejuani to actually farm in this lane.
Stuff, you know, and it's cool, and she does high notes.
I mean, when you consider
I think T1 got a little too cute for their own good. This comp feels
Ivern
super
also
wacky.
Trying to get into those brushes when the Seraphine ult's just going to be flying at you, and it is really scary to think about the potential of this composition. Kind of uncharted territory, as Renekton's not a traditional tank, but with all the shielding, he becomes better than a traditional tank. He also heals himself, so...
You just build your own tank, and Ivern literally does that, because Daisy's kind of a tank. So that's pretty cool.
Thanks for streaming, making content. You're welcome. I have a good time doing these things.
Build a tank situation.
I still think that Outback Renekton does the most damage.
Surely Conqueror is in the room for Seraphine.
That's just my theory.
It's a good point, Papa Smithy.
Stats for that one.
Might have to.
I think there might be some facts against your theory.
Yeah, could be.
Really going to help out with the laning phase harassment.
But I like to keep it as my headcanon.
It is Conqueror Seraphine. Yeah. Here in the bottom lane. Not looking for Comet or any sort of area, any sort of harass here in this bottom lane. Just going to be doing a lot of damage, do as much as he can. Just sustained trades.
Ooh, Faker throwing some boulders around and actually able to dodge as Beryl takes a turret shot as Deft is dropping the beat. Beryl's still actually able to keep himself alive because, of course, Eclipse and Aftershock are a broken combination. Still, it's a pretty even trade between the two. As, oh my goodness, another one.
Eclipse and Aftershock are stupid if you proc W, if you proc Eclipse.
20-1. This is LCK only, by the way, has a lot of wins internationally on this pick as well.
Yep. That is a pretty good scoreline.
He lost once out of 21 games. I don't know, like, no matter how you frame it, it's just insane.
Yeah, no, it's just particularly good. Let's see whether KT can actually come out on top, because of course Senna is also a champion that isn't necessarily as strong as it used to be. You know, a lot of those wins did happen previously, so this is going to be slightly different story, I guess.
It is kind of tricky to play a Sejuani into Seraphine Leona. The Aftershock value is going to be high, but you're kind of, you know, not only are you melee, but your engage is relatively slow. It's really easy for Deft to just kind of keep you at bay and kind of annoy you in the laning phase.
Beryl, what are we doing? We're just living under a turret. That's his game plan. He just gets bored and wants to press Zenith.
Sejuani just can't farm, I guess, so Seraphine just gets a lane for free. I like the Seraphine pick quite a bit here.
Looks like he's not going to commit to the play, but a scary moment nonetheless for Perfect.
The sustain and shielding is just going to be so crazy for KT. And if Zeus gets his flash blown here at any point in time, he's going to be in big trouble.
Pick up this minion wave. Only 10 CS behind. I say only 10 CS behind.
The thing is, you don't actually need Renekton to flank in this game because he can just run at them, just face first with heals and shields.
We've got some pretty good Jaces.
Cons Jace back in the past.
This might be one of the games where it's like okay, like the Renekton might actually do something.
I mean, he's here in the crowd, one of our better mid Jace players. Is Bioshik trying to find a root caller onto Faker with that Tempest. Much is going to come of it. And
Owner has to make some giant play onto Seraphine.
Survive this as Owner takes a fair bit of damage, but also dishes back a lot as well with that Tempest.
Yeah. BDD gets a bush. That's always the most annoying thing about, one of the most annoying things.
Harder to dodge the piercing light when there's a bush. You know, you can't see the initial cast of the bush.
It does make your ability to look for a shove, you know, it's not that secret where you're standing when it's just the one little pixel brush there, but he's not going to stand it when you try to shove him, so.
True.
We'll see it.
Think there'll be an upset for today's games in LCK? Maybe Nongshim can do it against KT.
The kind of lane we were looking
The
at.
dream.
Don't want to point it out, so he can just get these kind of cheater recalls here. Picks up a tier. Amptome.
Skirmishes is going to be missed, but that could have been a very rough time.
He does have cleanse, but would have been pretty disastrous, as you say. And BDD putting the pressure on here in mid. Faker's already used one teleport, so we'll have to walk back to lane. And we haven't seen Lucian mid really all too much outside of the Corki matchup, but he is definitely putting the pressure on here. And it's been a while since we've seen Lucian mid as a mainstay. It's really been since 2021 when the Showmaker Lucian era was there, banned every game.
Yeah.
But he's putting the pressure on. He's doing a great job. Lucian was changed with his passive, so he doesn't do as much if he's alone, but he still does enough.
And that just shows the power of 80 carries at the moment.
Yes.
If Lucian can be played in a solo lane, you know that there is something wrong. As Pioshik's going to come on over, I don't know whether he's going to be able to stop Ona here, but he at least gets information that it presses a button, and Ona is going to ignore it.
He made his feet cold, and then he kept killing the frogs.
Well, Ona is going to look for him. Root Caller does come down, and there is the Weaver's Wall. Flash out from Pioshik, but Faker follows him immediately. Now
Faker
is going to turn up, and there's the culling.
No. You don't have damage. You don't have damage. You do not have damage. You cannot go in. Faker doesn't do damage. Talia doesn't do damage at 6 minutes. Oh my god. Oh, dude. The E is just useless. Owner just walks over it. Or sorry, the E is useless. Like you don't really get any damage here. Like Faker hops off and he does predict the flash, but Pioshik just walks over it. No big deal. BDD is there. BDD gets hit back by W, but it doesn't do any damage. Immediately goes into the culling. Lucian has a combat ult, shockingly. Owner flashing forward there, thinking that they were going to be able to get the damage, though, is hilarious. Like, you don't win that 2v2.
Doesn't have the Weaver's Wall. Flash out from Pioshik, but Faker follows him immediately. Now BDD is going to turn up, and there's the culling. Ona still level 5, so doesn't have the kick. And meanwhile, Zeus and Perfect are fighting. The flash out, but the flash in. First blood for BDD and Perfect.
They got a triple. Jesus, they get 3 kills. Ah!
I mean, it's looking more likely after this moment.
Faker misses whole Q. Doesn't matter. Like, Q doesn't do any damage right now.
And there's the culling. Ona still level 5, so doesn't have the kick. And meanwhile, Zeus and Perfect are fighting.
Oh, he hits his Qs. He hits his Qs right there. He hits his big rock and then all his little rocks.
That's 3 kills. And is it going to be 3 games?
I mean, it's looking more likely after this moment. Don't count T1's chance.
The Renekton diff. Yeah, meanwhile on the top side, just playing around. Zeus trying to play, or there's playing around Ivern brushes here. Whoa, why is... Try to watch the top side now. Zeus is like trying to get a shock blast in onto Pio. He's actually not paying attention. He's not paying attention, guys, and he lets Renekton walk up to him. Look at this. Zeus is looking down here, trying to get shock blast angle, and Perfect just ults and walks up and W's him.
Still level 5, so doesn't have the kick. And meanwhile, Zeus and Perfect are fighting. The flash out, but the flash in. First blood for BDD, and Perfect follows up immediately. That's 3 kills.
Part of this is Guma is hanging around looking for a potential steal.
Oh, that would be a pretty unfortunate steal, as that was a pretty early smite, I believe. And Gumayushi is going to turn up. And Daisy is also...
So
these high notes are really hurting.
Yeah, KT is really winning everywhere. I mean, getting the advantage here bottom side.
Yeah, the Talia E was definitely the wrong direction.
See the gold graph showing.
Yeah, Encore is going to come on through here as Ona turns up. Carrier almost dies, actually.
Because there was just no way he could actually W on top of it after that, which is why he didn't W.
He's going to die. That means the Deft is also really dead, but at least they get one. Ona turns up.
Where be getting the advantage here bottom side. As well, some extra plate gold for the Seraphine. See the gold graph showing.
Yeah, Encore is.
But at least they kill bot side.
Turns up. Carrier almost dies actually before it even happens. His barrel. He's under the turret, and he's gonna.
He's like, we're dead. I got to go under.
Also really dead, but at least they get one. There's that shenanigans.
It went over to the Leona though. They lose a plate top, and yeah, that's why I said don't count T1 out. Maybe I should have said don't count.
Yeah, don't count KT in. Maybe is what we should have said.
So this looks really silly for Pioshik at first because you're like, why is he contesting? You don't have the numbers, but BDD is able to come over here. Perfect is winning the isolated match.
The flash from Owner is really just outrageous.
So Perfect does a ton here, and in this skirmish, Faker has a combo.
Like, Zeus is trying to find the Shock Blast onto Pioshik, so he's not watching. Perfect literally just ults and walks up and W's him. And once you close that gap and you both have flash up, it's very, very difficult when Renekton has all his cooldowns for Jace to escape there.
And they kind of forgot about everything else on the map. Like, they tunneled on this super hard, and this is T1 right back in the game.
And, like, I mean, I don't know whether it's necessarily, like, right back in the game, just because that triple kill for KT.
The Sejuani is just kind of useless right now. That's the problem, is Keria...
I understand the thought process of, like, there are two bad guys
Keria just doesn't have any farm, and he has to be, like, the entire front line for this team.
They wanted more, and then as soon as they saw Owner, like, that was, say, the only call. Like, we gotta kill him, and Barrel's like, oh, I'm definitely gonna kill him. It's gonna
Barrel
add like
the double tap and beat it.
Times and has bladed into turret range. It's like 17.
Yeah, and we need the percentage.
That's what I'm talking about, guys. The E cast time just isn't long enough to stop Lucian from dashing at you, so this seems like a really bad matchup. Nice flash from BDD.
The double tap and BDD. He's on a killing spree. He is too big right now.
And you know, I think we have to really respect the Lucian. Faker flashes as well, but I mean, BDD also has flash, and he's just able to pew him to death. Yeah, you called him out of the game.
All right, Daisy's coming out, but Ona's coming in. And Perfect gonna find the stun. They're still gonna go for this one. There's the knock-up. Thanks, Daisy. And out goes Ona. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive, though, because Daisy's still in amongst it. The root coming in.
Flashes as well, but I mean, BDD also has flash, and he's just able to pew him to death. Yeah, you called him out of the game.
All right, Daisy's coming out, but Ona's coming in. And Perfect gonna find the stun. They're still gonna go for this one. There's the knock-up. Thanks, Daisy. And out
Kicks
goes
Renekton into the
Ona.
wall
Let's see
before
whether he
leaving.
can keep himself
Almost a
alive,
kill there, though.
Daisy's still in amongst it. The root caller helping the Renekton get in. Another Zenith Blade. Where's the turret range? Where's Gumushi's health bar? My goodness, the damage to come out from... That's just a lost chapter.
Just
what the heck?
Chapter in a Torrens ring.
What the... What?
This Seraphine's going to become so oppressive.
Squishy, and
I guess that's it. Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, ends up being fairly disastrous down there. Watch this solo kill as he just dashes in before the rocks can be placed. It's just a really proactive play by BDD. He's just like, I get in before you set the rocks, you're dead. You got to respect my lead that I have.
Area one more time. Sorry, from Barrel one more time as Faker is once again fighting. Is going to come on through. He's playing with fire here as Ona comes on over, but Pioshik in perfect position. Sonic Wave not going to find the mark. And now T1 trying to rotate more friends over here to try and help out the mid lane. There's the Weaver's Wall as BDD. He's got the Trigger Seed shield. He just turns around and kills Faker. There's the kick flash as Pioshik is going to flash to get back out once again as Ona. One more turret shot and he's going
to
he
didn't get the last turret shot.
Come on through. And now Deft is going to need to turn up. There is going to be the kill onto Zeus. And now
The thing is Perfect actually he's just wandering down right now.
Oh dear. Let's see whether he can get
Gumushi has fleet footwork, so we got the speed boost.
A slice and or dice coming up relatively soon. His flash is also only a couple of seconds away. The flash comes
Perfect was flash was almost up, damn.
Going to send them out of there.
Somebody check those AP ratios on the Seraphine. This is a little out of control. BDD gets the shield, trades back the kill, so very proactive here from T1, but it ends up backfiring as, I mean, it turns out playing...
Carry just can't farm. It's actually just unplayable.
Seraphine is not very fun.
Flash R from Leona, EQ.
The cow, or pig rather.
Dead.
Poor. Yeah.
He got there in the end, but...
Poor Bristle.
Owner is in trouble.
Oh, this is live. Okay, yeah, Daisy's going to get another knock-up as Perfect comes on in. That is going to be the kickback, and that should be enough to disengage. But he has to get the heck out of here. That is going to be a hex tech.
They really made carry a farm on Sejuani versus Deft. Not Sejuani versus Deft. Sejuani versus fucking Seraphine.
Feels like we've had a lot of stuff happen.
Yeah.
It's also just super easy for Leona to stun lock the Sejuani when she comes in and Seraphine to do insane damage.
Also, by T1, very greedy. It's going to take Ivern a million years to get that dragon, but...
Yeah, very true. All right. Perfect is just flashing forward. This guy is angry. And now Gumushi completely out of mana, but did manage to throw down the Dawning Shadow at least. And should be able to walk this one off. So
it's so greedy what T1 did there, and they get punished again.
T1 just plays like way too over aggressive in situations like this.
See if he wants to commit to trying to defend some plates here. Topside has taken the grubs here also by T1. Very greedy. It's going to take Ivern a million years to get that dragon, but...
Yeah, very true. It's all right. Perfect is just flashing.
Plates here. Topside has taken the grubs here also by T1. Very greedy.
Perfect pops ult for Fury. So he gets Fury off of the auto onto the Scryer's Bloom. Pops ult, immediately gets that. Then he just flash E, W.
Perfect is just flashing forward. This guy is angry.
Perfect playing this very well.
But did manage to throw down the Dawning Shadow at least. And should be able to walk this one off. So,
so greedy what T1 did there, and they get punished again.
Like Sejuani's just not even TP. We have two TPs. We have two TPs in the bot lane on Deft and Keria.
And it's happened now on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I will credit T1 a lot for the way they played around that draft in game one, but this time trying to cross map when they don't really have that big of a numbers advantage, a little bit rough. No two ways about it. 2,000 gold deficit for T1 now. Chemtech Dragon, by the way, extremely relevant. Even that one solo dragon for this double shield composition here that has been cooked up by KT. So I think they will definitely be grouping for that one. As it's a Leona, you know, you can't punish her. You're looking for the grubs here, but just respect this composition, respect its damage output. The Senna is going to offer very little in return at this stage of the game. So you don't even really have the numbers advantage you think you do in that moment.
Kind of loving what is happening here with this KT draft, though. This Seraphine working out very, very well. Blackfire Torch is now done.
Doesn't have to necessarily be amazing.
Beryl, this is actually one of the first times I've seen Beryl play without, this time I think just trying to match the Seraphine vibes there on the bottom side.
I think he just doesn't.
Yeah, this feels pretty over.
Promo guy. No. He lets his gameplay speak for itself.
Like, basically, the problem for T1 is they're reliant on this poke. Like, maybe if Owner can make the hero play and they can burst Deft, but they're losing really hard in mid, so they don't, like, the Faker is delayed. It's 14 minutes. He doesn't have Seraph's Embrace yet. He's never going to do damage. Gumayushi's going to take forever to kind of ramp into this game. The Sejuani has been held down. The Jace has been held down. Like, where is the damage coming from on T1's composition? They also have no tankiness. So, like, it feels as though the only way they could maybe do this is by picking off Deft at the start of a fight. Because the front to back is going to be crazy good for KT, especially with the amount of healing and shielding they're going to have from Seraphine and Ivern. I think it also papers over some of Renekton's weaknesses. First off, Renekton is building tank. Like, I like the Stride Breaker here. In general, I think it's much more viable for pro Renektons to go Stride Breaker because the damage builds are just very one-dimensional and kind of useless. But frankly, like, the Renekton doesn't have to flank because he can just run at them, absorb all of the cooldowns. He's basically a cooldown sponge, but he's going to be healed up. He's going to be shielded up. It should be fine. I don't know if Blackfire is better than Leandry's on Seraphine. I would have thought Leandry's would be better, but I don't know.
The minion wave is coming to him now, so there's no real reason for him to step too far. Not going to head towards the brush now, and is just going to look for a back angle. Owner biding his time, but for what is the question? T1,
but I think she'll probably get both.
Take this turret on the bottom side of the map, and that is first turret blood.
Or she'll get Blackfire, Seraphs, and then Leandry's.
Inroad of money.
I don't know.
Definitely a huge win for the somewhat starved, fasting Senna here.
No tanks, so Blackfire probably better. That's true.
Able to actually patch that one
Are you not going to review the G2 BDS series? Where do you get these? Where do you guys get this information? I'm not going to do it today because I am getting through some LCK games that I have to watch before I do the Monty and Wolf show tomorrow. We'll see if I do G2 BDS. I will do G2 Fnatic tomorrow. I will do that. Blackfire gives you early mana to stick in lane. That's true. That's probably the real reason, is that it's more useful for earlier components for Seraphine.
A bit of a mistake by KT, but at least they have the Herald in return as BDD once again in danger.
Gets a control ward in there though. That is value. And Owner, I believe, was actually spotted. When we saw it from BDD's perspective, it was just the Jace, but I don't think he's going to go for too much, and you can see just going to wait for that minion wave to come on over as Snare is going to connect. Gumayushi, almost tagged by the Zenith Blade.
When you look at the gold, considering the lead KT had earlier.
Yeah, basically, guys, so I have to catch up on these games because I try and take Saturdays off, right? I try and take one day a week off.
speaking of he's going to take a lot of damage here.
And so I need to catch up on LCK games a lot of the time before Bonnie and Wolves. So I've got to watch these live games too when they happen. Looks like I'll probably be a little late on the old live games, but I'm not too worried. It's what, T1 versus DRX. I don't give too many shits about that.
That was a cannon that he gave up. That he didn't die there.
They had so many wards on the top side, as well as one there to the left of the Dragon Pit, and he's like, Owner's nowhere on the map. He has to be looking for something here. I know Jace has been camping me, and so he's just had really good game sense there, and susses it out, drops the control ward, then knows they're sticking around very likely, is going to play respectfully there, and now Owner has no flash, backs away, and KT have a Herald they can drop. They've got full prio on this Dragon. They're even going to push down this turret now.
Yeah, and I think actually because they managed to stave off that gank, they're able to get this turret, or at least most of the turret,
most
right?
of it.
Immediately rewarded for BDD's defensive play. Now maybe immediately punished. Let's just see how this one's going to go as the teleport in. BDD looking for Gumayusi, has to flash. Double TPs means that now T1 find themselves a little bit late to their own party.
They try and start this play.
KT now grouped up.
T1 try and like start the pick play and just assume they can double TP in from behind, but the flank is kind of useless. And they're able just to double TP in response and transition to Drake.
Ready to go for this Dragon as well. Yeah, I mean, way less anemic than the other one.
Yeah.
T1's trying, man.
This is going to be a TP top for Zeus. So they're going to try to put it,
and it's going to zap him down.
What's a T1 to do? They lost all their lanes really hard.
Unfortunately, and KT, they're going to put Perfect in the bottom lane. He's going to take down that inner turret, and it's just like they just took off the clothes from the last game and replaced them.
T1 is basically trying to do so much here. They're not okay. It should still be the turret.
Yeah, you can keep talking about the other thing.
I feel like the KT are just not going to fall prey to T1 being
on here. So KT will be able to answer with a Dragon.
They finally got him.
Yeah. Infernal Soul as well this game. That's an exciting one.
This Dragon, I feel like, might be one of the highest value single Drakes we have ever seen in the LCK with the double shields. But, I mean...
Yeah, that's right. Even just taking one Chemtech is very annoying. Against Ivern and Seraphine. T1 just can't win a team fight ever, I don't think.
And he's getting up. Group up and utilize the Ivern and the shields. The more value they're going to get.
So they see this and they realize that they have a 4 versus 3 with no TPs on Seraphine and Redectin because they pulled out the TPs. So I agree T1 has to go for this, but the thing is Beryl is not killable. Beryl is not killable. I say that as he dies. But it took forever and now they're stuck under a turret. They can't save this turret now.
KT have already lost one. Seismic Shove is going to knock back the Renekton, and he could be the next little pickup here as they take down
Q heal.
Perfect is going to be alive. He's much less squishy than he was in game number 1. Has another Seismic Shove.
All right. Well, he should have probably got back in. Oh, doesn't matter. Seraphine ult.
And Def is able to help take down Owner. Gumayusi follows immediately as Def. I mean,
oh, they did it.
Seraphine in this time. Little pickup is definitely dead.
They did it. KT overextended a couple times. Nice wall by Faker, I guess. Def flash ult, and that leaves Seraphine pretty vulnerable. So they did actually manage to kill the Seraphine.
But I'm still very impressed with this Seraphine.
Yeah, no, it was very good charm and a good setup with the abilities, but
T1's only 500 gold behind, but it just feels so difficult for them to win.
Dumb, but it was impressive that what happened.
The choke point was the barrel that the fish jumped in. That KT were the fish, they jumped into the barrel, and Zeus was like, well, I'm firing at it. You know the saying goes. Barrel's like, this is an experiment. I've got Redemption, I've got Seraphine shields, I've got Ivern shields.
It's crazy how long he lives.
Let's see. Let's see. Well, the experiment was interesting, but it was a failure. And then Perfect tries to help turn this one around. Def goes for the same thing. Yeah,
Def's flash here is
charm play here.
they're taking so much damage over the wall from Zeus and Faker.
Just layering the damage through, and yes, you've got some shields there, Def, but unfortunately,
that's funny.
Maybe went a bit too far. A lot of lethality damage there, so when the shield is gone, so is his health bar, as it turns out. And
Zeus can also build the world's most high-value Serpent's Fang in the history of League of Legends.
Does Def even need to flash forward? No.
There it is.
There it is. Okay, good. So
we figured it out. Yep.
That is probably the best item choice that you could buy. I would even say that Gumushi should have built it first. And Faker could also buy one. I think Owner should get one and Carrier should get one as well. Everyone has one, and then everything's going to be.
I think just the Jace for now is fine. But maybe Senna later.
There may be some happy gaming.
Get one and Carrier should get one as well. Everyone has one, and then everything's going to be.
I think just the Jace for now is fine. But maybe Senna later. And T1 head first into a bad play there topside. Now they do have Baron control here now, and this is just enough to actually set up some brushes and say you can't contest this. I don't think they're going to start it. They do have a lot of side of the map where that Drake is spawning, which is a little bit more relevant at this stage of the game.
Looking forward so much. The fact that BDD does have 5 kills so far and has been important. But you can see Ono looking for an opportunity. I don't think he's going to be able to steal away this Drake. That is going to be the sole point picked up by KT. Now, the Weaver's Wall comes in. Glacial Prison is used. And KT are going to take the Drake and then...
Oh, they saw Owner.
That is a miss, though, unfortunately. There is now Perfect looks for... is used.
But it's just Barrel that's zoning out Owner. And so the rest of the team just realized they get Gumayushi's way too close. Perfect is able just to E on... What?
Glacial Prison is used.
How does Perfect actually close this gap? He just sees Guma, who's like autoing him, misses the E, and then Perfect's able just to E4 W. He doesn't even have to flash.
Seismic shove used defensively, that is decent peel, but now the culling comes in. The redemption layered on top. The teleport flank angle, and there is the encore. Zay is going to be taken out. Death is answered though. Carrier going down very low, and KT, they still... So unfortunately there is now...
I don't know what Guma was doing.
Is used. And KT are going to take the Drake and...
Like, they clear the ward. I guess they think they have vision this brush and they can actually just do it, but he misses his E right there as Perfect is going in. And so then he just gets stunned and destroyed by Perfect and BDD.
Used defensively, that is decent peel, but now the culling comes in. The redemption layered on top. The teleport flank angle. And
nice ult by Deft, actually. Also, super good TP by Perfect. Perfect actually just TPs from the back of this conga line into the flank position at Baron. Very well played. Owner got completely zoned out of that fight. Is the sack down confirmed to be weekly? I believe it will be weekly, yes. Probably depends on how often they can get a good guess, though, so lots of weeks, I would imagine, will happen. So Swani ult would have been nice. Yeah, but we threw it away at the Drake. See, we had to miss it right there and throw it out for no reason. Like, I don't understand what T1 is doing. What is the best case scenario here? What is the best case scenario? Okay, so you ult and then you get Seraphine ulted as you walk up. Like, just doesn't seem good.
Desperate steal. They don't have an angle. Barrel's looking for a flash engage on the other side of this fight, but Perfect, he's got his dominus and he is ready to push through. Guma just goes down instantly. Did not have cleanse, and this is just an easy pop. I appreciate Zeus' heroics here because they already used the shields. The redemption comes down. Depth has to be shielded a second time. He's got enough shields to actually just then take out the Jace, and there's no Guma, so that's just the end of the fight because Faker can't really damage them. He's a stun bot in this game, unfortunately for him. The knockup bot, whatever way you want to put it.
Oh god. Okay, so now we have a cool hat for Deft. So the Seraphine, this is a lot of damage. This is not the classic where you're just building Moonstone and Harrier and you've got all of those all of the healing and the shielding.
It's
everything's
great.
Yeah. It is just damage, and it is working like a dream.
And Senna's so squishy that, you know, she just kind of dies. Faker, similar situation. He has his Seraphs at least, but it's just so hard to deal with this Seraphine.
This edge pick popping off, yeah, for real.
Her ultimate is fantastic. It's kind of crazy. Like in mid, Seraphine was a thing for a while, but it was never really built like this. It was just a secondary support. But in this game, you get the shield value, and the AP ratio on that is pretty good. And you have the Ivern as well, so it's just kind of crazy what this Lucian is able to do as well. And even the Renekton is difficult to kill, and Jace has the Serpent's Fang, but that's not an auto win button. You still have to, you know, break through the field. It's more effective at it, but it's not going to be the insta win. And he tried his best in that last fight. T1 were pretty doomed in that situation. But I think if T1 can control space before an objective, then they can win fights. Unfortunately, they did not have any control. They had a flanking Lee Sin in that last one, and you know, maybe it's now too late for them to get control as the gold lead is spiked back up here for KT, but still remains to be seen. But I think it's not 100% over, because T1, if they win one fight, could turn this one around.
I mean, T1 can't win a fight though. That's the thing. They just don't have damage. Like, look at Faker's build, dude. Seraph Zonias. We have half a tank, and I mean, I guess credit to him. He did buy Serpent's Fang, which is important.
He is, certainly on I'm going in mode, and that has certainly not changed throughout the entirety of this series.
But you actually just can't stop the siege.
Get on in here, that seismic shove, not really going to find too much there, as Faker's just going to have to back off to the next line of defense.
Isaias is heading home, but they need a defense, and they need it now.
Yeah, they've got so much poke as they're sieging out these turrets, as well as now KT wary of the fact that there could be a bit of a flank angle here. They can't see the Jace on the minimap. BDD is rotating in. Ono still looking for that angle, and perfect. He's just prepping this bottom wave.
Yeah, if BDD gets picked for any reason, I feel like KT cannot win the fight, but he's just been so careful this game. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, and he just understands that he is the one that has the target on his back, and he's going to play around it as best he can. Q going to connect there onto Pyosik, who's just going to back off. Big shield eruption there with the shock blast. And perfect just wants to find that blast cone in. The Infernal Rift certainly helping out there as far as giving Renekton some engage angles. That is...
You could sit balanced around what he has done. And so she does a lot of damage. She has the same utility. And this Lucian is so hard to kill because BDD is playing so safe, knowing, as you said, that he is the main character. He is the backbone of this comp.
BDD having a surprisingly good game on Lucian, not a champion I really associate with him.
Surround sound from Seraphine. He also then gets the extra shield. Let's see whether they can keep him trigger siege shield, and then like it's just kind of ridiculous. But T1, yeah, looking for this one. Deft realizing that that wall is in a rough position. Let's see whether they can keep themselves alive. Is perfect. You are just dead, my friend. The rest of your team
he did get bumped out of Redemption. That's funny.
A disaster.
Yeah.
Whoops.
KT, they pushed mid all the way to the end. If T1 get there first, teammates couldn't get there. So you're not allowed to come to
one. Deft realizing that that wall is in a rough position. Let's see whether they can keep themselves alive. Is perfect. You are just dead, my friend. The rest of your team were not there.
That was a disaster. Yeah. KT, they pushed mid.
They actually, so credit to Faker's wall there. They were trying to go in. Faker walls them off. So the play just gets aborted. The problem is Perfect isn't watching, so he doesn't realize his teammates aren't coming. Basically, that's just a communication issue, and Perfect didn't realize the Italia wall went down.
The rest of your team were not there.
They weren't there though because Faker walled them off. Like to be clear, like
trigger siege shield, and then like it's just kind of ridiculous. But T1, yeah, looking for this one. Deft realize.
I mean, the Lucian definitely wasn't going to be there though because Lucian's actually recalling right now.
Let's see whether they
so it was a bad play.
You are just dead, my friend. The rest of your team were.
Yeah, he flashed in. Yes.
That was a disaster. Yeah. KT, they pushed mid.
BDD actually did pull the trigger on his TP.
I think they definitely should have split their backs and tried to send some members who didn't need to purchase items actually over there to contest some prio. Because like I said, if T1 get there first, they can win a fight. And Faker just said, no, you're not allowed to come over here. And then instead of walking away with taking the L, Perfect was like, oh, that's a big Q. And then he went in and he did the big Q, but then he died because his teammates couldn't get there. So yeah, this one's just a bit bizarre. As like his whole team can't be here, he like flashed in. Yeah, he wanted to see how much healing he get on. Because only Perfect died and it
whatever.
Teleport or anything to get over there.
It's fine. He still has TP.
But still quite a. And we'll give him benefit of the doubt.
Peculiar how KT keep like having the perfect angle to start.
Going to be chased out by...
I don't understand why it's taking long for KT. They literally win every front-to-back 5v5.
Use your setup.
Ona now just going to be chased out by Beryl. There's a Weaver's Wall as Beryl's getting amongst it, going to stun him up here as the high note is so good. Solar Flare going to connect onto Ona as well. Remember, he does have a GA.
Commit all the ults and TPs. All right, well, now we just turned to Baron.
It's actually crazy. All right, now they're going to start the Baron. T1 all around them.
Yeah, there's a seismic shove going to connect onto Perth.
As they chunked out Owner.
50%, the shock blast is not going to land as Ona.
Oh, we're 50-50ing, baby. Oh, God, he steals it. It's fine. They still lose the fight.
And he is going to go down to the GA. Can they get themselves
Guma's a useless turd.
Even Ona is able to survive, but Gumayushi's dead. The Jace and a few of these buttons. The smite comes in and there.
All right, game's over.
Space.
I mean, Zeus, he did kill a lot of shields in that fight, but otherwise not able to do a whole lot. Faker alone to defend.
They literally lose every 5v5. Well, the Seraphine Leona lane was really good, actually. And the flexing the Sejuani into support in that lane maybe wasn't the play. Lee Singa very useless this game.
Daisy, she's just wandering around. Carrier going the wrong direction. Throws an ulti to Narnia. And
Lee Singa wasn't the antidote to KT's composition that they thought it was going to be. Also opting into Talia versus Lucian mid. There are a lot of mistakes here.
It would not be a telecom war without 3 games. And I'm so good.
But then he might get
There have been a lot of telecom wars without 3 games, Atlas. Gonna go grab some more coffee. Be right back. Alrighty.
See if this is going to be banned by T1 themselves.
I think allowing T1 to go for.
All right, so we're betting the Lucian here. Oh.
Hey, never mind. They're going to ban the Renekton themselves. So that means.
I guess they have the luxury since they are on blue side.
They can go the Sejuani slash.
It's probably taking Quirky here. So Quirky has been banned.
Yeah.
We're not going to take Sejuani, so
a range champion once again.
Ivern Jace goes over. This is what I wanted for T1 last game.
Already indicated it. I think that bit.
Nidalee at Cassante. Really?
I was like, you know what? I guess it's
That feels like a very weird answer to Jace Ivern.
Jace mid because there's not really.
Just play Malphite, Zeus, you coward. Just play Malphite.
Really, not a lot of 80 champions that are.
And he played Mordekaiser.
The Cork is the Jace is.
Ah, the old Beta Reno. So in LCK, typically we have seen Mordekaiser into that top lane Skarner, but it's also been played in LPL into Cassante. So they actually bait this out, and it's a Jace mid lane for BDD. Remember, Jace actually hasn't been played. It's been played like twice by BDD.
Definitely one of them.
Ever?
I seem to remember.
Like, BDD doesn't play this champion. He actually never played a Jace game until last year on KT. He had never in his entire career played a Jace game, which is wild to think about. But it's true. Well, I guess I don't get to check. Oh, I do. Okay. So if you look, I think he's played 2 Jace games ever. Oh, he's played 4 now. Because he played some this year. He has played 2 Jace games this year, and I believe 2 last year. Yeah. So not really and those are his only 4 Jace games ever, but he's looked good on it when he's played it. You just think his BDD is like, you know, he's known as that poke player, that Zoe guy, that he would have some skill on other poke champions, but he really hadn't done it. So that's pretty funny, actually, by KT.
Terrifying. Yes.
369 has played the most Mordekaiser
Sort of performance because
among like top tier players.
LCK, very, very different. LPL Mordekaisers are just extremely good. We haven't found the same handle on it. I think Keen is the only one.
Yeah, Keen is the one who's done really well on it in LCK, but it was only picked into Skarner. Zig's not popular in LCK, not so much. You would think it would be. Deft is probably the one most likely to play it.
There is the Leona ban as well.
But I do think it's good.
That she will be able to receive here, and then they can save counter pick for support. So
Zeri feels real weird here.
Lane here for Guma Carrier. Then perhaps
Zeri feels really weird here. You need an engaged support.
It feels
oh god. Oh god. All right, so Caitlyn Lux, T1, they are probably the best Caitlyn Lux team in the world. They have been for a couple of years now. You have insane poke with this composition. Insane poke, insane pick potential that you can set up. Also lane pressure. I really dislike this Zeri pick. You're just going to get your shit pushed in.
I mean, also, like, she could...
Zeri, not... Oh, God. What are you supposed to do? Like, what is this comp supposed to do from KT? You, like, hard lose bot lane?
That's kind of a positive. There's not really much
but you don't want a lane swap because you want the Mordekaiser into Cassante. Low CC on T1. They don't need CC. They can just kite forever with poke.
This is a poke comp, right? We've seen
it's like a Giga poke and siege composition. The theory with Caitlyn Lux is always poke out, kill bot turrets. So if here's a map of Summoner's Rift, right? What you do is you like fast push bot side, clear the turret, then you just go into mid, then you go into top. You quickly rotate the Kate and Lux around the map as you take objectives.
Frontline of just a Cassante is a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, especially if
you're never going to get into that situation. You actually do have very good kite, and you can heal people too. But they have to shut down this Caitlyn Lux lane, KT.
Fan chants are extraordinarily
the thing is it's very Caitlyn Lux is very binary, like it's always pushing. It's always pushing, so you always know what it's going to do, which does make it vulnerable. But you have to make plays with the Nautilus Ivern in order for that to work. Otherwise, but I mean it's hard because you're just going to get poked out even in lane. So how do you make a play if you're trying to make it from 50% HP?
With this mid Jace, often large CS gaps and things like that. We'll see how it does into the Corki here.
And the Corki been so good at not only laning on this pick, but winning big fights early for his squad. And the all-in power is there to the skies, coming in and just blowing up a single target. And if, you know, Zeus isn't there, for example, on a dragon fight, there is no real front line here. And Faker can offer a lot of damage back with the Gatling gun. Remember, this is nerfed Corki.
Deft, I don't know whether you want to be there, buddy. Well, there's the Singularity going to come on through, and there is the Peacemaker as well. Not looking very peaceful, as Deft is going to start drinking a potion very early.
This is how you abuse an Ivern with bot lane prio with a Nidalee. And
so it's a nice play here. Just to start things off, cute little,
you know, Zeus isn't there, for example, on a dragon fight. There is no real
cute little invade here.
And Faker can offer a lot of damage back with the Gatling gun. Remember, this is nerfed Corki.
Deft, I don't know whether you want to be there, buddy. Well, this is Singularity going to come on through, and there is the Peacemaker as well. Not looking very peaceful, as Deft is going to start.
They have their licenses, and Pyosik is going to be set significantly behind here as a result.
Well, this is Singularity
For his squad, and the all-in power is there to the skies coming in, and just I'm going to remember this is nerfed Corki.
Deft, I don't know whether you want to be there, but
Yeah, Piosik's clear is going to get fucked up now.
Come on through, and there is the
Look at this also. You know, Zeus, they think there might be a lane swap, and Zeus is actually going to walk. So they think there might be a lane swap, which is why they're doing what they're doing, guys. Because who would be crazy enough to play Zeri not into the Kate Lux if you can lane swap? But they don't see the lane swap, and so they're happy. Therefore, we do see Zeus walking into topside. He is then going to drop his ward here. Why is my mouse working? He's going to drop his ward here, and then to make sure that the Ivern isn't doing some kind of invade. So the information they've gotten right now is there is no lane swap. Right. And therefore, because there's no lane swap, they're in here in case there is a lane swap to disrupt any kind of weak side jungle start, so they could triple quadrant with Nidalee potentially. And they see that there is no invade, so the ward gets dropped there by Zeus.
I don't know whether you want to be there, buddy.
And now they have complete information, and they're going to be able to hard push bot side, because this accomplishes a couple of things, right? There isn't a lane swap, but also now they have forward pressure. And as we said, vertical jungling is going to be hugely advantageous because Kate Lux is very binary. It wants to push. And so now you're eliminating really any risk. But the Cassante was over on the bot side because they thought there might be a lane swap, and then you wanted to, you know, have the Cassante on the strong side of the map for the start of the swap. But there's no swap, but they still get the vertical jungle. So, like, what I'm saying is either way, this is a very good start for T1 because they're going to get everything that they want.
Yeah, Pyosik now going to move on over. Will be able to start off his Krug camp. Should be able to at least, you know, take his top side pretty comfortably. But 3-0 for Pyosik on the Ivern. And it's kind of interesting, right? Because Pyosik spends some time in North America. I feel like North America actually plays a bunch more Ivern than we do here in the LCK. As Deft is just looking to try and stop Owner from being
Ivern very low play rate in LCK, especially compared to some Western regions like Europe.
BD and Faker involved as well briefly, and nothing really comes of this. Just a Gromp delay, but now Deft is not able to farm the experience or the gold of the minions, which is pretty problematic.
This is all going according to Keikaku for T1.
Definitely not.
Yeah, now he's like not able to even be near his turret. This is going to cause a bit of prio in mid.
Well, Pyosik going to come on over. Let's see what they can actually get done here. The flash has to be burnt. Faker going to get himself out of there. As now T1.
Barrel.
Let's see whether they can actually kill Barrel, who's going to flash the Q. That's nicely done. Spear going to connect there onto Deft. And already, we're seeing the power of this bottom lane. He wasn't going to stop Owner from being
I mean, Deft taking a bunch of damage right away was super bad. I don't even know what Deft is trying to do right here.
Actually plays a bunch more Ivern than we do here in the LCK. As Deft is just
like, you do not have prio.
Being annoying. But he's still going to take us.
Deft is taking a lot of unnecessary chunk damage at the start of this game. And then he actually just gets zoned out by Keria. Oh, God.
Pyosik gonna come on over. Let's see what they can actually get done here. The flash has to be
I'm surprised they tried to play the lane, too. I thought they would have lane swapped.
Let's see whether they can actually kill Barrel, who's going to flash.
I think T1 did, too, hence their level 1.
Spear going to connect there onto Deft. And already, we're seeing the power of this bottom lane. And
very strong, yeah.
This is something that...
Oh, he got hit by Q.
That's another one. As somehow, Barrel...
Oh, that doesn't do anything because Guma didn't actually have turret aggro.
Even as the hook is connecting, there is more poke being landed, and Deft is just continuing to have the most horrible time. The low range of this Zeri, a huge problem. And yeah, this is probably one of the best.
I think there's even if Guma and Keria hadn't picked Kate Lux here, I feel like the Zeri is a mistake because it doesn't synergize with the rest of the team comp particularly well. You know what you want with Zeri is like that classic front to back team fighting where she can be janitor, but you have no real front line here.
Side of lane is often directly tied to how much you get done in lane and how much you can put the enemy AD carry down, because there's that power trough as BDD.
Whoa, he's just flashing in, looking for Faker here. Can he find the autos? And there's the last one. Picks it up, doesn't die to the turret.
Okay, at least Faker is kind of griefing.
For the help, but that is first blood going to KT.
And he went electrocute this game.
KT like, oh, not again. Why does this have to happen? As you can see, even in the mid lane,
Owner not doing typical Nidalee things though, and just like hard farming. He's literally just like sitting there to poke them out from under the tower, enabling the Kate Lux lane. It's very annoying play by him.
By the way, we are very, very close to 4,000 assists for BDD as well. Just need one more, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So unfortunately, he got the kill for that first blood. So next one, gonna have to be an assist.
Yeah, next time.
Deft made it to level 3, guys. It's not that over.
It's kind of over down here, but
he's got 12 CS. This is terrible.
Including mid, which we already saw.
At least Jace is up. Maybe Jace can carry, right, guys?
Massive, but we have seen bigger recoveries than this. It's just gonna take a lot of effort. As once again, BDD putting heavy pressure onto Faker here. Already has that serrated
Third plate.
Dirk, so you know if they spend all of their resources.
I would love to know what the gold diff is right now at 5 minutes.
Come to be an issue that
Probably already like 1,000.
If you compare BDD's advantage over Faker to Guma's over Deft, you won't be happy if you're a KT fan.
No. It's 18 to 50. It's kind of absurd. Owner going to move in, look for the spear onto BDD. Is Pioshik going to need to shield him? BDD just able to get the kills.
If you're a KT fan,
no. It's
come to be an issue that this Jace is
kind of.
They know that Italy is there from the ward.
BDD. Is Pioshik going to need to shield him? BDD just able to get the kill. Still, it's answered this time as the jungle is now facing off Pioshik without too much firepower. And Deft continuing to get zoned. So yeah, I mean, BDD did have that kill. There's a hook onto Carrier.
Beryl keeps hitting hooks, but they never have turret aggro, so it just doesn't do anything. Oh, he's dead.
Deft trying to get anything done.
Auto?
That's a lost auto, and that is a dead Beryl in the 2v2. And T1 just demonstrating that this bottom lane, they still got it.
I mean, Beryl tried his best to try to get any sort of space here for Deft, but is unfortunately for him unsuccessful. Good spacing there from Guma on the follow-up autos. Takes Beryl out. Deft left alone here. At least he's the one who survives. At least maybe he can get some of that critical farm. Now, BDD picked up a second kill here in mid. It's not an assist, but it is big gold for him, so definitely a trade up. The kill goes over to a Nidalee, which is gold better than an Ivern would have, as we'll watch this again.
Yeah, he's like, give me the shield, give me the shield.
Yeah, give me the shield, give me the bush. And down he goes. This is the first pick. I don't know if we'll get the second skirmish. Probably not.
나이스.
Yeah.
Yep.
진짜 미쳤다 형. 쉴드 한 번만 더.
You're so good. You're insane, basically. And then this play, the shield this time not quite enough to stop the Nidalee from killing him.
Yeah, BDD is human after all. And here on the bottom side of the map, yeah, Deft and Beryl continuing to have just a terrible time.
Yeah, and I mean, okay.
Oh, speaking of terrible times, to the skies is Faker. Yeah, hands off keyboard here.
It's okay, they've got a backup 80 carry in mid. It doesn't matter that this area isn't real. The Corki is starting to be less real all the time.
Yeah, although the Corki does have a farm.
The thing is, the number of plates that KT is likely to lose here, because, like, whatever, the Corki's just going to go bot as soon as this turret dies. And then you have to deal with Caitlyn Lux mid lane as they just continue to get turret plates. You have a 30 CS Zeri. Fourth plate. Oh, he took a turret shot finally. Yep, he still had flash.
There's a lot of enemies coming. Owner taking a fair bit of damage here at the same time as Daisy getting amongst it.
And Deft, I mean, he is still massively.
Gio says Guma has a 1K lead about now. That would have been my guess, yeah, about this time.
Substantial amount of gold for their bottom lane, and they're trying to actually.
Is there a way to dismantle Kate Lux combo? I mean, yeah, you have to kill them while they're overextended. They're very vulnerable to just dying in lane. But if they're able to poke you like this, so you can never all in them and your jungler's never there. The level 1 really did help, guys, because the level 1 allowed them to pressure with no consequences because of the invade. And the fact that Owner's just been camping. The thing, like I said, it's very obvious what they're going to do, though. And so you have to kill it. They also can't push like this if their flashes are down.
The extender beam not really going to help out there as, okay, Root Caller does come on through. Kamiushi is going to get the heal, though, from the Primal Surge. And they try to
They're
do
trying
their
to deny
best
the cannon, but they
down
can't.
the cannon, but that is not going to work.
So how well
Did
can
KT
Clinching
not
utilize
swap?
this
Yeah,
gold
they
is
should
gonna
have
be the
swapped.
real question, because 40
Yeah,
CS
exactly, they
down
should have swapped.
right now in
In
9
fact,
minutes,
T1 was
it feels
expecting
like
them to
your life
swap.
is over. It's definitely done so. It feels like the game is over. They're making some good
We
plays
can tell
there.
because of
Barrel
T1's level
insane
1.
hook here, as that's Faker's third of the game. Death. But
T1 was probably like, these motherfuckers aren't swapping. They're crazy.
Oh, we just saw the replay.
Yeah.
Well, the Valkyrie going to get him out of here this time around.
Look at the gold here.
1650 now because they got first turret, another plate.
The largest in the game. Well,
Swap still just losing. I mean, it's better than this.
When you look at the deficit,
Literally anything is better than this.
25 minutes and he's still 30 CS ahead. That means much less later on. That whole turret he picked up means much less later on because of the strengths of KT's composition. So if you're a KT fan, don't feel good about the start to this game, but know that there is still hope. If you can win one team fight and you get map control, you set those iron brushes, maybe there's a. He's like, there's a turret over here. This is where I want to be. Just need to be able to get.
They didn't go
some
mid.
wins.
They just went straight top.
Hard because Gumiushi Carrier also moved up.
Oh, it's time for more plates, guys. Ah, they still put this Airy top lane. Why?
Goshik is going to be over here. Hasten the hold does come on through. Trigger Seed not quite there in time.
And it's interesting how.
It's another
Goshik is
plate for
basically
Guma?
support in this game, and Barrel is just trying to get BDD ahead. He's like, no,
Yeah, he's like the jungler, yeah.
Yeah, he's the jungler now, and Goshik is trying to keep turrets alive so that Guma doesn't get more money, and also so Def can get as much money as he can here.
Owner just shadowing this Kate Lux lane constantly. So annoying.
Like you say, I mean, this is just going to be more and more waves pushed in. BDD, very aggressive, understandably so. He's on a killing spree right now, as there's the flash hook, gets the flash out of Gumiushi. Beryl is just unfazed.
No, he doesn't care.
Not even a little bit. BDD going to turn up. Owner is able to secure that one grub. And so that is 2 apiece here. KT looking to try and lock down their third.
Look at the poke, though.
Ooh, I thought that spear was actually going to be able to pick that one up. But good smite there from Goshik.
You can see T1 just aren't confident to fight this right now. They don't have any vision.
Ooh, okay, life binding does come on in. Peacemaker down as well as he's just dead. The final stock is going to be exact.
T1 just aren't confident to fight this right now.
When Nautilus doesn't proc Aftershock, guys, with the poke comp.
Ooh, okay, life binding does come on in. Peacemaker down.
Dude, the combo of getting hit by the spear and the Lux ult at the same time.
The final spark is going to be exactly that, and Beryl, this is the power of the poke composition being bed down right on top of him.
Really good punish there from T1, but KT still get the grubs, and the fact that they were able to control most of that fight until that.
Kind of weird they can still take the grubs there. They can take objectives, KT, because look, there isn't really a tank in that fight. Like without Zeus there, T1 can just poke. So if KT is on an objective, they can absolutely take the objective. They just might die getting poked while they do it.
Together here, but it is still looking so top deft. Still,
no, they had literally no player that could engage. That was a 4-man group consisting of Lux, Corki, Nidalee, and Caitlyn. They can't stop them from taking an objective, but they can just kill them while they do it.
And it's more plates. That's 2 of them going down. Beryl has respawned. As Daisy comes out, going to get the knock up onto the
4 is not bad for KT. I mean, it doesn't matter. The thing is, grubs are only as useful as your ability to actually create pressure, which they can't do because the wave clear is too good. And they're playing defense on constant pressure. So I don't think the grubs actually do anything. Like, the good thing is that T1 doesn't have 4 grubs. That's the nice thing. But does it do anything for KT? Not really, I don't think.
And now it's an honest 3v3 as the poke is starting to be turned around onto KT.
Maybe Mordekaiser can do something in a split later in the game with them, but
into this one instead of the plated steel caps we normally see into Corki, just because Faker is pretty irrelevant this time around. Carry is quite large, and he wants to be able to have some extra tenacity so he can really be the carry, because he needs to go into point-blank range to actually win some of these mid-game team fights, and those bindings are going to be.
The iron brushes are very helpful too, because it allows you to more easily dodge poke.
And lose nothing, but it's just a really good snipe there from Carrier. Picks up
the damage is crazy.
Gold, so this bottom lane continues to be so far ahead. Still a bit of a hole in the mid lane, but Faker only 10 CS behind. He has a farm, as you said, and
yeah,
Deft is still
1 more minute
to get the found
of plates.
Fight. If they have it, T1's comp can do very little.
Yeah. We'll need to see whether KT can actually get to a point where they're actually capable of utilizing the power of this composition, right? I think the Mordekaiser can be pivotal against compositions like this that really do need to have.
Is that Nautilus still hiding? Yep.
Advantage as Beryl. Hello, friend. That is going to be losing Singularity, finding a bit of damage, but not able to get the light binding, and so therefore Beryl will survive. But certainly always looking for angles is Beryl this game.
Beryl rushing nerf Mormogs. He also has Swifties.
And Deft 91, so it's still 40 CS. So like you were talking about, I mean, this is about the deficit that it's been the entirety of the game. Stendo Beam coming forward as VDD is very scary. That Shock Blast, my god, the damage. That is a 3 kills Jace. You cannot be here as, okay, there is the flash away from the light binding. I don't think it was going to hit, but BDD did not want to take his chances.
Big risk there from Owner, though. It did require a lot of help there. Still ends up getting away with his life, has the heal, and will be okay, but you could see the potential of what could have gone wrong there. Good flash from BDD. And we're starting part 2, this time on the Herald, but this time T1 a lot more control than they had the last.
Yep, Ace and Hole going to come on through as there is the depth charge onto the Nidalee. He's burning, but so's Beryl, and there's Faker picking up his first.
T1 a lot more control than they had the last.
Yep, Ace and Hole going to come on through as there is the depth charge onto the Nidalee. He's burning, but so's Beryl, and there's Faker.
Part 2, this time on the Herald, but this time
The
T1
poke damage is so crazy.
Yep.
Beryl eats the ace in the hole.
Going to come on through as there is the depth charge onto the Nidalee. He's burning, but so's Beryl, and there's Faker picking up his first kill.
All right, one thing that KT can't do is take this Herald because it takes too long and they just get giga poked. Zeri negative damage? What are you talking about? She has Berserker Greaves in the slingshot. She's doing hella damage.
Was massive there as well, ripping through those health bars, making it so that there was no way KT could try to fall.
1,000 plate gold to 0. Typical Caitlyn game.
Follow up and punish those low health bar champions on
Final
the side
spark.
of T1, and
I only know
going
Finalis
over.
Funkeln.
And T1's lead is just becoming so big at this point. Sure, it was a big ultimate from Deft, and yes, he has high damage output, but Guma's got an IE. They have a relatively farmed Lux as well. Does have Zazax in the inventory and completed, so that's some extra burst damage as well.
Yeah, Shirelli is coming in relatively soon as there's some redemption damage, and the flash forward from Beryl. Gumayushi, he does not have his flash available. Root Caller comes down.
Just takes 4 people to stop the Caitlyn pressure.
And he'll be able to pick that one up. Deft, a little bit sad that he doesn't get the kill. It would be pretty good for KT to give the Zeri something, but still staying within that 40 CS gap range.
Yeah.
And now finally has an item.
A little bit of shutdown gold there, and I mean, this is, unfortunately for KT, a bit of a bridge too far. Beryl's able to block the ace and the whole damage, and then they go straight in onto the Nidalee, but he flashes away.
The
Beryl
Lux
takes
damage.
all that final spark damage, and unfortunately that is with a slow here. He needs a little bit more time. He doesn't have to be able to get it done against all the Fed members of T1, but he's trying.
I think Griffin actually tried that one too. Back in the day. It also definitely didn't work.
All right, now we're in mid lane with Caitlyn Lux. All right, well, let's just end. Put this. Put these KT frauds out of their misery, please.
As here in the mid lane, some plants go up, and so does Daisy and Beryl. He's on the prowl once again. Gumayushi gonna be in trouble here as Perfect is just gonna put him into the death realm. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, the thing is they're going to lose this fight. This is the actual first fight with Zeus in it. And you can see Corky TPing over. Jace not TPing, okay, Jace TPing now. But not sure you can actually kill anybody. Oh my god, the Lux damage is disgusting.
Smells blood in the water and wants to get some.
He smells blood water?
Getting himself out.
I haven't heard that guy in a while.
I don't know whether they're going to be able to quite find it as finally the kill comes in. The answer's there from KT. The kills are even. It's a bloodbath, but I don't even necessarily know who's in the best position to win.
I mean, when you look at
oh god, he's playing Blood Song Nautilus. All right, he's playing Blood Song.
Doing a little bit right, and this time just
Warmog's first Nautilus.
You have the man advantage. You win these, and
this is post Warmog's nerf, guys.
So he actually ends up winning these duels quite well. Perfect blast coning his way in, flashes for the ultimate here, puts him in the death realm, and then look at Guma. There's just nothing he can do. Perfect doesn't even have to shield until he gets out of the ultimate, and they can just kind of casually walk back. As Faker shows up super late, but just gets instantly by Beryl, and then this final spark is massive, and without it, this is a huge win for KT. It still is ultimately a big
Faker's
win for them,
positioning there a bit sus.
Starting to kind of sort of be relevant in this game. I don't know if we should watch the whole thing, but anyway, they end up killing Zeus here as well. In the
KT, without an outer turret in mid lane, it is going to be even more difficult, right, for them to get towards these neutral objectives. And I think, like, Perfect being able to park himself in the banana brush and actually get access to
3,000 nearly for T1, all in that turret, in the bottom lane and the plates, of course, top side. Then they got the turret mid.
It does mean the standing gold argument is a decent one, but the problem is that if the map control continues the way it is, then KT will never be able to actually cash that in.
You say that, but I mean, I do agree with you. It's tough for them to get map control, but they keep getting it on these objectives and then taking these fights that are way closer than they should be in T1. I mean, the fact that last fight was so close is a worrying sign. Now, I don't think Perfect is going to get the...
Well, that's because T1's composition is basically just designed to poke and siege, so if they play it like an all-in, they're still going to have problems.
If KT could stabilize ever in this game, pick up someone like
Faker with a bounty. Why does Faker have a bounty? He's 1 level up. He's 1-3. He has the same... Why? What? Why does he have a bounty?
For even just a second, because if they do get that map control, as unlikely as it seems,
Riot, please.
It feels like this is a 2-item spike. Murmana is transformed.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. But I think that if T1 can keep playing their game plan, then that sort of standing gold argument isn't quite as valuable.
You can't break the turrets.
Better player
they
bounty.
have to do the hard thing first,
yes.
Like, is what I'm saying. And that is going to be winning more team fights here for KT. And I think this gentleman that we can see on our screen right now is going to be a big part of that. This Jace is just
just going to kind of be issues is suddenly, and he has a big role to play in how they
one spike that we talk about so many times for the Corki. So not necessarily.
So this is where the game slows down a bit for Caitlyn Lux, is like, you have taken all their outer turrets, and like, what the fuck do you do now? Because you can't over push, right? Because you are vulnerable to flanks.
Going to be traded. But now BDD, he's on the prowl. The all-out angle is going to be there for Zeus, and he drags the Jet into the team. Gorgeously played from the man in the top lane, and that is going to give T1 the edge.
Perfect ult from Zeus, the angle through the edge.
That was actually a very good ult from
Baron
Zeus.
He gets the perfect diagonal there, and T1 back in the fight, because now KT without the Jace cannot continue to contest. And after Keria got caught there, it looked like maybe this was a winnable team fight for KT, but it's Zeus who shows up the perfect time.
The bounty, so it's exactly the person that KT didn't want dying in that moment. Moonstone now completed for Pyoshik though. They're getting more and more items put together, but we credited them for a great composition.
Great route here from Pyoshik.
Beryl actually tries as much as he can. He ults Keria and then flash autos Gumayushi to stop him.
Also, you know,
or to stun him.
Health bar of owner is also gone. As watch this. A wrap around.
Such a good movement though, to get him into the angle where the rest of T1 could kill him.
So calm in the calms. Like I would say a bit frantic, but very, very much like, you know, when you look at his play, his movement there, he knew the angle. But again, in fact, need to play a little bit more cautiously, I feel, because there's no role in which KT should be able to wrestle back control, but every fight is looked...
Well, there is a world, I think, where KT can wrestle back control because this composition is very vulnerable to flanks and they have a really hard time taking tier 2s. They're also very vulnerable when they try and take objectives. And this is only the second Drake of the game, so they're not going to get it very quickly. Like, yes, they can try and seal off some of the choke points with Caitlyn traps, but it's really like a glass cannon. If you get behind it or flank it, it can be crazy effective. So KT can win this, I think, actually. This is winnable.
Going over to T1 as Final Spark going to be thrown towards Perfect. They want to be able to get this bounty.
Like, one fight in this entire game falls apart for T1.
Takes half of his health bar.
You lose Baron.
A lot.
They can dive turrets because you're all super squishy.
Definitely a huge spike for him once he has that. I feel like that's the moment where we're like, okay, he's well and truly out of the trap.
Am I watching LCK tonight? Yes, I will. I just wanted to finish this game. It's almost over, I think.
The gap on Guma, maybe even Faker as well, or just... I don't trust yet.
I have no idea how long this game is.
I don't know either. And it's I think a product of what we've seen from both of these teams recently. We've seen genius and we've seen failure.
Yeah, also
And we
LCK.
just
I will
don't know
watch
what's
the
gonna
series
happen in any
tonight, but
given
I have to.
moment.
I don't have co-streaming, guys,
Barrel's
so I'll be done
confidence
streaming
this
after
game is
this,
just
and I'll
off the
just watch
charts.
them on my
Despite
own.
the deficit, he is just not giving up. He's
Looking for the next one, seeing whether they can find another angle. BDD, of course, he's going to be the main character.
getting to BDD in these fights is the tricky part. You know, they had the Zeus Cassante engage on him last time around, but how do you close the gap on this
BDD
Jace?
is really
Maybe
huge
you
at
just
3
simply
items.
weather
The other
storm
thing
and
is he's gonna hit
have
these
the Caitlyn
other
do the work in
squishies
front
really
of that
hard.
kid.
So the poke,
Yeah.
the
because
poke
trying to
begun the
set up an
poke wars
engage or a
have.
pick is so challenging.
Oh,
Let's
Carrier
do this.
going to be able to find a bit of a combo. There's the spear to land
Jesus
as well.
Christ,
Barrel is
dude, the
just
pick
dead.
potential's so
They
crazy.
find
Because trying to set up an engage or a pick is
Look
so
how ridiculous
challenging.
this is.
Oh,
Let's
Carrier
do
gonna
this.
be able
Literally
to
just
find a
gets
bit
hit by everything. Gets hit by
combo.
Guma
There's the spear
ults.
to land as well. Barrel is just dead. Yeah.
Because trying to set up an engage or a pick is so challenging.
Oh,
Let's
Carrier
do this.
going to be able to find a bit of a combo. There's the spear to land as well. Barrel is just dead.
Never mind, he actually didn't get hit by this is what T1's really good at, though, is these long-range pokes.
Off the back end of it.
Area has been so essential in finding these bindings to actually punish this aggressive positioning from Barrel.
Carry has always been good at
Well,
setting
there
up
is gonna
picks
be
on
vision
Lux, though.
going into this Baron pit. Yoshik does have his flash available. Can he be the hero is the question. The answer is no. Zeus just said, get out of here. The Baron's going to
Carry
be
a flash
secured.
forward,
Casey's
miscue.
gonna be taken down first. Pit. Yoshik does have his flash available. Can he be the hero is the question. The answer is no. Zeus just said, get
Oh,
out of
because
here.
Def flashed,
The
I guess.
Baron's going to
I
be
didn't see
secured.
Def flash.
Casey's gonna be taken down first. Yoshik is destroyed. And T1 just snowballed the fight so beautifully. Yes, Perfect is able to kill a Lux.
Perfect just getting auto space to death.
I think Carrier did his job this game. Faker going to be able to lock down that kill. It's now 12 to 8. The gold lead is skyrocketing.
And it's going to get even worse. I mean, the game is not going to end off of this Baron very likely unless KT make a big mistake, but I think it is essentially now over. Finally, he found that one on the Barrel. They get a Baron. KT absolutely
God,
dunked
also,
on in the
low-key
fight.
Infernal Soul is
And that
fucking
Baron is
insane
up
for
in the
T1.
43,000
Like, the game's not going to go that far, but if it did, and if they got Infernal Soul with this poke composition, holy
The
shit.
sacrifice was
Also, the thing about these
And
kind
it's
of poke
probably what's
comps
gonna
is they
win
are
the
the
T1
best comps in the
Star
game with Baron. They are both the hardest comp to get Baron with because of the danger of them accessing your backline. But once you get the Baron,
Yep.
look
Hook
at the
is going to
siege.
miss here as T1 are
So it's
just
like
gonna bear
impossible
down
to
on
stop this
this
composition
inhibitor.
from
Zeus
just
says, "Thanks
killing
for the
your
gap
entire base.
closed," as Perfect's going to pull him in. That is Barrel dead for the 7th time this game. And KT just looking like there is absolutely nothing.
Johnny,
that they can do.
behind the scenes
Praise
info
them
on
for
why
the
Faker's been
draft, but
underperforming
things
so much?
went
No.
so
I have no idea.
wrong.
I mean, the
In
meta's just bad
early
for him, I
game,
think.
There was no way for them to utilize it in any way, shape, or form. Nexus turret's going down. T1 going to get some revenge against KT. They're going to move.
I mean,
to
honestly,
4th
him
place
absorbing a lot
in
of
the
jungle
LCK,
pressure and dying this game is actually
18
helpful
to
for
7
Caitlyn and Lux,
with
so
a
it's really not
victory
bad.
here. Deft is trying to kite his way out of this one, but he's not going to be able to. He wanted to kite his way out of the
Oof.
other game. This is the way that
All right, guys, I'm going to watch the live T1 game now, so should you. I will be back tomorrow for probably some LEC shenanigans. We'll be on first up with Monty and Wolf live, and then we will be on with G2 versus Fnatic and maybe some other games. So thanks a lot, guys. Catch you tomorrow.